G Deborin, Secrets of the Second World War. Contents. Foreword. The Second World War left a deep mark on the minds of all. It claimed a toll of more than 50 million lives. Priceless treasures, the fruit of the labor and genius of many generations, were devoured by the flames. Terrible was the suffering of the peoples of Europe, Asia, and Africa. Not surprisingly, a quarter of a century after the war, people still want to know the truth: how it originated, what forces were to blame, how it ended, and whose were the martial feats that forged the victory. The world will never forget the men who defeated fascism. Their daring inspires poets and artists, and writers of books such as this one. The title of this book, Secrets of the Second World War, was not selected merely to attract more readers. That is hardly needed. War books evoke a keen enough interest, no matter what their title. This author's motivation was anything but that. It may appear to some that there were no secrets of the war. Could there indeed be secrets where tens of millions of people were involved? Yet secrecy often envelopes the origins of war and many of the subsequent military developments. It will not be too much to say, in fact, that secrecy has been a satellite of the origin and course of war. There are two kinds of wars: just, liberative, progressive ones, and wars unjust, aggressive, and reactionary. Lenin wrote, "There are just and unjust wars, progressive and reactionary wars, wars waged by advanced classes and wars waged by backward classes, wars waged for the purpose of perpetuating class oppression, and wars waged for the purpose of eliminating oppression." No secrets would have existed if the Second World War had been one of liberation from the beginning. Liberators waging a just war are legitimately proud of their exploit, and have nothing to hide. A war may be unjust on both sides, if both pursue aims of conquest. A just war is just on one side only. If one side responds to aggression with a just war of liberation, the war of the other side is one of conquest and enslavement, and unjust. People are hardly likely to rally to that sort of war. That is why secrecy and deceit have a field day. Unjust wars were always garnished with falsehood, deceit, and provocation. Foul play necessitates foul means. Those who pursue imperialist policy, of which war is but a continuation, choose to act in secrecy, especially in the preparatory stage. They dread publicity, knowing that it may boomerang. Those who pursue fair policies have a stake in public knowledge. Lenin said, "We must explain the real situation to the people, show them that war is hatched in the greatest secrecy." Secrecy covered the preparations for the First World War, and likewise those for the Second. The direct war architects, the German imperialists, professed to be lovers of peace. Hitler's Nazi Party, which seized power in Germany in 1933, assured foreign statesmen that it had no concern more urgent than that of safeguarding peace. In the meantime, doing the will of its backers, the monopolies, it prepared frantically for a war for world supremacy. The Munichites of Britain, France, and the United States, eager to channel German aggression eastward, against the Soviet Union, encouraged the German fascists and pretended to accept Hitler's reassurances. They lifted their eyes to heaven and extolled peace, and also, in the same breath, praised the Nazi methods against the disobedient. The voices of those cooking up war blended in singing specious paeans to peace. This mixture of pacific oratory and bellicose intention needed the weapon of secrecy to be effective. In the name of this secrecy, the briefcases of German delegates to the disarmament conference were closely guarded, as were the doors of that Munich hall where the fate of Czechoslovakia was sealed, giving the green light to Nazi aggression. The criminal Munich deal struck by Britain and France with Hitler Germany and Fascist Italy was paraded as an act of peace, though it was really an act of encouraging aggression and, in that sense, an act of war. Secrecy was an amenity for those that yearned for war, and for those, too, who were opening up the way for Hitler's conquests. The veils, at least many of them, have been lifted by now, but some still shroud the truth. Take a recent West German volume, Wahrheit für Deutschland, whose writer, Udo Wallendy, pleads for justice, for a truth for Germany, denying her war guilt. Page through it and you will smell gunpowder, acrid smoke, and blood. You will see the secrecy that shrouded Hitler's war preparations used in a new way, for new ends. Weylandy quotes prolifically the Pacific declarations of the war culprits. He strains to show that none of the German leaders wanted a world war. What they wanted was merely to extend German territory. Yet the other powers did not wish to meet Germany halfway. It is their fault the war broke out. The drumbeaters of the neo-Nazi National Democratic Party of the Federal Republic of Germany, of whom Udo Weylandy is one, repeat the Hitler clique's claims in explaining the causes of the Second World War, unmasking the NDP as successor and heir to Hitler's defunct National Socialist Party. It may be proper to note that two phases are evident in West German historiography. During the first, from the war's end to approximately 1965, veteran historians, Hitler generals, and younger writers alike, endeavored to exonerate the German general staff and German imperialism of the war guilt and of the inhumanities of the Nazi army. They put all the blame on Hitler. In the second phase, however, embracing the more recent years, with the National Democratic Party stepping onto the FRG scene, Hitler, too, is being exonerated. The West German revenge seekers and militarists now insist that Germany and her leaders were not to blame for the war. Czechs, Poles, Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians were guilty, for instead of acknowledging German territorial claims, instead of bowing to them, they put up a fight. The war was to their intransigence. And what about the atrocities? The newly fledged fascists reply there had been none, that numbered 12 million people had been exterminated in Nazi death camps. They declare all documents testifying to atrocities to be false and the material evidence instruments of torture, gas chambers, and the mountains of human ash to have been fabricated post-war by Germany's enemies. In a collection of articles by NDP ideologists, Europe in Flames, atrocities are blandly denied. Referring to Dachau, the neo-fascists say, until May 1945 it had no gas chambers. These were built later by German POWs on the orders of the American occupation authorities. Yet it is common knowledge that the American occupation authorities and statesmen, and the British, too, chose to minimize the instances of Nazi evil, and were certainly disinclined to exaggerate them. The neo-fascists follow Hitler's explicit advice, the more monstrous the lie, the better. That literature of this sort has appeared is indicative. One wonders whether men of power are again, for the third time, trying to guide history along the vicious circle, secret war preparations, sudden attack, extermination of millions, total defeat, and then again war preparations in secrecy, camouflaged with honeyed words of peace. Secret diplomacy is the resort of those who pursue unpopular policy and have reason to conceal their intentions. When the October Revolution triumphed in Russia, the Soviet government at once declared its rejection of secret diplomacy. It said in the historic Decree on Peace, drawn up by Lenin and adopted by the Second All-Russia Congress of Soviets, the government abolishes secret diplomacy. Ever since, publicity instead of secrecy has been the basis of Soviet foreign policy. Genuinely democratic policy must be open. To be sure, Soviet measures related to defense were concealed in wartime. But once concealment was no longer necessary, the facts were instantly published. This was true, for example, of the Yalta Conference decision of the Soviet Union's joining the war against Japan, kept secret for a year. Publicity is part of honesty. When after the war ended many secrets were revealed, it was discovered that the Soviet Union had done nothing in secret from its wartime allies. Could the same be said of the other members of the anti-fascist coalition? It could of the resistance movement, but not of the governments of the United States and Britain. They represented countries that became combatants by virtue of the inexorable logic of history in a war that developed into a just war of liberation. But even in such a war, they would not disavow their selfish and ultimately anti-popular aspirations. The contradiction between the objective nature of the war and the subjective designs of the US and British rulers kept surfacing at every point. For a long time they sabotaged a second front, concealing the true purpose of the delay. Nor did they forego secret negotiations with Nazi chiefs and chieftains. They manufactured their own plans for a post-war world arrangement contrary to the joint decisions of wartime Allied conferences. Naturally, these plans were kept secret. Apart from imperialist secrets related to the preparation and conduct of the war, there were secrets of a different kind. These were secrets, or, more precisely, riddles related to the process of history, for the true sense of many historical developments is concealed from the casual observer. It is the task of the investigator to probe these developments and pinpoint the laws that impelled them. To limit investigations to the superficial aspects of phenomena is not merely easier, but also, for many, more profitable. Some phases of the Second World War are reminiscent of scenes from old operas, where the actors chant, "We march, we march, we march," while marking time. In the meantime, others do the marching through raging enemy fire. Yet no sooner the war ended than those who talked big but did little, began declaiming that their shouting had made the enemy bastions collapse. And new secrets appear in place of the old. Lastly, some secrets are ascribable to absence of information. This applies to the secret, or rather the miracle, of the Soviet resistance and victory, which took many a friend of the Soviet Union, and certainly its enemies, by surprise. Those who knew of the intrinsic strength of the Soviet Socialist Society saw no miracle in that the Soviet Union withstood the incredible difficulties of a war against a strong enemy, and ascended to victory. In a way, that victory was preordained. But even those who know, will do well to look back again on the wartime attainments of the Soviet people and review the factors that assured the Soviet triumph. People were the makers of the victory, the people of the Soviet Union, who bore the brunt of the war, the peoples of the United States and Britain, the peoples of Bare Yugoslavia, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Belgium, Greece, Italy, and all those countries that were the theater of the resistance. Glory to them. Chapter 1. Secrecy, the watchword. One world imperialism is the culprit. It took several decades from the conclusion of the Austro-German Treaty in 1879 to the forming of the Entente in 1904-1907 to prepare secretly for the First World War. Secret preparations for the Second World War began soon after the First ended, and consumed nearly 2 decades. Two military coalitions confronted each other long before the First World War, the Triple Alliance and the Entente. There was only one coalition before the Second World War, the Berlin-Rome-Tokyo Axis. Britain, France, and the United States did not gang up against Germany for the simple reason that they refused to lose hope until the day the war broke out of coming to terms with the Nazis against the Soviet Union. This difference in the pre-war setup reflected deep-going changes in the world arrangement. On the eve of the First World War the globe was totally a capitalist playground, whereas before the Second World War the Soviet Union, the world's first socialist state, was well launched and developing rapidly. That was the new substantive point that distinguished the situation before the Second World War from that before the First. This time, the imperialist states were bent on resolving their contradictions at the expense of the USSR. The Second War, like the First, materialized due to the acute contradictions of the imperialist system, contradictions between the biggest capitalist powers, each of which was out to seize new territories, subjugate peoples, and establish its supremacy. That was what led to the First World War. 12. Which culminated in a redivision of the world in accordance with the existing balance of power. Defeated Germany was deprived of her colonies and of some of the neighboring territories seized by German conquerors. Yet the social system in Germany withstood the revolutionary onslaught of the people. The lessons of that war, of the disastrous defeat, were lost on the German monopolists. On the eve of the First War they clamored for a place in the sun, whereas after it they also had a thirst for revenge. Revenge was what rallied all German aspirers of conquest. And by reason of the uneven economic and political development of capitalist countries, Germany soon caught up and then surpassed Britain and France, her European rivals, economically and militarily. This added fuel to the revenge-seeking ambitions of the German rulers. The process was gradual, and in the earlier stages a minimum of effort could have averted the subsequent course of events. But neither Britain nor France did anything about it. On the contrary, their rulers displayed a sense of affinity with the German militarists. Their policy of abetment was camouflaged with assurances to the world that Germany had changed, become democratic, and would never again be a threat to her neighbors. The American, British and French monopolies reckoned that German military revival would compensate for the old world's general debility contracted after socialism triumphed in the USSR. German militarism would not have recovered as swiftly as it did if international reaction, mostly the US monopolies, had not given it a helping hand. Monopoly quarters in the US, Britain and France hand-fed Hitlerism, assisting the militarists in their new fascist cloak to prepare for the Drang nach Osten with the avowed purpose of destroying the Soviet Union. The myopic anti-Soviet policy of the European and American imperialist bourgeoisie, steeped in hostility for the socialist system and backed by right social democratic leaders, bordered on outright betrayal of national interests, overstepping that border here and there, in face of the mounting Nazi threat. The secret preparations of the Second World War are, in fact, a startling illustration of how the class limitations of the reactionary bourgeoisie and its blind hatred of communism delivered the European. 13. Countries to disaster and enslavement by German fascist invaders. In the years preceding the war, the imperialist states converged along the anti-Soviet course. Yet, uniquely, their convergence blended with a further sharpening of the imperialist drives for world rule. That was why the Second World War at first broke out as a collision of two capitalist groups. World imperialism was thus the sole culprit of the Second World War. Once again, imperialist Germany was its immediate initiator. After its defeat in 1914 to 1918, German imperialism became more aggressive. Its thirst for world power, an incurable disease, assumed monstrous proportions. It did not hesitate to begin plotting a new war. The German monopolies sensed that resistance of the patriotic democratic section of the nation could spike their expansionist designs that gravely menaced the Germans themselves. So they delegated power to the Hitler clique, which, they saw, would impose acquiescence on the people by unmitigated terrorism. The fascist coup took place early in 1933. The Nazi seizure of power marked a realignment of strength among the monopoly bourgeoisie. The making of home and foreign policy fell under the total control of the moguls of the heavy and arms industry and the most aggressive and most reactionary segment of German finance capital. The close alliance between the Nazi clique and the German financial oligarchy was cemented by members of the former soon becoming millionaire monopolists. Hermann Göring was the foremost, amassing a fortune by plundering non-Aryan financiers. His concern had a capital of Rm 6,000 million, with a fortune of over $3,500,000 in the United States. Joseph Goebbels became a millionaire by marrying Magda Quandt, a banker's daughter. Adolf Hitler, too, the fascist dictator, was a capitalist of considerable means. Even before coming to power, the Nazis were financed by monopolists. Afterwards, this financial support became a regular subsidy. An Adolf Hitler Fund for German Economy was founded on Krupp's initiative in May 1933, compounded from obligatory levies on wages and salaries. The workers. Puau Eriknestat tri pre tap mga fi oe fate. The revenue amounted to Ra in the first year, A to Rm 20 million in the Nazis dealt ruthlessly with their political opponents long before they came to power, and shed all restraint once the bourgeois machinery of state fell under their control. Prisons and concentration camps densely dotted the country. Camp barracks became a graphic architectural symbol of Nazism. Beed Pekan om Rearentveens me I equals way, a historical process realignment German culture under Hitler's Errolwet did a Lithuanian writer and ex-inmate of a Nazi death. Nearly a million people languished in prisons and camps, with 200,000 executed or tormented to death. The Commure Sthnd the cheater cs Erwienerain 80 main Nazi aim was to end a world war that would plnce the Grand Napoleos tate a position of unlimited power. Home and foreign policy was centered totally on this ultimate aim. Planning the total campaign, the Hitlerites knew that in common their adver front of nations to OE rulers of the United States, anagem this in every way. Die West dances Abgelinus from Germany, but assumed that it was insignificant compared with the advantages they would from an eventual war between Germany and the Soviet Union. Their plan was simple: let Germany destroy the Soviet Union and crush the labor movement in Europe, whereu they would over the Nodlaratir Isaac Asesoee. The US rulers concealed their policy idistes Rakgiv and Lepte Ikeses. Posh behind a cloak of neutrality, Sandni of Detal WGN behind non-interference. A 5. Plans on an anti-communist foundation, Hitler, and underscore his lieutenants stressing constantly that their war plans concerned the Soviet Union only, not the rest of Europe, and that their purpose was to protect Europe from the Bolshevik danger. This, they kept saying, was why the West should help Germany fling off the Versailles constraints and rearm. Hitler put it in so many words to his closest associates. Alamein, whereupon considerable Anglo-American forces under General Eisenhower would land in the enemy rear. Taking note of the information he received in Moscow about the projected Soviet Stalingrad offensive, Churchill timed the British push at El Alamein shortly before it. He intended to produce the false impression that the British victory in the African desert, really quite secondary in importance, was the turning point in the war. When word of the victory in Africa reached Britain, church bells rang for the first time since the war began, while the British Prime Minister declared, it marked in fact the turning of the hinge of fate too. When the El Alamein battle began, Rommel had 96,000 men and 500 to 600 tanks, whereas the British had 150,000 men and 1,114 tanks. 3 Moreover, two-thirds of Rommel's force consisted of Italian divisions, the men and officers of which had little stomach for the fight. The British offensive went off to a start on October 23, 1942. At once, the Italo-German forces retreated. Advancing on the heels of the enemy, the British troops covered 850 kilometers in 14 days. By that time, November 8, 3 Allied ups of armies landed far in Rommel's rear. One group, the United States, went ashore in French Morocco, while the other two, consisting of British and US troops from the British Isles, landed at Oran and near Algiers. Ignoring Vichy orders, the French troops stationed in northern Africa refused to resist the Anglo-American landing. Yet the Italo-German forces retreated slowly. Caught between the hammer and anvil, they withdrew to northern Tunisia and were finally crowded into the Bona Peninsula, the northeastern tip of the country, where they surrendered en masse on May 12, 1943. That was the concluding act in northern Africa. What the United States and Britain would now do had been decided back in January 1943, at the summit meeting in Casablanca, where Churchill and Roosevelt decided to postpone the invasion of the European mainland until the summer of 1944. Strategically commanded and prepared by Anglo-US workers, soldiers, and sailors, the invasion was replaced by exercises. Nor did the British and American commands make a secret of it. The Soviet Union was informed of the postponement at the beginning of June 1943. The head of the Soviet government replied that it would create great difficulties for the Soviet Union, which was having to do the job alone, almost single-handed, against an enemy that is still very strong and formidable. In the next letter to the British Prime Minister, Stalin said, "I must tell you that the point here is not just the disappointment of the Soviet government, but the preservation of its confidence in its allies, a confidence which is being subjected to severe stress. One should not forget that it is a question of saving millions of lives in the occupied areas of Western Europe and Russia and of reducing the enormous sacrifices of the Soviet armies, compared with which the sacrifices of the Anglo-American armies are insignificant. The perfidy of the US and British governments was not confined to the postponement of the Second Front. Behind the back of the Soviet Union their representatives conducted secret negotiations with spokesmen of Hitler Germany along several channels through Spain, Sweden, Portugal, Switzerland, and the Vatican. In many cases, middlemen were employed. The focal point in these negotiations was the meeting of Allen Dulles, U.S. intelligence chief in Europe, with Count Moritz Hohenlohe, Hitler's emissary, in Switzerland. The main theme of their discussion was how to save the Nazi regime in Germany and use it to establish U.S. hegemony in post-war Europe, a gross violation of America's and Britain's commitments as allies of the Soviet Union. The Soviet policy was entirely different. The USSR did its utmost to invigorate the anti-fascist coalition, to support all peoples fighting the Nazis. It did its utmost to promote the cohesion of the patriotic forces in the occupied countries and to pave the way for the restoration of independent national states. The Soviet people showed a warm affection for those Britons and Americans who wanted the war to end as quickly as possible. Public opinion in the United States and Great Britain clamored for the Second Front. So did the army ranks and part of the officers. Pressure increased and became an important element in home affairs. The Soviet government met the wishes of French patriots eager to contribute to the war effort. A French air squadron, the Normandy, was formed as part of the Soviet Air Force and saw action on the Soviet-German front. The courage of the French airmen was acclaimed by the Soviet people. The Normandy's splendid fighting record cemented the Soviet-French friendship and contributed to the solidity of the anti-fascist coalition. The Soviet attitude to France was reflected in the fact that the USSR recognized the French National Liberation Committee before any of the other powers as the representative of all French patriots fighting against Hitler tyranny. The Soviet Union aided the Polish and Czechoslovak peoples. The Polish Thaddeus Kosciuszko Infantry Division was formed in the Soviet Union in the summer of 1943. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Soviet troops, it acquired combat experience and later became the nucleus of the Army of People's Poland. By the end of 1942 the Czechoslovak Battalion was formed in the USSR, and a 20-year Soviet-Czechoslovak Treaty of Friendship, Mutual Assistance and Post-War Cooperation was concluded in Moscow on December 11, 1943. The Soviet policy of combining the efforts of all freedom-loving peoples, and its accent on honest fulfillment of Allied obligations helped consolidate the anti-fascist coalition, adding to its strength and offering the peoples the prospect of liberation from the fascist yoke, deliverance from enslavement, and revival of national independence and sovereignty trampled by the German invaders. 3 German Tigers smashed. After the Stalingrad defeat, Hitler Germany still had great strength and considerable resources, and doubly so because, taking advantage of the absence of the Second Front, it could deploy troops eastward from the west. The German generals were bent on avenging Stalingrad, regaining the lost strategic initiative and, ultimately, turning the tide of the war in their favor. Hopes were pinned on new weapons. German industry was working round the clock to produce Panther and Tiger panzers with heavy armor and considerable firing power. It was also building Focke-Wulf 1G0A planes which flew at over 600 kmph and had 4 cannon and 6 machine guns. Total mobilization enabled Germany to field 42 divisions more on the Soviet-German front than at the beginning of the war. Nazi planners drew up Operation Citadel, envisaging a southeastward drive from south of Orel and a northeastward from north of Kharkov. German thrusts were to converge near Kursk, cutting off the Kursk bulge, and encircling and destroying the Soviet forces in that salient. In general outline, the plan followed the lines of the brilliant Red Army operation at Stalingrad. After the initial success, the German offensive would develop deeper into Soviet territory, either east to the Volga or northeast to Moscow. 50 divisions, with another 20 on their flanks, were massed for Citadel. Almost a quarter of these troops were panzer and motorized units. Never since the war broke out was the deployment of forces so massive on a relatively small frontage. 109. Never the deployment of panzers and self-propelled guns so concentrated. More than 2,000 planes, 3/4 of the Luftwaffe's strength on the Soviet-German front would render air support. On the night before the jump-off, the German troops heard Hitler's message. It said in part, "You will participate in large-scale offensive battles, the outcome of which may settle the war. More than ever before, Your victory will convince the whole world that all resistance to the German army is, in the end, futile. What an object lesson of how the German imperialists had digested their Stalingrad experience. They were still dreaming of conquering the world. The preparations for the German blow were about over. The Nazis would strike any minute. Churchill, however, for reasons of his own, kept assuring the Soviet government that no German offensive would ensue. On June 19, 1943, he wrote that he had reason to believe that Hitler was vacillating and intending to delay his plans for a large-scale offensive against Russia this summer. On June 27, he wrote that it may even prove that you will not be heavily attacked this summer. As if the Soviet Union had given credence to this information, the German offensive may have spelled disaster. However, the Nazi intention of mounting a large-scale offensive at Kursk did not escape the notice of the Soviet command, then engaged in planning a fresh offensive of its own. The question to decide was, who would jump first? The Soviet Supreme Command decided to let the enemy do so, in order to mince up his forces in defensive fighting and then go over to the attack. This was the most realistic plan in those circumstances. The German plan, on the other hand, was stamped with the usual brand of reckless adventurism. The Operation Citadel order issued by OKW on April 15, 1943, expressed confidence that it would culminate in a rapid and decisive success and would be a torch that would set the world alight. But the Soviet armed forces, with the victories at Moscow and at Stalingrad, stood firmly in the way of the German aggressors. The Soviet command anticipated the direction of the Nazi main blows. A strong defense in depth was built and strategic reserves were activated and made ready for battle. The depth of the defenses of the Central and Voronezh fronts, standing directly in the way of the Nazi assault, added up to 150 to 190 kilometers. And behind them was stationed the Steppe Front, the Supreme Command's strategic reserve with its own defense lines and fortifications, behind which ran the strategic Don River. All in all, 8 defensive zones and lines 250 to 300 kilometers deep were ready by the time the enemy moved into action. Soviet reconnaissance obtained exact information about the direction of the Nazi main blows, and, what was more, about the 0 hour. 10 minutes before the enemy began his artillery build-up, at 02:20 hours on July 5, the Soviet guns opened up with a counter-barrage. The Nazis suffered considerable casualties and spent something like 2 hours restoring order in their lines and then began their artillery bombardment. The Soviet side replied with another artillery shoot. Heavy fighting ensued. The Nazi offensive developed slowly, the Germans suffering heavy losses. The Soviet troops engaged in an active type of defense, maneuvering the reserves and mounting swift counter-blows against enemy wedges. It was the first time the Red Army committed its tank armies and large anti-tank artillery units. The courage of the Soviet soldiers and officers was boundless. In one air battle, AK Gorovets, flying a La-5 built on money donated by the collective farmers of Gorky region, shot down 9 Nazi bombers, becoming the world's only flyer to make 9 consecutive hits. The German troops edged forward very slowly. Their last hope was to try to breach the front at Prokhorovka in a narrow sector and then proceed to Kursk. The Nazi command built up a tremendous armor density, something like 100 tanks and self-propelled guns per kilometer of frontage. The Prokhorovka battle, involving 1,200 tanks and a large number of planes on both sides, opened on July 12. In a week of fighting, the Germans advanced some 6 to 8 kilometers in the Orel-Kursk direction and some 30 to 35 kilometers in the Belgorod-Kursk direction, and this at an extremely high price. Hitler's finest panzer divisions had ceased to exist. Here is how Gorlitz describes the outcome: the last of the units capable of attacking burned to cinders, the neck of the panzer weapon was twisted. The time had come for a giant Soviet counter-offensive, which jumped off duly without the slightest hitch, a model of warcraft. A powerful blow was struck on July 12, 1943. Soviet troops attacked from northeast and southeast, with troops of the Central Front participating. The Kursk battle, in which the German command reckoned on regaining the strategic initiative, revealed the complete failure of the offensive strategy employed by Hitler and his generals. From then on, the strategic initiative never again passed out of Soviet and Allied hands. The post-Kursk Soviet offensive inflicted heavy losses on the Nazis, proving that their defensive strategy, too, was a failure. It became increasingly obvious that Hitler Germany was doomed. Orel and Belgorod were cleared of the enemy on August 5, and by mid-August the entire Nazi group in the Orel area was smashed. Kharkov was liberated on August 23. Meanwhile, the Soviet offensive gained in scale. Huge tracts of Soviet territory were being cleared. The Nazi exodus assumed massive proportions. Gradually, the Kursk counteroffensive developed into a strategic general offensive along the frontage running from Veliky Yeluky to the Black Sea. The Ukraine east of the Dnieper was liberated in August-September 1943. The Soviet troops reached the Dot River simultaneously along a 600 km line. The Dnieper, wide and deep, was a formidable obstacle, on which the Nazis pinned their hopes. They fortified the western bank mightily and prepared for a long siege. But the Soviet troops crossed the river and captured 23 bridgeheads. This forced crossing on the march after the bitter end. Sustained offensive fighting, calling no rest, using everything that floated without a preliminary build-up, without waiting for special river crossing equipment, has nothing to equal it in the history of wars. It was an exploit not of individual heroes, but of large units of attackers. This is reflected in the fact that 2,000 of those who participated in the crossing were awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. The first step had been made in the liberation of the Ukraine west of the Dnieper. During the swift Soviet drive to the Dnieper, battles broke out in the southern sector of the front for the possession of the Donets Basin. It took less than a month to crush the strong enemy force there, and liberate the basin. The Red Army used one of the bridgeheads on the western Dnieper bank, near the town of Lyutaz, to mount the attack against the distant approaches to Kiev on November 8, 1943, and by 04:00 hours on November 6, the day before the 26th anniversary of the October Revolution, the capital of the Soviet Ukraine had regained its freedom. North of Kursk, the Red Army performed the Smolensk operation, crowned by the recapture of the area between the rivers Dnieper and western Dvina, crossed by the main communication lines from the center of the country to Belarusia. Subsequent offensive operations liberated the eastern part of Belarusia. In the summer and autumn of 1943, the Red Army advanced 300 to 600 kilometers westward, liberating more than 40,000 localities, including 162 towns. The time had come for the final banishment of the enemy from Soviet territory. The hour of retribution was drawing closer, too, for Germany proper. Marshal of the Soviet Union A.M. Vasilevsky summed up the purport of the 1941-1943 fighting as follows: "We must stress again and again the organic link between the battle for Moscow, the battle on the Volga and the Kursk battle. Those were the three biggest politico-military events of the first 2 years of the Patriotic War, signifying 3 stages in the Red Army struggle for the possession of the strategic initiative, with the Stalingrad battle turning out to be decisive in securing a radical change in the course of the Second World War. The battles on the Kursk Bulge consolidated once and for all the strategic initiative of the Red Army. The Red Army victories and public opinion compelled the governments of the United States and Britain, which until then had preferred to discuss military strategy and the post-war arrangement in the absence of Soviet representatives, to agree to joint discussions. The latter half of 1943 saw conferences of the Big Three foreign ministers and heads of government, proving that international cooperation of states of the different social systems was possible and necessary. At the Big Three Foreign Ministers' Conference, held in Moscow on October 19 to 30, 1943, the Soviet delegation called on the Allies to step up action and bring closer the victorious end of the war. As the initial item on the agenda, the Soviet spokesman suggested examining measures reducing the duration of the war against Germany and her allies in Europe. British General Hastings Lionel Ismay, speaking on behalf of the US and British delegations, declared, however, that the Second Front could not be opened until 1944, and that only provided a number of especially favorable conditions were at hand. On the initiative of the Soviet Union, the discussion was wound up with a communiqué stating that its participants regarded as their prime aim hastening the end of the war. 1. The Soviet delegation did not obtain explicit US and British Second Front commitments for 1944. All the same, the decision adopted on the need for closer military cooperation by the three powers to hasten the end of the war offered new scope for international cooperation and made so much easier the Soviet efforts to speed the opening of a second front in Europe. The conference recognized the need for post-war international cooperation. Its communiqué said, it was essential in their own national interests and in the interests of all peace-loving nations to continue the present close collaboration and cooperation in the conduct of the war into the period following the end of hostilities, and, only in this way could peace be maintained and the political, economic, and social welfare of their peoples fully promoted. The delegations exchanged opinions on the German case. The Soviet government held that the legitimate rights and interests of the German nation should be taken into account, with the solution of the question ensuring the complete elimination of fascism and prevention of its revival, and appropriate controls to secure lasting peace in Europe. The U.S. spokesman, State Secretary Cordell Hull, put forward a plan for partitioning Germany. The same idea was projected by British Foreign Minister Anthony Eden, who said use of force should not be discounted in achieving this aim. The US and British representatives urged the USSR to resume diplomatic relations with the Polish émigré government, broken off a few months previously due to the latter's strongly anti-Soviet policy. Replying to the insistent Anglo-American representations, the Soviet spokesman said, "We stand for an independent Poland and are ready to help her. But Poland must have a government with friendly feelings towards the USSR. That is lacking now." In contrast to plans concerning Austria advanced by certain groups in the United States and Britain without the least consideration for the opinion of the Austrian people, the Soviet delegation declared that the Austrians had the right to an independent national existence and to self-determination. It was the Soviet Union that initiated the issue of the declaration on Austria by the conference, saying that the three governments wished to see a free and independent Austria and would enable the Austrian people, like those of the neighboring countries faced by similar problems, to find the political and economic security that is the only possible basis of a lasting peace. The declaration also emphasized that Austria has a responsibility which she cannot evade for participation in the war on the side of Hitlerite Germany. 3. The conference discussed Italy. Defeats on the Soviet-German front, where Italian troops shared the fate of the German, coupled with Italy's loss of all her colonies and the powerful popular movement at home, had precipitated a crisis in the spring of 1943. The Italian monopolists were frightened by the incipient revolution. On July 25, Mussolini was removed from power by the king's order, arrested and shipped off to the island of Panca. The idea was to save the fascist dictatorship by sacrificing the bankrupt fascist dictator. But the people had their own ideas. They demanded peace, freedom, and total elimination of the fascist regime. In the circumstances, the Italian government started secret negotiations with the Anglo-American command. On September 3, Italian representatives and officers of Eisenhower's staff, acting on behalf of the United Nations, signed an armistice. It formalized the end of hostilities in Italy, with no mention of her democratic development and elimination of the fascist legacy. British and US troops began landing in the south. The slow pace enabled the Nazi armies to lunge into Italy and capture her northern, central, and a large section of southern territories. There the Nazis formed a puppet government, of which Mussolini, released from arrest by German paratroopers under Otto Skorzeny, a veteran SS troubleshooter, was made the head. As a result, an Italian front appeared, with British and US troops coming to grips with the Germans. New Nazi defeats on the Soviet-German front and a spectacular partisan movement in northern Italy paved the way for what could have been a rapid and crushing defeat of Hitler's armies in Italy. But the US and British commands acted with deliberate slowness, waiting until the Nazis should wipe out the resistance movement in the country. That was why the Allied command rejected the partisan offer of concerted action, which would obviously have brought Italy's liberation closer. In the southern part of Italy, the Americans and British established a military administration which retained the fascist legislation and extensively employed the services of Italian fascists. It impinged on the national rights and interests of the Italian people, prejudicing the interests of the anti-fascist coalition and acting contrary to the war aims of that coalition. At the Moscow Foreign Ministers' Conference, the Soviet delegation spoke sharply against the US and British separatist and anti-democratic policy in Italy. And it won its int with the adoption of the Declaration on Italy, an important victory for the democratic forces. The declaration championed the legitimate rights of the Italian nation and laid down the principle of democratizing the country. To prevent further separate action by any Allied power, the Moscow Conference decided to form a European Advisory Commission to work out joint three-power decisions relating to the approaching end of the war, including the armistice or surrender terms for the hostile states. A special resolution was framed concerning behavior in relation to peace feelers from the enemy countries. It was aimed at averting new cases of separate secret negotiations. Under its terms, the Allied powers undertook to inform each other forthwith and conduct mutual consultations in order to agree their actions in the event of any proposals from any of the countries of the Hitler bloc. A declaration on German atrocities, adopted on Soviet initiative, provided for the punishment of war criminals by nations against which their specific crimes had been committed, while the main war criminals would be tried and punished jointly by the Allied powers. The declaration warned that the war criminals would not escape just retribution, because the three Allied powers will pursue them to the uttermost ends of the earth and will deliver them to the accusers in order that justice may be done. Point 2. The declaration was a stern warning for the German war criminals, and disappointed those who had wished to protect them. The conference discussed ways of assuring universal post-war security and the idea of an international peacekeeping organization. A declaration on general security was adopted, which the Chinese government also signed, referring to the establishment of a general international organization, based on the principle of the sovereign equality of all peace-loving states, for the maintenance of international peace and security. Point 3. The declaration was historic in that it initiated the United Nations organization and first formulated its purpose, defining its basic principles as a body for the international cooperation of sovereign states in maintaining peace and security. This destroyed the plans of turning the organization into a kind of supranational government, as certain Western quarters wished. The declaration envisaged agreement by its signatories on how to regulate armaments and stipulated that after the war's end none would employ their military forces within the territories of other states except for the purposes envisaged in this declaration. And after joint consultation. Point 1. The conference went down in history of the anti-fascist coalition as a practical proof that international cooperation was possible and fruitful. Its decisions assisted the efforts of progressives to assure a democratic post-war arrangement in the world. More immediately, they helped to invigorate the wartime Anglo-American Soviet coalition and, moreover, prepared the ground for the first meeting of the USSR, USA, and British heads of government. The Tehran Conference, at which Joseph Stalin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Winston Churchill first sat down round the same table, opened on November 28 and closed on December 1, 1943. Tehran was chosen as the venue after prolonged negotiations. Some city in the Soviet Union would have been preferable, considering that the Soviet leaders directing operations on the decisive war front could not afford to break off direct communications with the troops. However, considerable pressure was exerted on the U.S. president by those who had wanted to complicate cooperation and pleaded considerations of prestige. The Allies had to take into account the existence in Iran of a considerable secret German intelligence network. The Soviet government, for one, learned that an attack was being planned against the heads of the three powers. Nikolai Kuznetsov, legendary Soviet intelligence officer posing as Paul Siebert, a Nazi Oberleutnant, succeeded in winning the friendship of SS Sturmbannführer von Ortel in the German-occupied town of Rovno. Von Ortel revealed to him the plan of an attack envisaging the landing near Tehran of several groups of paratroopers specially trained in a Copenhagen school to capture and kill the leaders of the Allied powers. Kuznetsov's information was speedily relayed to Moscow. Protective measures were taken. The conference took place in the Soviet Embassy building, where premises were also provided for the U.S. President's residence. The Soviet delegation was lodged in the two-storied villa of the Soviet ambassador near the main embassy building. The British delegation stayed on the grounds of its own embassy, located close to the Soviet. A military group from the staff of the Soviet Supreme Command and the General Staff was also put up on the Soviet embassy grounds. Contact was continuously maintained with the troops and war operations were directed along the entire Soviet-German front. Just as at the preceding Foreign Ministers' Conference, the main topic in Tehran concerned the Second Front. Speaking first, President Roosevelt named May-June 1944 as the approximate time for the landing of troops in Europe. We should very much like to help the Soviet Union and to draw off a part of the German forces from the Soviet front. But, of course, a second front in the summer of 1944 could not be half as useful as a year or two earlier. The 1944 landing was spurred essentially by the interests of the U.S. ruling element. Stalin stressed in his speech that the invasion of Europe by Allied forces would yield the best results by a blow at the enemy in northern or northwestern France. Churchill, however, suggested stepping up operations in Italy and the eastern Mediterranean before landing Allied forces in northwest Europe, though, he said, this could cause some delay in the operation across the Channel. In reply, the Soviet head of government suggested that the Allies should consider Operation Overlord, already prepared, as their main 1944 undertaking, that is, invading northwest Europe with a supporting action in southern France, adding that the invasion should take place not later than May 1944. In the next 2 days Churchill continued to insist on his proposal. On November 30 he told Stalin that a choice has to be made between the date of Operation Overlord and the operations in the Mediterranean, for obviously giving precedence to the latter. Seeking to overcome Churchill's objections, Stalin said the Soviet Union would aid Operation Overlord by timing a major offensive in May in order to pin down the German divisions on the Eastern Front and to prevent the Germans from creating any difficulties for Overlord. Thereupon, the conference agreed scheduling Operation Overlord for May 1944. Just as at the Foreign Ministers' Conference, the US and British delegates in Tehran raised the question of Soviet relations with the Polish émigré government. The head of the Soviet delegation set out the Soviet attitude: Russia, no less than the other powers, is interested in good relations with Poland, because Poland is Russia's neighbor. We stand for the restoration and strengthening of Poland. But we draw a line between Poland and the émigré Polish government in London. We broke off relations with that government not out of any whim on our part, but because the Polish government joined Hitler in slandering the Soviet Union. The discussion of the Polish question yielded no results, because the US and British governments tied the matter in with the policy of the émigré government in London. At Roosevelt's suggestion, Germany was discussed at some length. Stalin said, "What are the proposals on this matter?" Roosevelt's reply was curt: the partition of Germany. Churchill was of the same opinion: I am for partitioning Germany. Stalin's view differed: there are no steps that could exclude the possibility of Germany's unification. I don't know that there is need to set up 4, 5, or 6 independent German states. 3. At the end of the October 1 sitting, acting on what he had discussed in private with the head of the Soviet delegation, Churchill submitted the following proposal concerning Poland's post-war frontiers: the hearth of the Polish state and people must be situated between the so-called Curzon Line and the line of the Oder River, including eastern Prussia and the Opoln province as part of Poland. For in principle, Stalin expressed his accord. Eyewitnesses recall that Roosevelt had told Stalin the United States could help the Soviet Union rehabilitate the war-ravaged economy by granting credits of several $billion. His country, Stalin replied, would welcome aid from so rich a country as the United States, provided the terms were acceptable. Two Tehran documents were made public, the Declaration of the Three Powers on Joint Action in the War Against Fascist Germany and on Post-War Cooperation, and the Declaration of the Three Powers regarding Iran. The former said the three powers had concerted their plans for the destruction of the German forces and reached complete agreement as to the scope and dates of operations to be launched from east, west, and south. The latter said that the three powers are at one with the government of Iran in their desire for the maintenance of the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Iran. Churchill handed Stalin a sword, a gift from the King of Great Britain to the citizens of Stalingrad in commemoration of the victory. According to an eyewitness account, Churchill suggested that the ruins of that hero city should be kept intact, with a new city built nearby, so that the ruins of Stalingrad would remain as a tribute to human endurance. Stalin said that the ruins of only one block or several buildings would be preserved. The whole city would be built anew, rising out of the ashes like phoenix, he said, and this would be a fitting monument. The Moscow and Tehran conferences were successful first and foremost thanks to the Soviet Union, whose government was striving to finish the war as quickly as possible, to liberate the enslaved peoples, to organize the post-war world along democratic lines and prevent new imperialist aggression in Europe. The conferences played a positive role, demonstrating that separate meetings by US and British statesmen were ineffective, while joint decisions on the major issues of war and peace were enormously important. Chapter 5. The Economic Miracle. 1. Heroism in battle and in labor. An army has to be fed, clothed, showed, transported, and armed. In this respect, the demands of the Second World War were much greater than of any other war before it. The armies were of many millions, using a great variety of arms and vast numbers of vehicles. To defeat Hitler Germany and her allies militarily, they had first to be defeated economically. And it was economically that the Great Patriotic War began most unfavorably for the Soviet Union. Having continuously primed for war through 9 years and conquered a number of European countries, Nazi Germany possessed considerably greater military economic resources. This may be seen from the following table. Although Germany was far behind in oil, it had a well-geared synthetic fuels industry and possessed considerable stocks of oil and oil products seized in occupied countries. The German production of arms, meanwhile, was far greater than that of the Soviet Union at the time of the attack. Furthermore, when the war broke out, with the enemy overrunning important industrial areas, the Soviet situation deteriorated seriously. Against June 1941, the December production of pig iron dropped to less than a quarter, steel and rolled stock to less than a third, rolled non-ferrous metals to a tiny fraction of pre-war, and of ball bearings to less than 1/20th. Soviet industrial output shrank to under half between June and November 1941. War production, 2, declined, warplanes to less than a third from September to November, while 303 munitions factories went out of operation totally between August and November. 3. Suffering losses of this magnitude, no economy in the OER world could have revived in war conditions. The Soviet Union had certain industrial resources in its eastern regions, built up under the pre-war 5-year plans. But these were insufficient to defeat the enemy economically. Eastern production had to be expanded, and considerably so. That is why at the very outbreak of war the Central Committee of the Communist Party and the Soviet government stressed that the plan of extending war production depended on the rapid unfolding of a production base in the Transvolga area, the Urals, Western Siberia, Kazakhstan, and Central Asia. 4. Industrial plant from the country's western regions was to be transferred there as quickly as possible. A mammoth migration began from the country's war-threatened west to the east. Nothing of like proportions has ever been witnessed in history. Hundreds of factories, including war plants, were put on wheels, including equipment usually thought untransportable: rolling mills, boilers, turbogenerators, presses, machine tools and mining equipment. The loading and dispatch took mere hours or a few days, often literally within sight of the enemy. Also shipped out was the ready stock, semi-finished and raw materials. Completing The initial phase of the exploit, workers and their families followed the plant eastward to tackle the second phase, installing the equipment in new places and restarting production. A. N. Kuzmin, director of Zaporozhstal, a big iron and steel plant, was asked during a post-war trip to the United States whether it was true all Zaporozhstal equipment was shipped out. He replied, "Yes." The workers rose to the occasion. They were defending their future. As many as 1,523 factories, including 1,360 large war plants, were removed to the east in July-November 1941. Cut of this number, 226 to the Transvolga area, 667 to the Urals, 244 to Western Siberia, 78 to Eastern Siberia and 308 to Kazakhstan and Central Asia. The railways were strained to breaking point. With the outbreak of war, they took troops and war materiel to the battle lines, and did their job well. 1.5 times more troop trains were brought to the front in a week as in the first 2 months of the 1914 war. 3 But almost simultaneously they had to evacuate industry from the western areas. It was a titanic assignment, which the Soviet railwaymen also accomplished. Nearly 1,500,000 cars of equipment were taken east in 1941 alone. And this despite fierce Luftwaffe attempts to paralyze transport. In October-December 1941, Nazi bombers kept 25 railway lines, including those deep in the rear, under constant attack. The enemy flew 5,939 missions over only the tracks near the front from the beginning of the war to December 1941 alone, dropping more than 46,000 bombs. The evacuated plant was restarted in several ways. Some evacuated factories were merged with operating factories in the east. Some of the plant was installed in newly built factories. Some evacuated enterprises were split into several new specialized plants, etc. The large tank-making plant shipped out from the Ukraine was amalgamated with other plants, forming the Urals Tank Works. And one more large tank-making plant, known as Tankograd, sprang up after the merging of a Leningrad plant, the Kharkov Diesel Works and the Chelyabinsk Tractor Works. The winter complicated matters greatly. Foundation pits had to be cut out of frozen Siberian ground. The Bolshevik plant, evacuated from Kiev, was restarted in a Sverdlovsk suburban area in the open. Machine tools put on foundations were provided, lighting from lamps hung on the surrounding pine trees. Building elements were being cut and welded for the vault of the future factory building, and foundations laid for the walls. That was the epic birth of the new immense Uralkhomish. This was also the case with many other enterprises which began producing in the open. To speed up matters, large temporary timber buildings were put up, some in a matter of 15 to 20 days. A large war plant evacuated to Novosibirsk was restarted on its new site in 14 days, and simultaneously builders put up a thermo-power plant and a pontoon bridge across the Obi, joining the old and new industrial quarters of the city. The critical low in production was passed at the end of 1941. Thenceforward output began to climb, with the flow of arms, ammunition, and materiel increasing steadily. The unfolding of Soviet war production is one of the most striking secrets of the Second World War. Yet it should have surprised no one. This was a logical manifestation of the strength and viability of the Soviet social and political system. Many were surprised, however, and this applies to many foreign friends of the Soviet Union, not only to the enemy. Many thought its economic victory over Nazi Germany was impossible. The Soviet people proved the contrary. Important was the fact that the Soviet Union already possessed the designs of new, sophisticated weapons, tanks and planes, and that the method of production had already been developed. The essential technical and production problems were solved in the early months of the war jointly by scientists, researchers, engineers, designers, and workers. In collaboration with the director of the Magnitogorsk Iron and Steel Combine, engineer V. A. Smirnov, foreman M. M. Hiko, steel worker D. N. Zhukov and others developed a direct open hearth smelting technique for high-grade armor steel, while another group of engineers, 125, headed by the deputy senior mechanic, N.A. Regenko, used the blooming mill to roll the armor. Academician Y.O. Payton's automatic welding techniques raised efficiency 5 times over, and were used with eminent success in making tanks. As a result, tank production rose steeply. But so did that of firearms, including submachine guns and artillery pieces of all calibers. Plane output increased somewhat more slowly, chiefly due to acute shortages of aluminium after the area of the Dnieper hydropower station fell into German hands. But soon aluminium began coming in increasing quantities from Urals plants. A year after Nazi Germany attacked, the Soviet war industry had not only recovered, but increased its capacity. By March 1942 the eastern regions produced as much as the entire country did before the war. By mid-1942 industry had been largely reorganized, with most of the recited war factories back in operation. Somewhat later that year the process of wartime conversion, begun the day the war started, was complete. The Soviet economy was capable of supplying the troops uninterruptedly, with increasing abundance. Plane production was 60% or up over the year before, and tank production 270% or. The following year, 1943, aviation plants built some 35,000 planes, and armor plants made 24,000 tanks. Production of firearms and artillery increased less rapidly, but the volume of output was high. Manufacture of jet mortars, popularly known as Katyushas, climbed steadily. The immense leverage of the Soviet socialist economic system, coupled with the mass heroism of the people, helped resolve the war's formidable organizational and economic problems and build up steadily the military economic potential. For the first time in the history of wars, the productive forces in a war-gripped country, the theater of the main battles, continued to expand spectacularly, instead of decreasing. Braving unspeakable difficulties and hardships, the nation forged the victory in arduous labor. Morale was high. Inspired by the Communist Party, the workers displayed a fervent patriotism, which generated a universal heroism. In labor the likes of which was never seen in history. The advantage in arms which the enemy had had at the beginning of the war was soon offset by this peerless exploit. The Soviet working class, the most revolutionary and best organized politically conscious part of the nation, stood in the front ranks of the battle for economic victory over the enemy. The services it rendered the country were a model of dedication. There were massive patriotic movements, the all-Union Socialist emulation movement among enterprises and shops, and individual workers, the movement for combining trades, the movement of 200ers and 300ers, the movement of multiple turners, and others. Combining several trades and simultaneously operating several lathes was necessary to make up for the depletion of manpower resulting from the high army conscription rate. Ural building worker V.F. Shalayev sparked the movement of combining several trades, he learned 8 in wartime. Lathe operator Ignatov of the Urals heavy engineering plant, who began by working 2 lathes, then took on another 2, those of a called-up mate. Working 4 lathes, he fulfilled 5 to 6 daily assignments. At the Krasny Proletary Engineering Works, Turner V. Emfrolov worked 2 multi-cutter milling machines, and when a friend joined the army, he took on his job as well, fulfilling more than 5 assignments daily. The movement, joined by many workers, was given added impetus by Yekaterina Baryshnikova, a girl of the first Moscow ball-bearing plant, and Yegor Agarkov, a Urals factory worker. They suggested reducing the work teams, while increasing output. The movement they pioneered released nearly 100,000 workers, who were transferred to do other sorely needed work. Steelmaker Alexander Chakov, of the Kuznetsk iron and steel plant, who was one of the first to learn smelting special-grade steel in ordinary open hearth furnaces, made enough steel in the first 2 years of the war to manufacture 24 heavy tanks, 36 guns, 15,000 mortars, 100,000 hand grenades and 18,000 submachine guns. He was awarded the state prize, which he donated to the Red Army Fund, asking that the money be used to equip the Siberian Guards Division with 127 submachine guns. These bore the inscription, "To the Siberians from steelmaker Chakov." There was heroism, too, in the way the workers coped with breakdowns and repairs, oblivious of fatigue and danger. Cases have been recorded where repairmen overhauled furnaces that were still hot. One later said that the idea had come from a newspaper, which reported how seamen repaired a steam boiler of a warship damaged in battle. This is how the heroism of the factory workers blended with that of the men at the front. The heroic labor of the collective farmers assured a steady supply of food for the army and the rear, and of raw materials for industry. And this despite the fact that for a time the Soviet Union was deprived of its main grain-producing areas, the Ukraine, the Don area and Kuban territory. This was partly compensated by expanding grain areas in other parts of the country. It is safe to say that without the collective farm system, without the farmers' devoted patriotism, the economic victory over the enemy would have been impossible. Agriculture, too, had its wartime shock workers. P.S. Nazarov harvested 56 centners of wheat per hectare on the Avangard collective farm in Sverdlovsk region. Collective farmer Chaganak Bersina, of the Kerman collective farm in Kazakhstan, grew more than 205 centners of millet per hectare in 1943, an unheard of yield, and Izakayev, of the KZYL2 collective farm in KZYL Orda_region, 156 centners of rice per hectare. In Dnipropetrovsk region, collective farmer N. Koshik harvested 152 centners of maize per hectare in 1944, while combine operator IP Voronin, of Chkalov region, brought home 3,467 hectares by coupling two combines and saving 4,654 kilograms of fuel. But to manufacture arms, ammunition, and equipment and grow food for the army, was only half the job. The supplies still had to be delivered. And Soviet railwaymen took their trains hard up to the front lines, often under enemy fire and a hail of bombs. A few examples: engine driver Trofimov, in charge of a munitions train, was attacked by aircraft. The driver's cabin was perforated by bomb fragments, the air duct smashed and the grease tank set alight. Trofimov and his helpers put out the fire, repaired the damage and pulled on to their destination. A woman driver, Yelena Chuknyuk, handled army supply trains oblivious of danger. 17 enemy bombers attacked. 128. The railway station where her munitions train was standing, but Yelena did not lose her head. She pulled it away from the station, away from the bombs. The locomotive and many of the cars were damaged, but the supplies were saved. During the Stalingrad battle an enemy bomb hit the tender of her locomotive. Yelena saved the locomotive and uncoupled cars set aflame by the enemy. Millions of tons of supplies were shipped under gunfire and air and submarine attack by the Soviet merchant marine and river fleet. The seamen assured communications and deliveries for the besieged hero cities of Odessa, Stalingrad, and Sevastopol at the height of the enemy assaults. Motor vehicles, too, were used extensively. Supplying Leningrad across Lake Ladoga ice under enemy fire and bombing is a heroic chapter in the history of the Leningrad battle. Soviet intellectuals performed their patriotic duty honorably. Scientists, designers, and inventors solved many a wartime problem. They developed new, improved types of weapons and equipment superior to the best grain arms. Together with engineers and technicians they found ways to steeply increase and cheapen production, developed new techniques and audacious new ways of stepping up output. Automatic welding, developed by academician Y.O. Payton, replaced manual welding. A group of physicists headed by S.I. Vavilov developed valuable new optical equipment for the army. A. Yakovlev, S. Lavochkin, S. Ilyashin, A. Tupolev and V. Petlyakov were prominent among designers of new aircraft. G. Kotin and A. Morozov produced new models of tanks, and V. Grabin, F. Petrov and I. Ivanov new types of artillery, while S. Simonov, G. Shpagin, V. Degtyarev and F. Tokarev produced automatic and semi-automatic firearms. Soviet writers, poets, composers, artists, and actors popularized the exploits of Soviet people at the bench and in the trenches, cultivating patriotism and hatred of the enemy, and inspiring the millions. Industrial executives, the captains of production, proved to be splendid organizers, among them the wartime People's Commissars I.F. Tavishyan, of the iron and steel industry, D.F. Ustinov, of armaments, A.I. Shukurin, of the aviation industry, V.A. Malashev, tanks, V.V. Vakrushev, coal, etc., factory directors I.A. Lakakev of the Moscow Car Works, I.K. Loskutov of the Gorky Car Works, B.G. Moots. 129. Rukov of the Urals Heavy Engineering Plant, I.M. Zaltzman of the Kirov Works, and many others. The morale and energy of Soviet people, their wholesale heroism in battle and on the shop floor were inspired by the tireless work of the Communist Party. The leadership it afforded was the main factor in the economic, as well as military, victory. 2. The economic victory. The Soviet wartime economy was built up in a mere 12 months. It took nearly 18 months to overcome the arms shortage. By the beginning of 1943 war production was in full swing and the Red Army was getting arms and ammunition in required and continuously increasing quantities. Not only did the war plants recover lost capacity, but expanded considerably. The mammoth migration eastward was performed with amazing efficiency. By March 1942 the eastern regions alone yielded as many tools of war as the war plants of the entire Soviet Union did before the Nazi attack. The 1942 output of war materiel was 5 times as great as in 1940 in the Urals, 27-fold in western Siberia and G-fold in the Transvolga area. Aggregate 1944 industrial output surpassed pre-war by 4% and war production was 312% against 1940.3. At the height of the war's bitterest battles, new construction was underway in the rear. Moreover, not small enterprises, but industrial giants went up. In 1943 alone 3 blast and 20 open hearth furnaces, 23 electric furnaces, 8 rolling mills and 3 coking plants were put into operation, with many other industrial plants being started up and losing no time in getting into high gear before the war. It was a hard and fast rule that war production should not exceed the output of raw materials. By this token, the Soviet Union, which had less fuel and metal than Germany, could never have caught up, let alone surpassed her in war production. But the people performed a miracle, with Soviet war production surpassing that of Germany in quantity, as well as quality. This wrought the economic victory, the material basis for military victory, though the first crushing counter-blows of the Soviet army were delivered before the people in the rear achieved economic superiority. In a nutshell, the advantages of the Soviet socialist economic system made it possible, despite the lesser production base, to produce more arms and ammunition than Hitler Germany and the Nazi-occupied countries. War production also increased in Germany. But Soviet industry attained a rate of accretion that greatly exceeded Germany's. It was this difference in the rate of growth that finally produced the physical advantage. In 1944 the Soviet Union made 29,000 tanks and self-propelled guns against Germany's 27,300, 40,300 planes against 34,400, and 7,400 million bullets against 5,700 million. It was not until the end of 1944 that German war production began to decline, due, among other things, to the loss of occupied territory and some of the satellite countries, the loss of some German areas and the removal of industrial enterprises to the country's western regions. Germany was scraping the bottom of the barrel for manpower, while sabotage by foreign and some German workers, and general disorganization caused by military operations on German territory, took a heavy toll. An important factor of the Soviet war production growth was the marshalling of all available economic resources and centering them on that one aim. Consumer goods production was reduced. The motto was, everything for the front, everything for victory. Western historiographers tend to think that the decisive part in equipping the Soviet troops was played by supplies from the United States, Britain, and Canada. These were undeniably of some importance, especially the supply of motor vehicles. but US and British supplies of arms were negligibly small, as may be seen from the following table. To Soviet Armed Forces during Great Patriotic War. By Gore Planes Tanks. Soviet Industry 43.9 136.8 102.5. USA and Britain 96 18.7 108. The figures speak for themselves. The Soviet Union defeated Hitler New York with homemade arms and homemade equipment. Furthermore, Soviet arms surpassed the German in quality. They were incomparably better, too, than the arms supplied to the Soviet Union by the United States and Britain. There is every reason to say, therefore, that the Soviet socialist economy went it alone, achieving the historic economic victory over fascist Germany and the Nazi-occupied countries of Europe. A tense competition was on throughout the war for superiority in the quality of arms. And Soviet designing one, the Soviet T-34 tank, developed before the Nazi attack, was the best medium tank in the war. Wehrmacht General Gunther Blumentritt admitted that in 1941 this was the most spectacular AFV which could only be dealt with by other tanks. This marked the beginning of what came to be called the tank terror among German soldiers. Guderian, the German panzer theorist, says in his memoirs that attempts to copy the T-34 in German works failed due to the superior Soviet steel and inability to make a similar motor. He referred to the sinking capability of German panzer troops in face of the continuously increasing capacity of the Soviet tank forces thanks to the serial production of the excellent Russian T-34 tank. 4 Soviet designers worked on the T-34 throughout the war. They improved its engine and transmission, and added to the strength of the armor. Instead of a 76 mm gun they were able to install an 85 mm gun, without affecting the tank's mobility, which became even greater by virtue of engine improvements. In the beginning of the war Soviet plants were making a heavy tank, known as KV. By September 1943, however, the Red Army was supplied with a new heavy tank, JS, designed by the same group under G. J. Kotin. Its armor was 50% superior to that of the much-vaunted German Tiger and 100% to that of the Panther, and it was moreover better armed. Also in 1943 Soviet plants launched quantity production of the powerful self-propelled guns, Sao-152, followed by a series of similar models. In 1943 alone Soviet designers developed 21 new types of tanks and self-propelled guns. New types of planes had only just begun to come off the production line when the war erupted. Yet a number of new ones, more up-to-date, appeared in 1942 and 1943. Designer S. A. Lavochkin's La-5 fighter surpassed the German Messerschmitt 109 and new, improved modifications of the same Lavochkin plane proved superior not only to the Messerschmitt, but even the Focke-Wulf 1G0, on which the German command had pinned its hopes. Die Bomber PE-2 by designer V. M. Petlyakov, after improvements in 1942 and 1943, combined unsurpassed endurance, speed, and mobility. The Il-2 Soviet attack plane, which the enemy nicknamed Black Death, was the terror of the Wehrmacht throughout the war. It was improved several times, its armor thickened and firepower increased. The final model carried a 37 mm gun. No other belligerent country was able to develop as good a plane during the war. Soviet artillery was constantly being improved. A number of new systems of different calibers and for different purposes was developed in wartime. Systems, designed for planes, tanks, self-propelled chassis, and anti-tank troops were particularly good. In 1944, the Soviet Army received a 100 mm anti-tank gun which easily pierced the heaviest panzers. Soviet artillery had splendid ballistics, endurance, speed, and power. New types of shells were developed, but the greatest indent was made by the new armor-piercing hardcore shells and jet shells. Firearms, too, were greatly improved. New machine guns were developed for planes, tanks, and the infantry. And submachine guns of several improved kinds were mass-produced. Arms created by the genius of the Soviet working class streamed to the front in an endless flow. and the necessary abundance of arms, vehicles and ammunition enabled the Red Army to accelerate its drive to Berlin. The food situation was difficult throughout the war. The stocks of grain, flour, and cereals available at the beginning of the war were enough only for the first several months. The loss of agricultural areas was a bitter blow. Deliveries of grain, flour, and cereals from the United States and Canada were negligible. Food supplies had to be strictly regulated, the bulk being directed to the active army and to workers in the war industries. Local sources of food, little farms run by factories and organizations, and vegetable growing by the population, were important. Also highly important were products grown by collective farmers on personal plots, which they sold directly to consumers. The state and collective farms provided the country with a considerable quantity of grain, a total of 68.8 million tons, in the 4 years of war. By way of comparison, it may be recalled that only 22.5 million tons were procured in the country in the 4 years of the First World War. 3 Though generally coping with the food shortage, the city people suffered great hardships. Their diet shrank, and its quality deteriorated. The following figures give an idea of the state of affairs. Before the war, an adult in the city had an average 3,370 calories per day, which met his physiological needs. In 1942 the figure dropped to 2,555 calories, although expenditure of energy increased visibly. In the later years of the war caloricity increased somewhat, but even in 1944 the average per person was only 2,810. Consumption of fats, and especially of sugar, declined steeply, and that of proteins, too. The privations were great, but could not be compared to the sacrifice in the battle lines. Nothing could break the morale of the heroic Soviet people or diminish their determination to safeguard independence and freedom, to defend their country and its socialist gains. It should be noted that the employment structure changed greatly during the war. The cream of the able-bodied workers, farmers, and intellectuals went to the front. Women and adolescents, and older people took their places in production in town and country. Female labor in industry went up from 38% in 1940 to 55% in 1945. In agriculture the percentage rise was still greater. More than 250,000 rural women were in executive positions: collective farm chairmen or board members, team leaders, and livestock farm managers. Young industrial workers quickly absorbed the experience and skill of the veterans. By the end of 1944 as many as 1 million people, comprising 150 Komsomol and youth teams, were active in industry and transport. They were a model of diligence, treating their work assignments as a supreme duty. Young people and adolescents did their bit on the farms. Boys and girls of 16 and under comprised 17% of the farmers in 1944.4, and like the young workers, they performed their duties most conscientiously. The Soviet people did not wait for the war to end to begin restoring the war-ravaged economy. This was an arduous and complicated job. Not only did the Nazis carry off everything they could from territories they had overrun, but had also, before withdrawing senselessly, in vandal fashion, demolished factories and dwellings, valuable monuments, blowing up and burning whatever they could. Hitler's generals boasted that their troops left a desert zone in their wake, in which life would be impossible for at least a decade. But the Soviet people disproved this malicious scheme, too, reviving the desert zone to a life of culture and humanism. An additional task faced them, that of aiding the liberated peoples in rehabilitating their economy. This was a task which the country tackled the moment its army liberated a region. In August 1943, the Communist Party and the Soviet government adopted a special decision to that effect. And its implementation was successful. Factories, dwellings, and public amenities rose out of the ashes, and millions of hectares of land gone to waste were redeveloped. The biggest economic assignment was to rehabilitate the Donets Basin. Its mines, factories, power stations, and mining towns were a heap of ruins. The mines were flooded, some of them so vastly that they had each become reservoirs of some 25 million cubic meters of water. Many of the galleries, exposed to the effects of water, had caved in. V.V. Vakrushev, a distinguished organizer of socialist production and the People's Commissar of the coal industry, was put in charge of the rehabilitation project, assisted by the heads of the biggest mining combines, A.F. Zazyadko, K.I. Pochenkov, K.K. Kartashev and A.T. Kardashev. Their leadership sparked the initiative and know-how of the miners, who submitted interesting suggestions of how to speed rehabilitation. Women who had learned the mining trade, took part in the effort. In the first 12 months after the Donets Basin was liberated, 60 million cubic meters of water was pumped out of the flooded mines and nearly 1,000 enterprises restarted. Restarted in 1944 in territory cleared of the enemy were coal mines with an annual capacity of 29,200,000 tons, 11 blast furnaces yielding 2,100,000 tons of pig iron, 43 open hearth furnaces yielding 1,800,000 tons of steel, 2 converters yielding 240,000 tons of steel, 22 rolling mills yielding 1,400,000 tons of rolled stock, 43 coking batteries yielding 3,800,000 tons of coke, and ore mines yielding 5,400,000 tons of iron ore. Cement factories, sugar refineries, textile mills, and garment factories, too, began operating. The rehabilitation of liberated areas added to the country's economic power. The economic potential behind the Red Army's offensives kept climbing. More than 1,800 state farms, 3,000 machine and tractor stations and 85,000 collective farms were rebuilt by the end of the war. Towns from which the Nazi invaders had been driven out were restored, rebuilt and newly built dwellings adding up to a housing area of 24,800,000 sqm of living space, with 1,400,000 dwellings, put up in the countryside. The vigor of a nation is measured by how it copes with the hardships of war, and also by how it eliminates its ravages. Here, too, the Soviet people wrote a new chapter in world history. For the first time ever, rehabilitation began on a great scale while the war was not yet over, while battles of great magnitude were still being fought and the Nazi invader still applied the greatest effort, hoping to recover the strategic initiative. This was yet another exploit of the nation of builders, whose rehabilitation effort foiled many an enemy design. 3. The pen is a bayonet, the camera a rifle. Vladimir Mayakovsky, the Soviet poet, expressed the patriotic duty of writers and artists in the following lines. I want that the pen be equated to the bayonet. In the war, the pen of writers and poets, the brush of the artist, the sculptor's chisel and the cameraman's equipment were so effective a weapon that they could quite legitimately be equated to bayonet and rifle. Besides, many artists and writers were as adept with the bayonet and rifle as they were with the usual tools of their trade. They fought in the battle lines, some of them as soldiers, some as commanders, some as political officers, and many as war correspondents and cameramen. More than 1,000 Soviet writers joined the army, including M. Bazan, A. Bazymansky, P. Brovka, V. Vishnevsky, A. Gaidar, V. Grossman, Ye. Dalmatovsky, A. Korniashuk, V. Kochhevnikov, K. Krapiva, U. Krymuov, M. Linkov, S. Mikakov, P. Pavlenko, Ye. Petrov, A. Prokofiev, V. Sayanov, M. Svetlov, K. Simonov, L. Slavin, V. Stavsky, A. Surkov, M. Tank, A. Tvardovsky, N. Tikhanov and M. Shalikov, also many composers, including A. Alexandroi and V. Muradeli, and artists P. Sokolov-Skalia, P. Shukman, B. Prorokov, and actors K. Bezatova, Ye. Gogoleva, G. Yura, etc. As many as 275 men of letters gave their lives for the freedom and independence of their socialist country. 500 writers were decorated with war orders and medals, 10 being honored with the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. Writers performed numerous feats of valor. The life and death of those who fell in battle is impregnated in the memory of the Soviet people. U. Krymovy died in covering the withdrawal of his squad with a machine gun. A Gaidar faced Nazi bullets to warn his partisan friends of danger. B. Lapin would not follow the others out of a Nazi trap, staying behind with his mortally wounded friend Z. Katsravin, to face certain death. D. Altazan, another writer, refused a place in an airplane evacuating members of a trapped unit and, having made his decision, died fighting. A. Lebedev met his death with the rest of a submarine crew. And the fortitude of Musa Jalil, his gallant stand in a Gestapo prison, is known the world over. But the exploit of the Soviet writers was literary, as well as martial. When the hour of war struck, they provided the Soviet people, men at the front and workers in the rear, with what they keenly needed, the militant word. It was hard for the average Soviet men and women, peaceful by nature, to grasp the gravity of the situation, to acquire a burning hatred of the enemy. A flaming word was needed to reach the heart and bring home that the country had to be defended to the last, imbue one and all with the idea of a sacred patriotic war. And the task was splendidly accomplished by Soviet writers, poets, playwrights, journalists, and cameramen. The first wartime issue of Pravda, dated June 23, 1941, published verse by Alexei Surkov and Nikolai Asiev. The following day Zvezdia printed V. Lebedev Kumika's Holy War, a poem of deep wrath which, put to music by composer A. Alexandrov, became, in effect, the anthem of the Great Patriotic War. Ilya Ehrenberg made his wartime debut in Krasnaya Zvezda on June 26, and Alexei Tolstoy in Pravda on June 27. The deeply patriotic articles by Alexei Tolstoy, Mikhail Sholokhov, and Alexander Fadeyev, the incisive features by Ilya Ehrenberg, and the inspired reports of Nikolai Dukhanov from beleaguered Leningrad, all Soviet literature, all art, the creativity of thousands of writers, artists and musicians, the men and women of Soviet culture, the culture of all the peoples of the USSR, aroused in the people a hatred of the invader, inspiring courage and stealing their will. Defense became the main theme of all literature, which turned to past history, to examples of resistance. Leonid Leonov wrote, "In a difficult hour ask them, those stern Russian people who put our country together bit by bit, and they will tell you how to comport yourself, even when alone among a multitude of enemies." Alexei Tolstoy told the Soviet soldier, "You love your wife and child, turn that love inside out, so it gives you pain, so it makes you bleed. Kill the beast that is your sacred commandment." Soviet literature did not depict the enemy as weak. It did not promise an easy victory. It spoke of his strength and of his weakness. He had primed for war, had prepared for aggression, his army was trained, had much experience, was malicious, greedy and cynical. His weaknesses were the absence of lofty ideals, the lowliness of aims, their contradiction with the inexorable laws of history. The spirit and morale of the Soviet man, his devotion to socialism, surpassed by far that sinister likeness to ideal nourished by fascism. The main thing was to bring home to every Soviet man the intrinsic sense of the war. Soviet literature, hand in hand with all other forms of patriotism-inspiring ideological work, tackled the task, creating images of men fighting unto death, depicting the power and invincibility of the socialist system. It sang the ideals of the Soviet man, the theme of Soviet socialist patriotism. Defense lines abandoned by the Red Army were gradually retaken. But if communist convictions had been similarly abandoned, they would have been irretrievable. Performing its civic and patriotic duty, Soviet literature clung to them unto death, and therein is the greatness of its exploit. That exploit was part of the exploit of the nation. Soviet literature's bonds with the people grew stronger in those grim war years. The writers, poets, and playwrights wrote and said exactly what the people wanted to hear from them. They said the truth about the nation's tragedy, about its burning anger, an anger that could not but save the Soviet Union and all mankind from fascist enslavement. They used the power of the word to prove the irreversibility of world history, as manifested in socialism's victory and in the profound changes which that victory had wrought. The people in battle, the people in the rear, the people in besieged cities, those were the main heroes. The writers showed the determinative role played by the people in the fight against fascism and in forging the victory. The nation recognized their writers' exploit. The demand for poetry, novels, and short stories, and feature articles, soared. As many as 169,500,000 copies of books of fiction were put out during the war years. Not journals alone, but also national, local and army newspapers printed the works of the Soviet men of letters. Pravda, Izvestia, and Krasnaya Zvezda devoted pages to plays, poems and stories by Olga Bergholz, Wanda Wasyliska, Boris Gorbatov, Vasily Grossman, P. Pavlenko, Mikhail Svetlov, Konstantin Simonov, Alexander Tvardovsky, Mikhail Shalikov, and others. When the guns speak, the muses are silent. This proverb did not hold true. Thundering guns could not muffle the muses. This is particularly true of poetry, which flowered, gaining national recognition. It linked the soldier's and workman's inner world with his patriotic duty, making heroism in the name of the country the main criterion of moral purity and strength. Poetry proved an effective, mobile, and inspiring form of art. The poems and songs of Jambul, M. Isakovsky, G. Leonid, V. Lebedev-Kumik, Y. Kolas, Y. Kupala, M. Rylsky, K. Simonov, A. Surkov, A. Tvardovsky, and many others. In the autumn of 1941, Nikolai Tikhonov wrote a poem about beleaguered Leningrad, entitled Kirov is with us. A. Prokofiev's poem Russia, P. Antokolsky's Son, P. Tikhina's Burial of a Friend, A. Kuleshev's Brigade Standard, and Margarita Aliger's Zoya produced heroic images of men and women who did not hesitate to accept the enemy's challenge. In Aliger's poem, Zoya says before dying, "I shall die, but the truth will win." In a poem, If Your Home is Dear to You, popular among Soviet armymen and officers, Simonov exhorts them to kill the fascists mercilessly. Like many other poets in close touch with the men in the armed forces, Simonov knew how keenly they wanted lyrical poetry. And he produced it for them, elevating the personal and intimate to the highest rung of civic heroism. His Wait for Me became one of the most popular battle line poems, because it was so true to life. In it the soldier addresses his girl with love and faith in her loyalty. Her waiting, he tells her, would save and sustain him in it. This and many other front-line poems by Simonov, Surkov and Isakovsky, imbued with an ardent patriotism, assumed the dimensions of folklore. The songs by V. Lebedev-Kumik, above all his Holy War, which epitomized the might of the Soviet Mar risen in battle against the black fascist horde, inspired men going over the top. The poets showed that hatred of the enemy was in wartime an expression of genuine humanism. Take Simonov's splendid lines, "We have in us a severe freedom, abandoning mother to her tears, to buy immortality for the people by our own death." In the autumn of 1942, Alexander Tvardovsky began publishing chapter upon chapter of his brilliant poem, Vasily Tyorkin. The author describes how he wrote it in the grim surroundings of the war. Stealthily. In trenches, under flimsy roofs. On the road, just anyhow. Not getting off the wheels. In rain beneath the trenchcoat. Or pulling off a glove. In wind, in freezing cold. I put down lines that lived each by itself. Vasily Tyorkin is the composite image of the Soviet front-line soldier who treats his wartime trade as ordinary martial business. His daily labors are illumined by a lofty patriotic idea, that of defending the great gains of socialism from a ruthless enemy. Tyorkin's image has absorbed all the energy and dynamism of the nation's fight against fascism. He is the bearer of the finest Russian features, the embodiment of an ordinary man's quickness and strength. He has a clear mind, he is hearty, vivacious, the owner of a sound sense of humor, filled with warmth and a subtle sadness. Tyorkin is a patriot in the loftiest sense of the word. There is not a shadow of doubt in his mind that victory awaits him at the end of the road. Referring to a difficult river crossing, effected by every available, mostly makeshift, means, Tvardovsky writes. Crossings, crossings. Guns roaring in the blackest dark. A battle raging, right and holy. A mortal battle not for glory, but that life prevail on earth. Orkin, like other composite heroes, stood beside the real heroes glorified by the Soviet writers. Literature's outstanding merit was that it described the soldiers' exploits, popularized them, made them known to the entire nation. And thus, many of the exploits were repeated by others, emulated even, 1,000-fold. The partisan girl Zoya Kozmodomyanskaya, pilot Alexei Merzaev, battalion commander Burjan Mamish Yuli and infantryman Alexander Matrasov are for all time inscribed in the epic history of the war. Besides describing the exploits of heroes, Soviet literature described the exploits of hero cities. Olga Bergholz, Vera Inber, Vsevolod Vishnevsky, Vera Ketlinskaya, Nikolai Tikhonov and others dedicated their inspiration to the tragic story of beleaguered Leningrad. Bergholz wrote that she found her poetic happiness, the happiness of a citizen, in her involvement in the heroic story of Leningrad, in the battle for which she conceived herself as a soldier of the ranks. I am happy. And feel more clearly that I have always lived for this. For this embittering bloom. I make no secret of the pride I feel of entering as a private your story. Leningrad mine. In the rank of poet. To the garrison of Hanko Peninsula M. Vyudin dedicated his poetry, while V. Grossman, M. Lukinin, V. Nekrasov, K. Simonov, and many others, wrote about the epic of Stalingrad. Soviet wartime prose developed somewhat later than poetry. Somewhere in the summer of 1942 such outstanding works as Sholokov's Science of Hatred, Simonov's play Russian People, Grossman's novel Nation Immortal, Wanda Wasilewska's Rainbow, Leonid Leonov's Invasion, A. Korniashuk's Front, V. Kochevnikov's short story March, April, etc. Many had elements of a popular epic. Great vitality abounded even in passages describing the death of men, whose courage defied the grave. Grossman's Nation Immortal contains the following lines. The men died. Who will tell of their brave deeds? Only the swift clouds saw how Private Ryabakhin fought to the last cartridge, how political officer Uratik, after filling a dozen of the enemy, blew himself up with a fast cooling hand, how Red Army man Glushko, surrounded by the Germans, fired to his last breath, how machine gunners Glagoliev and Kordakin, faint with loss of blood, fought as long as their weakening fingers could press the trigger, as long as their dimming eyes could see the target through the sultry haze of the battle. Great indeed is the people whose sons die so nobly, simply, and grimly on the vast fields of battle. The sky and the stars know of them, the earth heard their last sighs, the unreaped rye and the wayside groves have seen their feats of valor. M. Sholokov's novel, They Fought for Their Country, portrayed communists imbued with the courage that vanquished death. These soldiers were deeply conscious that their personal fate was part of the fate of the socialist country, and in this spirit, by their own example, they inspired the men and officers around them. Even badly wounded, they stayed in the line. Communist Streltsov, a private, says to his friend Lopukhin, even deaf one can don't on alongside one's comrades. In the story, Science of Hatred, Sholokhov describes communist dedication as the strongest moral and ideological support a man can have in face of mortal danger to himself and his country. Many other works portray war heroes, Alexei Tolstoy's The Russian Character, Leonid Sobolev's A Seaman's Soul, Sergei Yevtsinskay's Jay and the Snows, and Konstantin Simonov's The Days and the Nights. Alexander Beck's novel, Volokolamsk Highway, depicts the arduous molding of soldiers out of men who had never handled weapons in peacetime. These men, driven by the compulsion of defending their country, hating the enemy, men who had learned the enemy's strength and weaknesses, rapidly developed into a powerful force that crushed Hitler's war machine. Beck's book portrays the friendship of the peoples of the USSR, stressing their unity. It depicts the challenges faced by officers and political officers, showing their role in training and educating the ranks. Many of the Soviet novels show the suffering of people fallen into Nazi slavery. That is the topic to which Wanda Wasilewska dedicated her novel Rainbow. She shows the loyalty of people in Nazi-occupied areas to Soviet power, the unbending force that fired them. Also she brings home the immeasurable superiority of Soviet morale and spirit. Alexander Fadeyev's novel, The Young Guard, completed at war's end, was based on a true story, the exploits and tragic end of an underground Komsomol organization in Nazi-occupied Krasnodon, a miner's town. Forcefully, the novel reveals the sources of the heroism which moved people of different generations. Like many other novels written in wartime, The Young Guard shows how much the Communist Party had done to cultivate patriotism and heroism among the people. Led by the party, the writers dedicated their finest lines to it. A new topic appeared in Soviet literature at the end of the war: the soldier whom the fortune of war had taken far from his homeland, dreams of the homecoming. This is the theme of M.I. Blanter's song, with lyrics by M.V. Isakovsky, Under the Balkan Stars. Under the Balkan Stars. I recall with reason deep all the splendid spots of Bryansk, Yaroslavl, and places in Smolensk. Composers produced patriotic music of different kinds. Songs sung by millions of soldiers, cherished by them as expressive of their own feelings, were highly popular. Dmitri Shostakovich's Seventh Symphony, composed in embattled Leningrad, was an outstanding work. It was dedicated to the hero city and the impending victory. The music depicted the invasion, the brutality of the fascists, the struggle unto death, and the final victory over fascism, the great triumph of freedom-loving mankind. By writing the symphony in a besieged city, the composer himself performed a heroic feat. Small wonder that this opus became known in all countries and was soon performed by the world's finest symphony orchestras. Soviet artists joined in the fight against fascism. Many of them concentrated on posters and cartoons. Among these were V. Goryev, P. Denisovsky, S. Kostin, Kukrenikse, N. Radlov, G. Savitsky, P. Sokolov-Skalia, M. Cheremnik, D. Shmarinov, P. Shukman. The first war: Stir, Smash, and Destroy the Enemy Without Mercy, by Dekrasidiis came off the presses on June 23, 1941, 2 days after the Nazi assault. The poster depicted a Red Army man piercing Hitler with his bayonet. Hitler's portrait is vile and rat-like, and beside him lies the torn-up non-aggression treaty with the discarded mask of peace. And Zhukov's poster, Bash the Life Out of Them, the poster He Who Draweth the Sword Shall Perish by the Sword, by V. Ivanov and O. Burovaya, and V. Koreskai's Red Army Man, Help, were known throughout the country. In their wartime paintings, artists portrayed the brutal essence of fascism and its doom, contrasting the aggressor's cruelty with the lofty moral strength of Soviet people, their humanism, in the name of which they had risen to a man to resist the enemy. In A. A. Plastov's painting, The Fascists Been Here, is shown the tale of a German plane, whose flyer had just committed senseless murder. A little boy, a collective farm shepherd, is shown sprawled on pale red autumn grass, his dog howling at the departing plane. The picture, profoundly humanistic, is full of scorn for the murderer. A hand-to-hand fight between seamen and infantrymen and the beast-like Nazis is the theme of A. A. Dienka's Defense of Sevastopol. Another painting by the same artist, Moscow Outskirts, November 19417, depicts the firm determination of the people to defend their capital. Anti-tank hedgehogs are dug into the ground, the houses, ready for battle, look out with empty windows upon empty streets, along which a military truck passes, probably after delivering a supply of arms. Yet, Landseer produced a series of 5 paintings, The Trophies of Russian Arms, in which, delving into history, he asserts the patriotic inevitability of Soviet victory. S. V. Gerasimov's A Partisan's Mother rouses deep emotion. Fascist executioners are doing their dirty work in a village square, the corpses of people they have put to death lie on the ground, the flames of fire light the skies, while fresh victims are being brought to be executed. A plain Soviet woman stands before the fascist officer wearing an iron cross and holding a whip. Her visage and figure speak of fortitude, of moral superiority, of deep courage. Kukrynytsia produced a number of paintings, too. One of them, Tanya, is dedicated to the exploit of a courageous partisan girl. In a painting called Fascists Flee from Novgorod, fascist firebrands scurry back and forth against the setting of an old Russian cathedral church, and retribution is sure to overcome them. That, indeed, is the meaning of the raised arm of one of the figures of the monument, 1,000 Years of Russia, which the Nazis had dragged off its base. G Deborin after the expulsion of the fascist invaders, is similar in theme and expressiveness of grief over the tragically killed. G Nisky's hurrying to the defense of the Moscow-Leningrad highway, is documentary. Soviet portrait painters produced a gallery of never-to-be-forgotten heroes: General IV Panfilov, partisan commander S.A. Kovpak. 10. 146. Colonel B.A. Yusupov, Zoya Kozmodomyanskaya, twice hero of the Soviet Union, Major M.G. Gurayev and General I.D. Chernyakovsky, and many others. The portraits convey the lofty morality and fortitude of Soviet people defending their town. The artists of encircled Leningrad did not lay down their arms either. In January 1942 they organized the exhibition, Leningrad of the Time of the Patriotic War. In the hall where the paintings were shown, the temperature was never above 10 degrees Celsius, its organizers and participants could barely move around, due to undernourishment. Yet they remained active. Newsreel cameramen were with the army from the beginning, making their arduous way from the western frontiers of the USSR to the banks of the Volga and then back from the Volga to Berlin and the Elbe. Many of them lost their lives. Their total performance amounted to over 3,500,000 meters of film, recording events that have gone down in history. The film is of incalculable value and is often used these days by scenario writers and film directors. All in all, 500 newsreels, 67 war documentaries and 34 feature films were put out and screened. The war was not yet over when full-length documentaries were pieced together from the materials of front-line cameramen. The film, Defeat of German Troops at Moscow, was screened soon after the historic battle, on February 18, 1942. Another documentary, Fighting Leningrad, appeared soon after. On June 13, 1942, 240 cameramen in 40 rear locations and along the entire front from the White to the Black Seas shot the film, A War's Day. The full-length documentary, Stalingrad, appeared in March 1943. It was shot by front-line cameramen during the battles in the hero city. Shown at home and abroad, the film staggered viewers by its stark reality. A U.S. newspaper wrote, "This film is the absolute peak in documentary cinematography. No other picture could convey so forcefully and lucidly the destructiveness of war. The film has nothing to equal it in portraying fighting Russia." A series of films followed, showing the successive Soviet offensives, crowned by two films, the titles of which speak for themselves, Berlin and the Defeat of Japan. I.G. Bolshakov, head of the Wartime Committee for Cinematography, commented, "Many of these films were novel in approach, and strikingly expressive. They were evidence of the high professional skill of the cameraman and had good texts and excellent musical settings. In other words, all the components of a documentary, the editing, photography, text and music, were novel and of a high standard." He documentary legitimately ranked as high as a feature film for its politico-ideological and educational impact. The Soviet documentary cameraman did much to elevate the documentary cinema to the level of feature cinematography. Many documentary reels were brought back by intrepid cameramen from partisan encampments and the resistance groups abroad. Among them was a film by Sergei Yutkovich, Liberated France. It was hard to produce full-length features about the war soon after it broke out. Instead, the film people resorted to short cinenovels. These, which also included comedies, were then shown together in war programs. In 1941 and 1942 as many as 12 such programs were screened, their success stemming from the fact that they were based on true war episodes. War Program Number 6 contains a novel entitled The Feast in Ziermunka, which tells the story of an old farm woman, Praskovia. A group of hungry Nazis broke into her little house. They wanted her to feed them. Praskovia decides to do her bit in the war, to poison the two-legged animals, but the Nazis are cautious. They want Praskovia to eat the food first. And she does not hesitate. Then the Nazis eat, while Praskovia goes to the pantry, where, overcome by the poison, she dies. So do the fascists. When partisans come to the village they see the finale. "Quiet, there, hold your mouths," says Anasim, Praskovia's husband. To the partisans, when he finds the body of his wife. "There's a lioness here. Dead, but she defended her den to the last." For among the first wartime feature films, Secretary of the District Party Committee by Ipyrev won immediate acclaim. It showed the underground in Nazi-occupied territory, depicting the work of the District Party Committee Secretary and the party branch. The same subject, that of Soviet heroism, of the gallant struggle fought in occupied territory by Soviet people, is treated in another picture, F. Ermler's She Defends Her Country. Vivanin, who played the secretary in Pyrev's picture, created the image of a party functionary embodying the will and wisdom of the party, whereas in She Defends Her Country Vera Maritskaya created the unforgettable image of a woman partisan. M. Donskoy's Rainbow also portrayed the life and struggle of Soviet people in the enemy rear, while L. Lukhov's Two Soldiers was dedicated to the friendship of the fighting men. Heroism is distinctly the dominant theme of the wartime Soviet films. The topic is treated from different angles in L. Armstrong's Zoya, V. Izimant's There Was a Girl, M. Rom's Human Being 217, A. Rom's Invasion, L. Lukhov's It Happened in Donbass, A. Stolper's and B. Ivanov's Wait for Me, U. Reisman's The Sky Over Moscow, I. Savchenko's Ivan Nikulin, Russian Sailor, 1. Pyrev's At 6 p.m. After the War, and others. There were also pictures about heroism in the rear. That particular chapter was treated in much the same vein as in wartime literature and art. Truthfulness is the most forceful element of Soviet wartime art. This was noted by Georges Caransol, the French cinema critic, who wrote in 1945, "The Russians have done what neither the Americans nor the French had yet accomplished, they jettisoned the fake war films that inundated the cinema world." Films made in the USSR in these 3 past years are incontestably a distinct break from the sentimental and moralizing, intellectual or vaudevillisque stereotypes that pervade the cinema. America and Europe are making war films. Russia is farthest from the thought. What the Soviet cinema shows is the daily life of people whose thoughts and deeds are centered on one thing: to chase out the Germans. And to avenge the suffering they have caused. These images express the intrinsic reality. Beyond question, the Soviet cinema, like the other arts, contributed to the victory. Like the rest of the nation, the writers, composers, and artists were part of the war effort throughout the war. As the Danish writer Martin Andersen Next 6 put it, they were forces of action, militant forces. Soviet literature and art did much to bring closer the victory of democracy throughout the world. The arts helped the Soviet people to defeat Hitler Germany and her allies in battle and economically. Their works cultivated lofty principles, a dauntless heroism, moral purity, and endless loyalty to the Soviet Union. The war effort in the Soviet rear was evidence of the unity of front and rear, of the concern shown by the Soviet people for their Red Army and of the rear's importance to victory. This joint action in the battle lines and in the rear exemplified the decisive and creative role of the masses in making history. The unity was expressed in the great moral fortitude of all Soviet people, in their readiness to sacrifice, their love of country, their solidarity and team spirit. The selfless labor of workers, farmers, and intellectuals testified to the nation's unity, the unity of front and rear, without which victory would have been inconceivable. The Soviet people showed their concern for the armed forces in many different ways. In the early months of the war, when the consumer industries had not yet gone over to wartime production, people collected warm clothes for gift parcels to soldiers in the battle lines, millions of parcels containing valanki and sheepskins. At the height of the battle for Stalingrad, in the autumn of 1942, members of the Krasny Dobrovolets collective farm, Tambov region, called on all Soviet people to join them in collecting funds to build a tank column for the Red Army. The people in the region, who hailed this initiative, collected 43 million rubles in a fortnight, plus in mid-December the tanks, each inscribed, Tambovsky Kolkhoznik, went into action. Funds were collected throughout the country. Farapont Golovati, a Saratov farmer, was the first to initiate individual contributions to the Red Army Fund, donating 100,000 rubles out of his savings to build warplanes. Sakhanov, a farmer of Buryat, Mongolia, contributed 190,000 rubles, while Kubigenov, chairman of a collective farm in Omsk region, contributed 206,000 rubles and 0.8 ton of flour. In February 1943, the men of an air regiment received a plane, bearing the legend, "From Lenikov her father," built at the request of Lena Azarenkova, a Moscow schoolgirl who made the first contribution to the plane fund. The patriotic initiative of the Tambov collective farmers thus grew into a powerful movement in which all towns and districts of the country, all sections of Soviet society, took part. Tanks and planes with varying inscriptions, such as Moskovsky Kolkhoznik, Ryazansky Kolkhoznik, from the Uzbek people, etc., arrived in the battle lines and were fondly accepted by the army. A new type of movement sprang up in February 1943. Volunteer units were fully equipped and armed on funds collected by people of a region. The first to come to the front was the Urals Volunteer Tank Corps, consisting of the best Ural workers, with equipment and arms from shirt button to heavy tank made in Urals factories after working hours and acquired on money collected from citizens. The corps was followed by the Special Siberian Rifle Corps, and after Krasnodar territory was cleared of the enemy, its people helped activate the Krasnodar Infantry Division. All in all, the people contributed as much as 94,500 million rubles for the front during the war years. Not only did this mean train replacements, first-class arms, ammunition, and food supplies, it also lifted the morale of the troops. Countless letters sent to the front contained workers' accounts about their life and labor effort, inspiring the soldiers in their exploit. Soldiers, too, wrote back home, describing the battles. The front and rear were thus parts of a single whole. In November 1967, Leonid Brezhnev, General Secretary of the CPSU Central Committee, said, "The front and rear formed a single mighty fist. The country became a single military camp. It was difficult for everybody. People were undernourished and did not get enough sleep. Women took the place of their husbands in the workshops and children took over machine tools from their fathers. But the industrial 151 heart of the motherland never missed a beat. Our factories gave the Soviet army the weapons to crush the military machine of Hitlerism, which had behind it the industrial might of almost the whole of Europe. Despite the acute shortage of manpower and farm machines, and despite the drastic reduction of the crop area, our collective and state farms gave the country the food it needed for victory. It was a civic and patriotic feat of the people. It was a feat performed by people who saw the meaning of their life in labor for the sake of victory. And they did everything to ensure victory." Chapter 6. Retribution. 1. He who draweth the sword, shall perish by the sword. In 1944 and the spring of 1945, the Soviet armed forces carried out a series of brilliant offensive operations to complete the defeat of Hitler Germany. All Germany's satellites laid down their arms. Soviet territory was completely cleared of the enemy, and so were many adjoining countries. The long-awaited peace came to Nazi-ravaged Europe. By the beginning of 1944, the Soviet-German front stretched from the Barents Sea along the river Svir to Lake Ilmen, then west of Veliki Yeluki, east of Vitebsk and Orsha, west of Gomel, and farther on from Kanat through Zhytomyr, Cherkasy, Zaporozhye, and Kherson to the Black Sea. the Crimea was still held by the enemy. As before, Germany's main forces were committed along the Eastern Front, consisting of 236 divisions, including 25 panzer and 8 motorized, and 18 brigades. Of this total, 38 divisions and 12 brigades were troops of the satellite countries. The total strength was 4,906,000, with 54,570 guns and mortars, 5,400 tanks and self-propelled guns, and 3,073 planes. Soviet strength was 5,568,000, with 92,650 guns and mortars, 5,357 tanks and self-propelled guns, and 8,506 planes. The advancing Red Army was only slightly superior in numbers. Success, therefore, depended chiefly on superior warcraft. Numerical superiority was achieved by skillful maneuvers, regrouping forces and massing them in narrow sectors, with non-active sectors giving up part of their strength for this purpose. Planning the 1944 operations, the Soviet Supreme Command took account of the existing situation and mounted the offensive with all the 10 fronts operating on a long line of more than 2,500 kilometers, from Leningrad to the Black Sea in succession, not simultaneously. Having a single operational aim, these operations were to break up the front sector by sector in considerable depth, committing troops from other fronts to reinforce the assault group. The enemy's acute shortage of manpower was taken into account, and his transport difficulties were fully exploited. The realities of the war, wrote General S.M. Shtimenko in his memoirs, compelled us to abandon simultaneous offensives in favor of powerful consecutive operations or, as we used to say and write in those days, strategic blows which would be more suited to the new situation. In other words, the Soviet command opted for a system of alternate strikes, and if the Germans had guessed the secret, it would have been in difficulties. But ingenious tactics were adopted to cover the assault preparations and assure the surprise element. In January-February 1944 a large offensive was mounted near Leningrad and Novgorod with the purpose of fully relieving Leningrad. Though disrupted a year earlier, the enemy blockade had in a way continued, with barbarous artillery bombardments harassing the city population. The destruction of the strong enemy strategic group on the northern flank of the Soviet-German front was to spark drives all along the line. The Leningrad, Volkhov, and Baltic fronts were pitted against the Nazi Army Group North and a Finnish operational group, Kerli and Isthmus. Running through woods and swamps, the enemy defenses were well equipped, well built, and well echeloned. With Baltic Fleet warships taking part, the offensive jumped off on January 14, 1944. The enemy resisted fanatically. Not until the fourth day did the Red Army manage to breach the German tactical defense zone, smashing its powerful fortifications. Troops of the Leningrad front tore through the enemy armies, while Volkhov front units surrounded and destroyed a large Nazi force and took Novgorod. On January 21, the offensive got moving along the entire front from the Bay of Finland to Lake Ilmen. The army cooperated closely with the navy and the local partisans, who in the first 6 weeks of the offensive blew up more than 58,000 rails and 300 bridges, destroying 133 Nazi troop trains. The offensive did not cease until the end of February, when the German fascist armies had been flung back 220 to 280 kilometers from Leningrad, with the major part of Leningrad region cleared of the enemy. The powerful enemy fortified defenses, known as the Northern Wall, were torn down. 3 enemy divisions were totally wiped out and 23 partly destroyed. This was the culmination of the Leningrad exploit, the siege that had lasted 2 days and nights. Then followed the liberation of Soviet Estonia. Ending with the end of December 1943, the troops of the 4 Ukrainian fronts, and then those of the Second Belarusian Front, mounted a series of related operations in the Ukraine west of the Dnieper against a large force of 93 divisions, including 18 panzer and 4 motorized, and 2 brigades, and cleared the Crimea, smashing 8 infantry and 2 cavalry divisions. In January and February 1944, Soviet thrusts cleared Zhytomyr, Berdychev, Kirovograd, Korsun-Shevchenkovsky, Rovno, Lutsk, Nikopol and Krivoy Raj. The partisan support was highly effective, with partisans capturing towns and villages on their own. In the Korsun-Shevchenkovsky area, troops of the 1st and 2nd Ukrainian fronts surrounded 10 enemy divisions and 1 brigade. These were wiped out. Thus, the Nazis were pushed away from the middle reaches of the Dnieper, which drew a line through the German plan of restoring the defense along the river bank. The RST Ukrainian front routed German troops at Rovno and Lutsk, enveloping the flanks of Army Group South. In the Nikopol-Krivoy Raj operation, the 3rd and 4th Ukrainian fronts smashed a large Nazi force in heavy fighting that lasted all February, eliminating an enemy bridgehead on the east bank of the Dnieper south of Nikopol. All this favored a Soviet drive towards the cities of Nikolaev and Odessa. The next stage of the Soviet offensive in the Ukraine began. With a simultaneous lunge by all the 4 fronts west of the Dnieper, the 1st, 2nd, and GRD Ukrainian, and the end Belarusian. First came the Proskurov-Chernovsy operation, and on its heels the Uman-Batashani and Berezhnigov-Tasnegyryovka. The Nazis were pushed across the Dniester to the Carpathian foothills, the Soviet army reaching the border of Czechoslovakia and Romania along a more than 200 kilometers frontage, after which the 2nd Ukrainian front drove ahead into Romanian territory. The regrouping of many partisan units west of the Dnieper, effected before the operations were mounted, coupled with the quickly growing partisan movement in that part of the Ukraine, were of immense help. Cooperating closely with the Soviet troops, the partisans hit out with devastating effect behind the enemy lines. The Soviet offensive was on a giant scale, along a 1,400 kilometers frontage and some 500 kilometers into Th. As a result, with the Ukraine west of the Dnieper cleared of the enemy, 66 Nazi divisions were routed. With the Red Army driving into Romanian territory, the Soviet government on April 2, 1944 issued a statement that it would pursue the enemy until total defeat and surrender. It stressed that it had no intention of acquiring any part of Romania or of changing the existing social system, even that the Soviet drive was motivated exclusively by the exigencies of the war and the enemy's continued resistance. The statement said the Red Army would continue its drive west until the aims of the just war of liberation were totally attained. The Red Army's entry into neighboring countries was an important political and military development, dispelling the Nazi hope, and that of reactionaries in other countries, that the Soviet troops would terminate their drive west on reaching the frontier and would make no effort to crush Nazism. Each meter of territory taken by the Red Army as it drove forward brought closer the destruction of fascism and the liberation of the peoples from German imperialist slavery, opening up for them welcome prospects of free, independent, and democratic development. It was the first time that foreign peoples had contacts with Soviet people, the Soviet soldiers, and they displayed trust and affection. The working people in foreign countries learned from their own experience of the fair and progressive foreign policy of the Soviet Communist Party, its national program, its war aims and its sincere desire to liberate all peoples from foreign enslavement. The masses, headed by the working class and its vanguard, the Communist and Workers' parties, redoubled their efforts to overthrow the fascist regimes in their countries, to regain independence, carry forward radical democratic reforms and assure a close alliance and friendship with the Soviet Union. People's democratic revolutions were about to take place in the Nazi-occupied East and Southeast European countries. On April 8 the 4th Ukrainian Front moved to liberate the Crimea, cooperating with the Black Sea Fleet and the Crimean partisans. The drive developed at an extraordinary pace. It took the Soviet troops only a few days to reach the approaches to Sevastopol. Preparations were begun to assault the city, which Hitler intended to hold at any cost. The storm of Sevastopol began on May 5 to 7. On May 7 the enemy was expelled from the Sapungora, the key to the city, and on May G the battle was over. Sevastopol was stormed by the enemy twice in its history in the Crimean War of 1853–56, and again in 1942. On both occasions the battle lasted many months. Yet the Red Army expelled the enemy in a matter of days, a legendary and unparalleled exploit. The results of the Soviet 1944 winter and spring offensive were impressive. 30 enemy divisions were wiped out and 142 badly battered, with Nazi casualties exceeding 1 million. The enemy also lost vast quantities of arms. 3/4 of Nazi-occupied Soviet territory was recaptured. Besides, TH's Red Army reached the Soviet frontier along a frontage of some 400 kilometers. The Communist Party and Soviet government worked out a plan to complete the defeat of the enemy and liberate the European peoples from the Nazi occupation. For the Hitler Reich, retribution was now close. The Nazi leaders dreaded the coming of the summer of 1944. They did not conceal their fears. But the facts were grimmer still than their nightmares. The first of the Red Army summer offensives was mounted on the Karelian Isthmus and in South Karelia. The offensive began on June 21 and ended on August 29, with the Leningrad and Karelian fronts aided by the Baltic Fleet and the Lake Ladoga and Lake Onega flotillas crushing the strongly fortified enemy, liberating most of the Karelo-Finnish Republic and all of the Leningrad region. Hitler's Finnish ally was all but beaten. Soviet troops reached the Finnish frontier. The time had come to put Finland out of the war. The Soviet operation distracted German attention from other sectors. The Nazi generals expected the next Soviet stroke in the southwest. They did not think likely an assault on the powerful army group center of 63 divisions. In fact, however, 4 Soviet fronts, the RST, 2nd and GRD Byelorussian and the East Baltic, had been priming since spring 1944 for the biggest offensive operation of the year in Byelorussia. At Stalin's suggestion it was given the code name of Bagration in tribute to the distinguished 1812 patriotic war general. Considerable forces were deployed, totaling 166 divisions. This produced a numerical advantage of 2:1.3 in tanks and self-propelled artillery. The advantage was 4.3:1 and in planes 4.5:1.4. The effects of the Soviet economic victory, conclusively secured, were becoming obvious. Numerous Byelorussian partisan units cooperated closely with the advancing troops. Success in the Byelorussian Operation Bagration depended essentially on how well the jump-off could be concealed from the enemy. This was the biggest problem, for the forces involved were huge. The enemy had to be made to think that troops were being massed elsewhere along the front in the north and the south. The commanders there were ordered to simulate arrivals of infantry divisions, backed by tanks and artillery. As the ruse worked, the Nazi generals were convinced no offensive would be mounted in Byelorussia. Secrecy was also secured by using the services of only a few people in the operational planning. Only 5 men knew the extent of the operation. All correspondence and all telephone and telegraph communications on the matter were prohibited. The strictest controls were established. Operation Bagration went off to a start on June 23 to 24. In the first several days the Red Army surrounded and crushed the Vitebsk enemy group. Among the highlights of the thrust was the exploit of Engineer Sergeant F.T. Blocken, who, at a risk to his life, leaped onto the bridge across the western Dvina and prevented its demolition by pulling out the detonator of an about-to-explode mine. Simultaneously, Soviet troops lunged at and routed the Orsha group and invested a Nazi force at Bobruisk. A tank crew under Lieutenant P. N. Rack raced across the Berzina River into Borisov during the fighting for that city, crossing a mined bridge that blew up seconds later. For 16 hours the crew battled the enemy alone in the city streets, bombarding the town commandator, wiping out the headquarters of a German unit and throwing the fascist garrison into panic. Minsk, the capital of Soviet Byelorussia, was liberated at dusk on July 3. East of the city 30 enemy divisions were tightly surrounded, with the mopping up taking nearly a week. In a mere 11 days the Soviet army smashed the main forces of Army Group Center and liberated most of Byelorussia. The offensive was high-powered, with advances of 20 to 25 kilometers being registered daily. Many villages, towns, even cities, were liberated by partisans either on their own or in cooperation with the regular army. The Lublin-Brest operation by the First Byelorussian Front, July 18 to August 29, 1944, was part of Bagration. On July 21 its troops arrived on the border with Poland. By then the Soviet-Polish frontier was also reached by troops of the East Ukrainian and Second Byelorussian fronts. The Polish towns Chelm, Lublin, and others were liberated. The First Polish Army, activated in the USSR, fought splendidly beside the Soviet troops. Polish partisans, too, took part in the fighting. On July 31, First Byelorussian Front troops reached Praga, Warsaw suburb across the Vistula, while more troops battle-crossed the Niemen to the frontier of eastern Prussia. Operation Bagration covered with new glory the hero of the 1812 war. It was titanic in scale, audacious in design and brilliant in execution. One stroke of immense force flung the enemy out of the Byelorussian Republic, driving far west and 159. Creating an immediate threat to Germany proper, a threat the German command could no longer parry. The German defense system proved a total failure. It was clear that nothing on earth could now stem the Soviet offensive against the Fascist Reich. Army Group Center was beaten to tatters. 17 divisions were completely wiped out and another 50 lost 60 to 70% of their personnel. Apart from Byelorussia, a large section of Soviet Lithuania was cleared. The impression in Germany was staggering. Hermann von Gackenhals, a West German war historian, writes, "The summer 1944 developments had a still greater impact on the general German war situation. The breakdown of Army Group Center affected the entire German Eastern Front, enabling the Russian command to drive the Germans back in the middle up to the Vistula and the borders of eastern Prussia, to cut off the German forces in the Baltic countries and virtually eliminate the German positions in the Balkans militarily and politically." The Nazi generals, officers, and soldiers captured in the Byelorussian operation were shipped under guard via Moscow far behind the lines. German troops that had strained to enter Moscow did indeed pass through it, but under military guard. Jean-Richard Bloch, the French progressive writer, expressed the feelings of his brother Europeans on this score as follows: "I have just seen them all, 57,600 of them. The remnants of Army Group Center soldiers captured at Vitebsk, Bobruisk, and Minsk. I, who had seen the Germans marching into our country and making themselves at home in our towns, was filled with indescribable joy. I was present at the crime and now relished the retribution. Yes, my friends, these tens of thousands of Germans captured in the recent battles and marching through Moscow produced a striking, indescribable spectacle. The column of men shuffling past us in solemn silence was, in a way, a living symbol of the turning wheel of fortune that history will remember. But that turn of the wheel was not accidental. It was brought into motion by the mammoth energy of the Russians. Their marvelous perseverance, brilliant foresight, and unexampled willpower. The Byelorussian operation was timed to coincide with the opening of the Second Front in Europe by the Allies, showing that the Soviet people never failed to honor their international commitments. It enfeebled German strength even in the West and created a favorable situation for the Anglo-American landing in northern France. As for the retribution mentioned by Jean-Richard Bloch, it was hurtling down on Hitler Germany from land, sea, and air. Why the Second Front? The Second Front in Europe was not opened when it should have been, not in 1941, and not in 1942. Nor was it opened in 1943, after the tide had been turned by the war effort of the Soviet people. Not until the war had, in effect, entered its final stage, not until it was clear that the Soviet Union could go it alone to final victory, liberating the peoples of Europe, were the British and US troops issued the order to land on the northern coast of France. The blame for the deliberate delay may be laid at the door of British and US reactionary groups. To say the least, it was a crime against all nations that had risen to combat the fascist intruders, a crime, too, against the peoples of Britain and the United States. The nations paid heavily for it in lives and property. Even in 1944, Winston Churchill still tried to postpone the invasion. He insisted on a large-scale offensive in Italy, though this augured few advantages from the point of view of shortening the war. Having begun in January, that offensive developed at a leisurely pace. Not until June 5 did British and U.S. troops at last enter Rome, the Italian capital. In the meantime, the international situation became less and less favorable for the imperialist policy makers in the USA and Britain. To delay longer would have damaged their interests. Soviet prestige and the power of Soviet arms, bringing freedom to the European peoples, increased rapidly. The anti-fascist movement spread across most of the European countries, including Germany. The fight in France under a progressive leadership gained in intensity as a direct consequence of the smashing Red Army victories. French patriots saw German divisions in training eastward, never to return. The Communist Party of France called on the nation to prepare for a countrywide armed rising. The freedom struggle of the French, gradually developing into a general armed rising against the German invader, alarmed reactionaries all over the world. The most inveterate opponents of a second front began urging haste. Opening the front, the US and British rulers were above all pursuing their own imperialist aims, hoping to prevent Germany's total defeat, to save the reactionaries in Europe from total annihilation, to block democratization in countries delivered from fascism and to raise a barrier to the Red Army's westward advance. Also, not forgetting their rivalry, the US and British imperialists were eager to occupy positions of advantage on the European continent. General Omar Bradley, in command of US troops in Europe, described the aims of the Normandy landing thus. To avoid chaos on the continent, it would have been necessary for us to mount such forces as we had, cross the Channel at once, move on into Germany, disarm its troops, and seize control of the nation. There we have another of the Second World War riddles. On the one hand, the United States and Britain at last opened the second front and, on the other, the ruling groups in those two countries, scheming to turn that second front against the progressives, whose influence would certainly have been strong in Europe once fascism was flattened, strove to exploit fascism rather than destroy it. As part of this scheming, the British government expanded its intelligence operations against the Soviet Union shortly before the Normandy landing. The job was assigned to the Special British Intelligence Service Department dealing with Soviet affairs and the World Communist Movement, and better known as the Anti-Communist Service. Heading that service from 1944 was Harold Adrian Russell Philby, third in line in the intelligence service and seen as likely to reach the top rung. The true nature of Philby's work was one of the best guarded secrets that imperialist intelligence could not break for decades. Philby, it turned out, was a convinced communist. You can imagine, he later said modestly, what information I was able to send to Moscow. Never, therefore, were the true intentions and aims of the US and British rulers a total secret for the Soviet Union. Operation Overlord, envisaging the invasion of northern France, had long been ready. The priming for it had begun long before. The commands did their utmost to keep it secret from the Germans until landing day in order to secure the surprise factor. But since the secret of the successive postponements of the Second Front between 1941 and 1943 was not well enough kept, who can tell whether deliberately or not, and the Nazis knew of them through their agents, the latest date, too, leaked out. Foreign Minister Anthony Eden briefed British diplomats abroad of the Tehran Conference decisions, including those on the Second Front. Hugh Nachbul Hugson, the ambassador in Ankara, meanwhile, attached little importance to guarding war secrets and kept his confidential files in a black briefcase in his bedroom, where they were photographed by Ilyasa Bazna, cover name Cicero, who was Nachbul Hugson's butler and at the same time an agent of the Nazi Secret Service. For his troubles, by the way, Cicero was paid in counterfeit pounds sterling. The details of the story were learned post-war from Bazna's own memoirs and those of the SS resident in Ankara, Ludwig Moises. The affair was so utterly scandalous that it was raised in the House of Commons on October 18, 1950, with Foreign Minister Bevin admitting the facts, which, he begged, should not be taken too seriously, because the documents were only photographed, not stolen. There were other leaks. Shortly before the Normandy landing, a parcel addressed to a woman residing in a Chicago quarter populated chiefly by Germans, was accidentally examined by the postal authorities. It was found to contain secret documents relating to Operation Overlord. But knowledge of Allied secrets no longer helped the Nazis when the Red Army mounted its Belarusian operation. It kept the German forces engaged, and reinforcing garrisons in France was out of the question. Another factor favoring the Anglo-Americans was the resistance movement, highly active in France, Belgium, and Italy. It created for the German forces no end of trouble, disrupting rear activity in the West. German leaders had dreaded war on two fronts in Bismarck's time. And the First World War proved their fears well grounded. Hitler had gambled on the contradictions between the European powers, thinking he could divide them. But he could not escape the inevitable. The Third Reich was at last between hammer and anvil. German troops deployed against the Allies in northern France, Belgium, and Holland comprised 45 divisions, including 7 panzer and 1 motorized. The divisions were undermanned, with some 25 to 50% numerically inferior to the Allied divisions. About half of them consisted of overage personnel or boys of 17.1. The German Third Air Fleet, stationed in Western Europe, had only Go bombers and 70 fighters in operational condition out of a total of 500 aircraft. And the Nazi Navy in the Atlantic, the North and Baltic Seas had 4 battleships, 7 cruisers, and 419 submarines, of which 90 were training vessels. Patrolling of the French coast was assigned to Naval Command West, which had a few destroyers and torpedo boats, 30 motor torpedo boats and 36 submarines. Allied forces standing by for the invasion consisted of 37 British and U.S. divisions, including 1 tank divisions, and 12 brigades, plus 1 French and 1 Polish division. Allied planes totaled 11,000 combat planes, plus 2,300 transports and 2,600 gliders. The landing was supported by a fleet of 6 battleships, 2 monitors, 22 cruisers, 93 destroyers and other vessels, while the number of transport and landing vessels of all kinds exceeded 6,000.5. After a succession of fresh delays, this time due to objective difficulties, the invasion was at last set for June 6, 1944, jumping off at 01:30 hours under cover of darkness. Enemy resistance on land and in the air was negligible. In 2 days the US and British troops secured a bridgehead, which they methodically expanded. When the landing began, Eisenhower ordered the French population to cease fighting the Germans. But the French patriots ignored his demand. Their activity behind the Nazi lines had contributed to the Anglo-American success, and even in the immediate vicinity of the landing area, partisans and Frankfurters cleared the Germans out of 42 towns and hundreds of villages, helping the landing force to consolidate and develop its bridgehead. French historian Pierre Montauban holds that if the partisans had not sluiced off a considerable number of enemy troops, if they had not detained German reinforcements sent against the Anglo-American landing force, the Allies may have been flung back into the sea. Eisenhower, too, later admitted that the French patriots had done well. Throughout France, he wrote, the Free French had been of inestimable value to the campaign. They were particularly active in Brittany, but on every portion of the front we secured help from them in a multitude of ways. Without their great assistance, the liberation of France and the defeat of the enemy in Western Europe would have consumed a much longer time and meant greater losses to ourselves. Despite the favorable situation, the Anglo-American forces advanced slowly, something like an average 4 kilometers a day. This was because ruling quarters in the United States and Britain were in no hurry to build up large actions, not to impair too drastically German resistance to the Red Army offensive. Not until days after the Normandy landing was the Allied bridgehead 100 kilometers long and 30 to 50 kilometers wide. On August 15, 3 U.S. and 7 French divisions landed in southern France. From their bridgehead in northern France, the Allied armies moved east on July 25, 1944, and in a month, helped by the partisans, cleared all northwestern France, save a few port towns in Brittany. French resistance mounted. A countrywide armed rising against the occupation forces broke out. The insurrectionists relieved the cities of Lyons and Toulouse, 18 departments. South of the Loire and west of the Rhône, and the area from the Western Alps to the Italian and Swiss frontiers. 500,000 men fought in the organized units of the French Home Guard, and at least another 1 million participated in the national uprising. It was a mighty movement unmatched in French history. And it was headed by communists. The rising in Paris erupted on August 19 as the culmination of the struggle to liberate France. The Parisians suppressed the fairly large and well-equipped German garrison. The rising was headed by Henry Roltanguy, a worker and communist with combat experience in Spain. Actively involved was a group of Soviet war prisoners who had escaped from German concentration camps. They captured the building of the Soviet embassy situated in the heart of the French capital and hoisted the Soviet flag. By the evening of August 22, the insurrectionists had liberated 70 blocks of Paris. The German command, infuriated though impotent, ordered the city's destruction. But the people frustrated the criminal plan. The main Nazi forces in Paris were totally defeated in clashes on August 23 and 24. The final assault, ending in complete victory, began in the morning of August 25. A company of General Jacques Leclerc's 2nd Tank Division, operating with the Allied troops, participated. General Leclerc and Colonel Roltanguy received the surrender of the remnants of the German garrison jointly, a gesture acknowledging the role played in liberating Paris by the workers and people of the capital. US and British troops close to Paris offered no aid. General Omar Bradley notes, "We would enter it at our leisure. I might just as well tell you we are not at all anxious to liberate Paris right now. It would be good if Paris could pull in its belt and live with the Germans a little longer." And another U.S. general, George S. Patton, said, "I could have taken it had I not been told not to." The successful Paris rising spurred the Allied troops. French territory was soon cleared of the enemy, and in September Anglo-American forces entered Belgium. Again, armed action by patriots, this time Belgian, was prominent. The Belgian partisans liberated a number of provinces and cities on their own, including Antwerp, enabling the Allies to cross Little Belgium without delay and approach the German frontier. The US and French forces of the 6th Allied Group of Armies reached the Rhine and in November 1944 captured the city of Strasbourg. The Second Front had an unquestionably positive effect on the final outcome of the Second World War. Compressed between two fronts, Germany had not a glimmer of hope. Inexorably, retribution approached. Any other government but the gang of adventurers heading the country and ready to sacrifice millions of lives for their designs, would have recognized the futility of further resistance. Once France was free, there arose the question of her place in the post-war world. The US and British governments held that she would not regain her great power status due to heavy war losses. The Soviet Union, on the other hand, was eager to help the French recover as an independent and sovereign power. Offering friendly aid and support, the Soviet people held that the USSR and France had the traditional common interest of preventing German aggression in Europe and safeguarding peace. To assist France, the Soviet government invited French government representatives to visit Moscow. A Soviet-French Treaty of Alliance and Mutual Assistance was concluded there on December 10, 1944, assuring France the friendship of the USSR in the difficult early post-war months. Thanks to this support, France regained her place among the great powers as reflected in the UN Charter and a series of Allied decisions concerning Germany. 3. Emergence of a new Poland. Nazi-occupied Poland had been made a territorial adjunct of fascist Germany. The Polish nation was doomed to annihilation. Hans Frank, Hitler's governor-general in Poland, said so in so many words: "Henceforth, the political role of the Polish people is ended. We shall see to it that the very concept of Poland should be eradicated once and for all. Never again will there be the RZECZ Pospolita or any other Polish state." but in that, too, the Nazi invaders were wide off the mark. They had not reckoned with the will of the peoples of the Soviet Union and Poland. As the Red Army drove closer to the Polish border, the partisan movement, especially in the Lublin area, gained in intensity. Now Frank changed his tune. To all intents and purposes, almost one-third of the Lublin area is out of the control of the German administration. Neither the administration, nor the executive bodies are operative there, just the transport apparatus. In that territory the German police can act only in force, a force of not less than a regiment. The Polish partisans fought hand in hand with Soviet partisans, who extended their field of operations to the fraternal country. As part of the Belarusian operation, the Red Army entered Poland, enthusiastically welcomed by the population, which offered the Soviet troops every possible aid. The emergence of a new, People's Democratic Poland impelled by the will of the Poles, was rapid. On July 23, 1944, Chelm, a Polish town liberated by the Red Army, became the seat of the Polish Committee of National Liberation, the establishment of which, and the program document, the Manifesto, was hailed by the masses. The Manifesto restored democratic freedoms throttled by the Pilsudski reactionaries before the war, paved the way for important social reforms, most prominently the land reform, and proclaimed close alliance and friendship with the Soviet Union. It said that with the delineation of the Soviet-Polish border, Polish lands would henceforth be part of the Polish state, while Belarusian, Ukrainian and Lithuanian areas would be incorporated in the respective Soviet Socialist republics. Western lands, once seized by German conquerors, would be returned to Poland. The document opened a new chapter in the history of the Polish nation, raising the curtain on a new, genuinely popular state. The RST Polish Army activated in the USSR and the Partisan Armia Ludowa emerged in the Wojsko Polskie in June 1944 and by the end of the year grew into a force of 286,000 men equipped with the latest Soviet-supplied arms. The Soviet attitude to the emerging New Poland was set out in a special statement of July 26, 1944. It said that Soviet troops had entered Polish territory jointly with the Polish Army, thus beginning the liberation of the long-suffering fraternal nation. It stressed that the Soviet Army was determined to smash the hostile German armies and help the Polish people to liberate itself from the yoke of the German invaders and to restore an independent, strong, and democratic Poland. The Soviet government said it regarded the military operations in Polish territory as operations in the territory of a sovereign, friendly and allied state and therefore had no intention of establishing there any of its own administrative bodies, leaving this to the Polish people. In line with this the Soviet Union concluded an agreement with the Polish Committee of National Liberation governing relations between the Soviet command and the Polish administration. A similar agreement was concluded with Czechoslovakia. The Soviet government said it regarded the military operations in Polish territory as operations in the territory of a wholly friendly and allied state and therefore had no intention of establishing there any of its own administrative bodies, leaving this to the Polish people. In line with this idea, the Soviet Union concluded an agreement with the Polish Committee of National Liberation governing relations between the Soviet command and the Polish administration. A similar agreement was concluded with Czechoslovakia. Referring to the joint Soviet-Polish operations during the Second World War, Władysław Gomułka, first secretary of the Polish United Workers' Party, said that in the flames of this war, this life and death struggle, the comradeship of Polish and Soviet soldiers and of Polish and Soviet partisans cemented the Polish-Soviet alliance, spelling Poland's liberation from the blood-stained Hitler occupation. The governments of the United States and Britain looked askance at the constitution of the new People's Poland. They redoubled material and political aid to the anti-popular Mikołajczyk emigre government and opened discussions with it of possible counteraction. Political actions were plotted, including the untimely Warsaw Uprising, doomed to failure before it began. Although the uprising was against the German occupation forces, its purpose was political. It was to show that the Polish émigré government was still influential in Poland, with the Polish reactionaries hoping to appear as national liberators and assume control over the national liberation movement. The reactionaries thought this would be best served by seizing control over Warsaw, if only for a few hours. The Warsaw Rising began on August 1, while the Red Army had not yet reached the Vistula anywhere close to the Polish capital, with only a minor bridgehead on the western bank south of Sandomir. Not until September 14 to 15 did Soviet troops, cooperating with the Polish RST Army, liberate Praga, a Warsaw suburb on the eastern bank of the Vistula. The uprising was started by the Armia Krajowa, which took orders from the émigré government. There were many genuine patriots among its men, thirsting to come to grips with the enemy, but unaware of the political aims of their leadership. Units of Armia Ludowa, led by the left, were not even informed of preparations. The Armia Ludowa commanders rated the uprising as premature and reproved its organizers as people alien to the true interests of the nation. But there was no choice but to join the fighting. The city population, too, had taken up arms. The participation of the people of Warsaw in the general rising was evidence of their deep hatred of the fascist invaders and their desire to avenge the Nazi atrocities. The Soviet government, belatedly informed of the rising, denounced it as a reckless and fearful gamble. However, it did its utmost to aid the rebellion and reduce human losses. Supplies were airdropped regularly, with Soviet aircraft flying 2,243 PEX missions between September 14 and October 1, parachuting large numbers of mortars, anti-tank guns, submachine guns, rifles, grenades, cases of ammunition, food, and medical supplies. Units of the Polish RST Army, supported by artillery, air, and engineers of the First Byelorussian Front, storm-crossed the Vistula during the night of September 15, with the Polish GRD Infantry Division developing a narrow bridgehead, but failing to contact the insurrectionists and to widen its foothold due to superior enemy forces. Another reason for the failure was the reluctance of the leaders of the Warsaw Rising to effect a junction and fight on jointly. After a week of costly fighting, the bridgehead had to be abandoned. In the meantime, infuriated by the resistance of the Warsaw population, the Nazis moved in large forces and began a methodical destruction of the city. They tied Polish children to their panzers as cover, or drove crowds of defenseless women before them. German engineers blew up house after house, and street after street. More than 200,000 people, of whom the active insurrectionists comprised only a fragment, were killed. The entire city was all but razed to the ground. Those who escaped with their lives were shipped out. The losses could have been greater still if the Soviet troops had not rendered aid. Cooperating with Wojsko-Polskie, the Red Army helped part of the insurgents and civilians to escape from embattled fire engulfed Warsaw and cross to the eastern Vistula bank. The Warsaw Rising impaired still more the prestige of the Polish émigré. It became clear even to people ignorant of politics that the émigrés had been pursuing ends far removed from the needs and interests of the nation. The designs of Polish reaction and its protectors in the United States and Britain to re-establish a bourgeois landlord regime, turning Poland into an anti-Soviet staging area, fell through completely. The people had the final say and made an unequivocal choice. Nothing could make them turn off the chosen road. 4. Explosion in the German General Headquarters. The disastrous 1944 defeats affected the situation inside Germany. The vast majority of Germans realized that the war had been lost, though the Hitlerites tried to shore up the rear with reprisals and wholesale arrests and killings. The Communist Party of Germany, led by a central committee based outside the country, conducted extensive work among the people despite the terrible losses. The main accent was on elucidating and disseminating the manifesto of the Free Germany Committee founded on July 1 to 13, 1943 by German anti-fascists in the town of Krasnogorsk, near Moscow, with the well-known poet, Erich Weinert, elected its chairman. A militant anti-fascist front of communists, social democrats and unaffiliated workers, farmers, intellectuals, and servicemen evolved in Germany on the basis of the manifesto. A confidential Nazi journal circulated among top officials to brief them on home affairs, gave the following figures to illustrate the growth of the anti-fascist movement in Germany. Active participants in underground anti-fascist activities detected and arrested in 1944 totaled 42,580 in January, 45,044 in February, 46,302 in March, 52,939 in April, 56,830 in May and 66,991 in June. Underground communist groups were highly active, headed by courageous and dedicated fighters metal worker Robert Uhrig, Albert Hüssler, a veteran of the Spanish War, Anton Sefcow, former Communist Reichstag deputies George Schumann and Theodor Neubauer, Herbert Baum, a student, and many others. How active the groups were is illustrated by the fact that one of them, the Rotkapelle, was found by the Gestapo to have had important contacts in the Aviation Ministry, High Command, Naval Headquarters, the Ministries of Economics, Propaganda, and Foreign Affairs, many educational establishments, research institutes and other organizations. Describing wartime communist and anti-fascist activities, Wilhelm Pike wrote, "During the darkest time of the Nazi reign, too, the German communists carried on. The exploits of the German communists added to the struggle of the anti-fascist and resistance fighters of many countries and saved the honor of the German working class and, at the same time, laid the first stones in the foundation for the friendly cooperation of the new, democratic Germany with other nations. Despite ferocious Nazi reprisals, the Hitler dictatorship had become shaky. This the German imperialists realized clearly. The person of the Führer, who had served monopoly capital assiduously for 11 years, became undesirable. A section of the German monopolists decided that they would profit from Hitler's overthrow and thus salvage the fascist dictatorship. They plotted to kill the ringleader in the hope of saving the gang. Their aim, to set up a government less odious than that of the Nazis and better able to bamboozle the masses to avert a revolutionary eruption. The new government would seek British and US protection in the event of such an eruption, while redoubling resistance to the Soviet offensive. Since the future of German imperialism troubled certain forces in other countries, as well as its leading lights at home, the anti-Hitler conspirators who hoped to replace the dictator with some less discredited person encountered support among the rulers of the United States and Britain. A far-flung plot built up gradually. Its purpose, as the journal Einheit, the organ of the Socialist Unity Party of Germany, wrote shortly after the war, was nothing short of perfidious. The conspiracy was motivated by the wish to salvage the militarist imperialist system, not by the wish to overthrow the fascist dictatorship and replace it with a democratic regime, and not by the wish to abandon the piratic war policy in favor of a policy of peace. The main organizers of Hitler's overthrow were the generals Ludwig von Beck and Erwin von Witzleben, the fascist government official Karl Goerdeler, and members of old-time Junker families, Helmuth Moltke and Fritz Schulenburg. They contacted the US and British governments through Allen Dulles, head of US intelligence in Europe, soliciting appropriate support. Briefing Washington on his negotiations with the conspirators, Dulles wrote, ****The men who plan the proposed overthrow are of a somewhat conservative makeup, though they would work with any available leftist elements other than communists. The principal motive for their action is the ardent desire to prevent Central Europe from coming ideologically and factually under the control of Russia too." In his next coded message he pointed out that the essence of the plan was that the anti-Nazi generals would open the way for American and British troops to occupy Germany while the Russians were held on the Eastern Front. Point 4 Not all members of the conspiracy shared these motives of its organizers. Some were patriots sincerely moved by the interest of the German people. They displayed a high degree of personal courage. This applies to Colonel Klaus von Stauffenberg, the most determined and courageous of the plotters, Oberleutnant Werner von Heften, Colonel Merz Kornheim, and the Social Democrats Julius Leber and Adolf Reichwein, the latter two obtaining Stauffenberg's approval to contact the leaders of underground communist groups of Anton Sefcow and Franz Jacob. Stauffenberg undertook to execute Hitler. When fighting in Tunisia he had lost his right arm, 3 fingers on his left hand, and 1 eye. Yet according to the plan the threads of the conspiracy ran to Stauffenberg's one and only, almost fingerless, hand. On July 20, 1944, he brought a large briefcase containing a bomb into General Fegsteck of Germany's armed forces in Rassenburg, known as Wolfsgans, and put it under the table on the floor near Hitler's legs. Then, on the excuse of an urgent telephone call, he left the conference room. General Husinger, chief of operations, who had meanwhile begun the situation report, had time enough to say, "The Russians are moving with strong power west of the Duna toward Norden. Their forward point is already southeast of Dunaburg. If now finally the army group is not withdrawn from Pussy, then a catastrophe will. At this instant the bomb exploded. There were some dead and wounded, but Hitler escaped with a few bruises, and lost no time in venting his fury. The conspiracy collapsed for reasons more profound and serious than the failure of the assassination attempt. To begin with, the conspirators had no ties with the people, while the main organizers were even hostile to the masses. This alone was enough to presage failure. Furthermore, the plan of shoring up the fascist regime by replacing the dictator was hard to execute against the setting of the powerful Red Army offensive. The attempt on Hitler's life was made at a time when the Führer's headquarters was still in eastern Prussia. Soon, it had to be urgently relocated. After several attempts to site it elsewhere, it was installed in the Imperial Chancellery in Berlin, equipped with dependable air raid shelters. The location of the German government and general headquarters was made a state secret. After the attempt on Hitler's life, the terror in Germany deepened. Not only the conspirators, but many anti-fascists were executed. The Gestapo also struck at the nucleus of the Free Germany anti-fascist movement and at underground groups throughout the country. Siefkow, Bastlin, Jacob, Neubauer, Schumann, Lieschner, Laber, and Reichwein were killed. Ernst Thälmann, leader of the Communist Party of Germany, who withstood indescribable torture unbent during the more than 11 years in Nazi prisons and who, even in prison, was a model of fearlessness, his hardy spirit and political insight serving as an example for communists and anti-fascists, his personality exercising tremendous appeal, was on August 14, 1944, ordered by Hitler to be killed. His assassination took place in Buchenwald concentration camp during the night of August 17 to 18. Anticipating this, Thälmann wrote a final message, calling for unyielding resistance to fascism in the name of human freedom. He concluded his message with the following lines from Goethe's Faust. Yes. To this thought I hold with firm persistence, the last result of wisdom stamps it true, he only earns his freedom and existence who daily conquers them anew. 5. The Slovak Uprising. By 1944 Slovakia had become the center of Czechoslovak resistance. Towards the end of August partisan operations began to grow into a massive guerrilla war, a national armed uprising. Sensing danger, the German command began massing troops. There was no time to be lost, and on August 25 the partisans mounted an active offensive. In the early morning hours of August 30 they poured into the town of Banska Bystrica, took possession of it and made it the center of a rising that involved the population of 18 districts in central and part of eastern Slovakia. The aim of the rising was to help liberate the country by striking against the Nazi troops from the rear and thereby helping the Red Army cross the difficult Carpathian spurs. The Germans flung against the Slovaks 8 picked divisions, whose attacks the partisans repelled for 2 long months, inflicting heavy casualties. The partisan units consisting of workers and farmers proved the most dependable. The Soviet Union rendered the Slovak resistance fighters extensive aid. Soviet partisan detachments that had penetrated into Slovakia fought shoulder to shoulder with them. Soviet aircraft landed arms, ammunition, and medical supplies near Banska Bystrica and elsewhere, and on return flights evacuated the wounded and sick, women and children. A paratroop brigade of Czechs and Slovaks, activated in Soviet territory, was also flown in. To support the Slovak rising, the Soviet government organized the East Carpathian Operation, committing to it troops of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Ukrainian fronts and the 1st Czechoslovak Army Corps. The Dukla operation opened on September 8 in extremely difficult mountain terrain which the Germans had strongly fortified. The enemy continuously sent fresh forces into the battle. On October 6, Czechoslovak and Soviet units reached the Czechoslovak frontier, taking possession of the Dukla Pass. In the heavy fighting, the new army of the future Free Czechoslovakia came into being, and October 6 became Czechoslovak People's Army Day. The Dukla operation effectively aided the Slovak Rising. In view of the balance of strength, the leaders of the Rising, hard pressed by the enemy, decided to withdraw from the liberated territory and revert to guerrilla warfare, which they conducted until the final liberation of Slovakia. The Slovak Rising was a logical result of the national liberation struggle that erupted the day after Munich. It was a culmination point in the revolutionary anti-fascist struggle in that part of Europe, a stirring chapter in the glorious history of the Czechs and Slovaks, a chapter that played a prominent part in their national destiny and the popular fight for the new, people's democratic system in Czechoslovakia. The decisive part in the uprising was played by the Czechoslovak Communist Party, the Slovak Communists. They stood at its head and their example, their lofty patriotism, had a tremendous impact. In those days, the Communists 176 won immense prestige as men who best understood the national interest. The Slovak uprising was internationalist. People of nearly 30 nationalities took part in it. Fighting by the side of the Slovaks, who comprised the bulk of the insurrectionists, were 3,000 Soviet partisans, 2,000 Czechs, 800 Hungarians, 400 Frenchmen, 80 German anti-fascists, 70 to 100 Poles, more than 100 Yugoslavs, 50 Americans and Britons, as well as Greeks, Italians, Bulgarians, Belgians, Dutchmen, Austrians, etc. This was evidence of the general expansion of the anti-fascist struggle in Europe. The uprising was a serious setback to the Nazis, disrupting an important rear zone near the battle lines. The Hitlerites lost nearly 56,000 men in fighting the partisans during and after the insurrection. The Slovak Rising and the Dukla operation had a benign effect on the Soviet-Czechoslovak combat alliance, sealed with the blood of Soviet, Czech, and Slovak soldiers in common struggle. Clement Gottwald said, "At Dukla was born the slogan that is firmly embedded in the hearts and the consciousness of our people, with the Soviet Union for all time. With the Soviet Union forever." 3. 6. Liberation of Southeast Europe. The Soviet Union fought the Great Patriotic War in the name of deliverance from fascist barbarity. The fate of the peoples was decided in the battle fought on the Soviet-German front, where Soviet forces struck smashing blows at Hitler's armies. In 1944, the Soviet mission of liberation became particularly expressive. Beginning in the latter half of August 1944, the Red Army carried out large-scale offensives against the southern wing of the German forces, clearing the enemy out of Soviet Moldavia and then Romania and Bulgaria and, ultimately, Yugoslavia, Austria and Hungary. In Southeast Europe, the politico-military and international situation changed completely. The mammoth Jassy-Kishinev operation, which gave the start to the developments on the southern wing of the Soviet-German front, was the principal military event of the period. Soviet troops deployed along the line running from the northeastern foothills of the Eastern Carpathians to the Black Sea faced 47 Nazi divisions, including 3 Panzer and 1 motorized, and 5 brigades of Army Group South Ukraine. In addition, the Germans had a large number of separate regiments and battalions there, plus strong police forces, SS troops, anti-aircraft units, and Marines in the rear, in Romania and Bulgaria. The NNGRD Ukrainian fronts, engaged in the Jassy-Kishinev operation, comprised GO divisions, and 9 tank and mechanized corps. The strength of the Soviet and German divisions differed. A Soviet infantry division consisted of 5,600 to 7,500 men, while a German of 10,000 to 12,000.3. Thus, the Soviet numerical advantage was only slight. 4. However, overwhelmingly superior strength was built up in the attack points as much as 3.9, won by the 2nd Ukrainian Front and 8, won by the GRD. This in personnel, while the advantage in tanks and self-propelled artillery amounted in both cases to nearly 6, 1.5. The offensive began in the morning of August 20, 1944, with enemy defenses breached the same day. On the following day Jassy was captured, and Nazi fortifications wiped out in the main attack directions. The 2nd Ukrainian Front drove to Foxhany and the GRD to Galatz-Izmail. On August 24, the two fronts made a junction southwest of Kishinev, investing and destroying 18 German divisions registered. Besides, they surrounded the Romanian GRD army, which surrendered. With the Red Army offensive getting into stride and driving into Romania, the armed rising of the Romanians was brought closer. The plan of the rising was adopted at a meeting of Communist Party leaders and a group of top-ranking officers on June 13 to 14, 1944. A military revolutionary committee was formed, and to expedite the preparing of the rising, a concentration camp escape was organized for a group of top communists. By August 23, 50 combat groups had been formed in Bucharest, with experience of armed resistance. These groups went into action on August 23, compelling King Mihai, eager though somewhat belatedly to divorce himself from Ion Antonescu, the fascist dictator, to issue an order for his arrest. A combat group headed by Emil Bodnaras brought Ion Antonescu and his deputy, Mihai Antonescu, and a few ministers, to a secret place of the Romanian Communist Party, where they were kept under guard until transfer to the Soviet command. Meanwhile, other groups seized important objectives and strategic points in the Romanian capital, this assuring the victory of the anti-fascist rising and raising the curtain on a popular revolution. On August 25, 1944, the Soviet Foreign Commissariat published a statement reaffirming absence of any intention of acquiring any part of Romanian territory, changing the existing social system in the country or impinging in any way on her independence. On the contrary, the statement said, the Soviet government considers it necessary, jointly with the Romanians, to restore the independence of Romania by liberating her from the German fascist yoke. Help by Romanian troops to eliminate the German forces is the only way to bring closer the end of hostilities in Romanian territory. On August 26, Romania officially announced her acceptance of the Soviet armistice terms. The Nazis retaliated by bombing Bucharest, while trying to seize it with ground troops. Proceeding with rapid liberation of the country, the Ukrainian front captured Plesti, center of the Romanian oil industry, and entered Bucharest on the following day, August 31. The Soviet troops passed through the streets in perfect order, a cavalcade of thousands of lorries and cars, tanks, and self-propelled guns, while hundreds of planes flew overhead. The population watched this display with amazement. The Liberation Army received a joyous welcome. The 2nd Ukrainian Front developed its offensive across Transylvania, hitting the rear of the Hungarian German troops which defended the Carpathian passes. Meanwhile, the 3rd Ukrainian Front advanced along the Danube across Romania southward to Dobruja and the Bulgarian border. Romania declared war on Germany and, later on Hungary, fielding 13 to 15 divisions, which fought under Soviet command. The armistice with Romania was signed in Moscow on September 12, 1944. Marshal of the Soviet Union Aryat Malinovsky, commander of the 2nd Ukrainian Front, affixed his signature to the agreement on behalf of the United Nations on mandate of the Soviet, US and British governments. The terms were evidence of Soviet magnanimity. In its demands on defeated Romania, the Soviet Union confined itself to conditions essential for the successful completion of its mission of liberation and the final defeat of the fascist bloc. The armistice envisaged that Romania, which had terminated hostilities against the USSR at 04:00 hours on August 24 and thus withdrawn from the war against the United Nations, would participate under General Soviet guidance in the war against Germany and Hungary with the purpose of recovering her independence and sovereignty. The frontier between the USSR and Romania was restored in accordance with the June 28, 1940, agreement, with northern Transylvania to be ultimately restored to Romania by Hungary. Besides, Romania undertook to turn over to the Soviet Supreme Command as trophy all war property in her territory belonging to Germany and her satellites. Romania was to make part of the damage caused to the Soviet Union by her armed operations and occupation of Soviet territory, the sum being set at $300 million, payable in goods in 6 years. Romania also undertook to return to the Soviet Union all valuables and materials shipped out of Soviet territory during the war. The Romanian Civactianates accepted the obligation to cooperate with the Soviet Supreme Command in apprehending war criminals, closing down fascist organizations and preventing their revival in future. The agreement envisaged the setting up of an Allied Control Commission to supervise fulfillment of the armistice terms. The Romanian armistice had a reassuring effect on Finland, the military situation of which had become hopeless in face of a Soviet drive in the Karelian Isthmus, southern Karelia, and along the Baltic shore. In the early hours of September 4, 1944, the Finnish government declared its willingness to accept the Soviet terms. German troops in Finland were told to leave. Moving out, they maltreated the civilian population, massacring thousands of women, old men, and children in the one district of Toulouse alone. The Finnish armistice was signed in Moscow on September 19 by A. Zdanov, prominent leader of the Communist Party and the Soviet government, on behalf of the United Nations and by mandate of the Soviet and British governments. Under the armistice terms, Finland undertook to withdraw her troops behind the 1940 Soviet-Finnish border and disarm all German armed forces still in her territory, and turn over German personnel as war prisoners to the Soviet command, with the Soviet government agreeing to assist Finland in this operation. The Soviet-Finnish Peace Treaty of March 12, 1940 was reinforced. Finland undertook to return to the Soviet Union the Petsamo region, which the Soviet Union had voluntarily given to Finland under treaties concluded on October 14, 1920 and March 12, 1940. The Soviet Union, on the other hand, gave up its lease of Hanko Peninsula, while Finland granted a lease of the Porkkala area and the adjoining waters for a Soviet naval base. Reparations were set at $300 million, payable in commodities over a period of 6 years. The other armistice terms were the same as those accepted by Romania. The armistice was an important landmark in Finnish history, assuring the country's independence and laying lasting foundations for friendship with the Soviet Union, which the subsequent years have amply proved. The Finnish armistice, too, thus reflected the lofty idea behind Soviet foreign policy and the deep Soviet respect for national rights and the sovereignty of other peoples. In the meantime, troops of the Third Ukrainian Front rolled onto the Romanian-Bulgarian border. The anti-popular Bulgarian government had continued its policy of collaborating with the Nazis, but deep-seated revolutionary ferment was in evidence. By the autumn of 1944, something like 30,000 active partisans supported by 200,000 helpers from 181 among the population, had become active. They operated practically all over the country. On August 26, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of Bulgaria passed a decision to start a countrywide armed uprising. In a note to the Bulgarian government on September 5, 1944, the Soviet government described Bulgaria's policy as factual prosecution of war with the German camp against the Soviet Union. For this reason, it said, henceforth not only Bulgaria is in a state of war against the USSR, since it had earlier also, in effect, been in a state of war against the USSR, but the Soviet Union, too, is in a state of war against Bulgaria. On September 8, the Red Army crossed the Bulgarian border from Romania along a wide frontage. There was no resistance. Bulgarian troops laid down their arms, while the population extended the Soviet army an enthusiastic welcome. Partisan commanders released a message of welcome, the opening line of which said, "Welcome." The message read, "We have waited for you, Red Army brothers. Every salute in honor of your victories has echoed in our hearts. While waiting for you, we have not been idle. Your proximity and your will to fight the people's oppressors are a guarantee that Bulgaria will be free, independent, and democratic. The presence of Soviet troops in Bulgaria accelerated the revolutionary eruption. In the early hours of September 9, insurrectionists in the capital rapidly seized all important objectives and arrested the government, which had worked hand in glove with the Hitlerites. Power was assumed by the Fatherland Front, formed before the rising began. The new Fatherland Front government declared war against Germany and published a declaration, spelling out what it would do to democratize the country. The victorious Red Army offensive blended with the popular anti-fascist rising. The people made the most of the favorable situation and quickly accomplished a people's democratic revolution. On September 9, 1944, the Soviet troops in Bulgaria terminated military operations, which had been quite unique. Even before, for they did not involve the use of arms. Georgy Dimitrov said, though the Soviet Union did declare war on Bulgaria, not a single soldier, either Soviet or Bulgarian, was killed in that war. The entry of Soviet troops into Bulgaria helped to overthrow the fascist dictatorship and assured the future of the Bulgarian people, the freedom and independence of our state. Bulgaria took an active part in the war against Germany, committing nearly 340,000 men in the subsequent operations. Acting under the general guidance of the Soviet command, Bulgarian units battled the Germans at home, in Yugoslavia, Hungary, and Austria, contributing to the liberation of the Balkan countries and the final defeat of Hitler Germany. Negotiations over the Bulgarian armistice terms between the Soviet Union, on the one hand, and the United States and Britain, on the other, were extremely sharp. The Red Army's presence in Bulgaria frustrated a plan envisaging an Anglo-American occupation. The governments of the United States and Britain were therefore determined to impose hard terms and tremendous reparations. The Soviet Union stood up for the interests of the Bulgarians, and the United States and Britain were forced to give in. But their stand impeded a reparations settlement. The armistice terms only said that Bulgaria would pay reparations, the amount to be fixed later. Accepting these terms, the Bulgarians were confident that the Soviet Union would not allow the imperialist countries to place an insufferable burden on them. In other respects, the Bulgarian armistice was much like that concluded with Romania. It was signed in Moscow on October 28, 1944, by Marshal F.I. Tolbukhin, commander of the Third Ukrainian Front, on behalf of the United Nations and by mandate of the Soviet, US and British governments. After liberating Romania and Bulgaria with the cooperation of local democratic forces, in September 1944, the Red Army reached the frontiers of Hungary and Yugoslavia. There, it was confronted by a considerable enemy force of 66 divisions, comprising Army Groups South and F. The Soviet command, however, had considerably superior forces, the RST, 2nd, 3rd and 4th Ukrainian fronts. The frontage, however, was wide and the terrain extremely difficult, favoring the defending forces. On October 6, the 2nd Ukrainian front thrust into the eastern part of Hungary. It made good progress despite bitter resistance, liberating the city of Debrecen on October 20, and then ending the Debrecen operation. Cooperating with troops of the 4th Ukrainian Front, the 2nd also liberated northern Transylvania and nearly all Hungarian territory left to the Tisza, developing a bridgehead also on its right bank. In the meantime, the 4th Ukrainian Front cleared the Transcarpathian Ukraine. The defeat of the German-Hungarian armies in the eastern and northeastern parts of Hungary crowned the first stage of Hungary's liberation. The second opened without delay. On October 29, troops of the 2nd and GRD Ukrainian fronts began the Budapest operation. Enemy defenses between the Tisza and Danube were breached on the first day, and at dusk on November 2 the first Soviet units approached Budapest from the south. But they failed to take the city on the march. In the ensuing battles a part of the enemy troops was cut off from Budapest, invested in a bend of the Danube and wiped out. The ring round the Hungarian capital closed towards the end of December, and after many days the city was taken on February 13, 1945, with the surrounded enemy totally routed. But Western Hungary was still in enemy hands. A Provisional National Assembly of Hungary, which formed a provisional national government, convened in Debrecen on December 21, 1944. Acting on the wishes of the people, the new government took Hungary out of the war, with Germany thus losing the last of her satellites. On January 20, 1945, Marshal K.Y. Voroshilov signed an armistice with Hungary in Moscow on behalf of the United Nations and by mandate of the Soviet, US and British governments. It was the same in content as those concluded with Romania, Bulgaria, and Finland. Its Article 12 stipulated partial compensation of losses caused by Hungary's participation in the war on Germany's side. The total sum, which was to go to the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, was set at $300 million payable in commodities in the course of 6 years. In Yugoslavia, a people's war had been fought from the day she was overrun. Much of her territory had been cleared of the enemy. In September 1944 the People's Army had 400,000 men. But it was unable to liberate the country completely on its own, because as many as 21 German divisions, 7 brigades, and some 25 separate regiments, and 10 Bulgarian and Hungarian divisions, were stationed in Yugoslavia, Albania, and Greece. A new power, that of the revolutionary people, had come into being during the people's resistance. The functions of a provisional government were performed by the National Liberation Committee. The liberation of the country by a joint Yugoslav-Soviet effort had been discussed beforehand in Moscow. The Yugoslav People's Liberation Army was supplied considerable quantities of Soviet arms and equipment, and a Soviet air group of 2 divisions was turned over to the Yugoslav command for support. An understanding was reached on temporary Soviet military entry into Yugoslavia. The Belgrade operation was launched on September 28, 1944, by troops of the 3rd and 2nd Ukrainian fronts, the Danube Naval Flotilla and the Yugoslav People's Liberation Army. Also engaged were 13 Bulgarian divisions and brigades under Soviet command. 3 When the offensive began, a communication was published in Moscow announcing the Red Army's temporary entry into Yugoslavia with the consent of the National Liberation Committee, and that a civilian administration of the National Liberation Committee of Yugoslavia would exercise power in territory where Red Army troops were stationed. 4 The offensive developed well. It was mounted by 1G Soviet divisions, 1 motorized infantry brigade, a mechanized corps, the Danube Naval Flotilla, the air arm of the GRD Ukrainian Front and part of the air arm of the 2nd Ukrainian Front. The fraternal cooperation of the Red Army, the Yugoslav National Liberation Army and the Bulgarian Army proved highly effective. On October 14, Soviet and Yugoslav troops approached Belgrade. The first to break into the city were units of the 4th Guards Mechanized Corps and the East Proletarian Division of Colonel Vaso Ivanovich. Marshal SS Beryazov recalls, "What made the battle difficult was that we wanted to avoid destruction in Belgrade and casualties among the civilian population. This made us give up powerful air and artillery strikes against residential and administrative quarters. Heavy arms were used with extreme caution. The enemy was attacked chiefly with guns, hand grenades, automatic weapons, and bayonets. Yet Belgrade did not escape considerable damage, caused by totally unnecessary US and British air raids. The Soviet troops," Beryazov recalls, "were also provocatively attacked by US Air Force planes. On October 20, the city was taken. The Belgrade operation was over. Soviet and Bulgarian troops were pulled out of Yugoslavia for an offensive in Hungary, and all further actions in Yugoslav territory were by the People's Liberation Army. Further, Soviet aid was not confined to arms and ammunition. The sustained drive of the 2nd and GRD Ukrainian fronts in Hungary and Austria complicated the position of the Nazi troops and their Croatian menials in Yugoslavia, facilitating their final defeat by the PLA. Josip Broz Tito pointed out later that without the Soviet Union victory over the fascist invaders would have been impossible, the liberation of Yugoslavia would have been impossible, the creation of a new Yugoslavia would have been impossible. The Soviet entry into Yugoslavia and Hungary and the speedy drive west made the position of the German divisions in Albania and Greece untenable. They were in peril of being blockaded in the south of the Balkan Peninsula and began withdrawing north towards the end of September, the Belgrade operation adding tempo to their evacuation. Taking advantage of the major Red Army success in the Balkans, the National Liberation Army of Albania mounted a broad offensive, pursuing the fleeing German divisions. Albania was totally free by November 29, that day being proclaimed a national holiday. A similar situation arose in Greece. Germans were abandoning the country, pursued by a National Liberation Army of nearly 125,000 men. The National Liberation Front was in the act of taking over power in the country, with hopes of independent, free, and democratic development rising before the Greek people. But that did not suit the Greek monarchists, nor Anglo-American reaction. The British government shipped in troops and mounted extensive armed operations against the people, a people fighting for national independence and freedom. British commando landings in Albania, however, ended in total failure. According to Polityka, a Polish newspaper, this was the result of timely information furnished by Harold Filby. Southeast Europe was liberated by Soviet troops with the cooperation of the Balkan National Liberation Forces. That people's power was established in the liberated countries was a natural outcome of the mass struggle against the Nazis. The people's governments of Southeast Europe, excluding that of Greece, withstood the onslaught of home and external reactionary forces. Relying on the selfless fraternal support of the Soviet Union, they moved forward to national independence and social progress. 7. Hitler's last trump. The German leaders saw the events approaching the inevitable end. No hope survived of a military victory. But, as they saw it, one hope remained, that of exploiting the mounting anti-democratic and anti-Soviet sentiment among the US and British rulers in the interest of German militarism. Hitler told his associates, "Never in history was there a coalition like that of our enemies, composed of such heterogeneous elements with such divergent aims. He who, like a spider sitting in the middle of his web, can watch developments, observes how these antagonisms grow stronger and stronger from hour to hour." The information at Hitler's disposal was largely true. The following entry in Field Marshal Alan Brooke's diary, dated July 27, 1944, became known to the public after the war. Here is what the chairman of the Committee of the Chiefs of Staff of British Armed Forces wrote, back to War Office to have an hour with Secretary of State discussing post-war policy in Europe. Should Germany be dismembered, or gradually converted to an ally to meet the Russian threat of 20 years hence? I suggested the latter and feel certain that we must from now onwards regard Germany in a very different light. Germany is no longer the dominating power in Europe, Russia is. Therefore, foster Germany, gradually build her up and bring her into a federation of Western Europe. The Nazis were also encouraged by the conduct of the British interventionists in Greece. In the early hours of October 4, 1944, British troops landed in southern Greece without meeting resistance. The Germans had withdrawn, while the Liberation Army, in hot pursuit, had moved north. For 2 months, the British government built up its armed forces in Greece, but did not betray its true intents. It acted on Churchill's offer, "It is most desirable to strike out of the blue without any preliminary crisis." 3. The strike out of the blue came on December 3, when the British provoked a conflict in Athens. General Ronald Mackenzie Scobie, in command of the British troops, received instructions calling for extreme measures. "Do not hesitate to act *, and further. We have to hold and dominate Athens. It would be a great thing for you to succeed in this without bloodshed if possible, but also with bloodshed if necessary." As Churchill recalled Arthur Balfour's telegram to the British authorities in Ireland in the 1880s, "Don't hesitate to shoot." And General Scobie's troops did not hesitate. Wholesale killings and arrests were complemented by brutal air and sea raids on Greek towns and villages. For 33 days, the British interventionists waged a sanguinary war against the people of Greece, employing methods reminiscent of the Nazis. With brute force they saddled the nation with a monarcho-fascist government. Examining the ways of exploiting this behavior of the British and US governments, Berlin decided to mount a major counter-offensive in the West. The Nazis hoped that this would encourage the tendency in Washington and London to seek a separate understanding with Germany, this disrupting the anti-fascist coalition. On the face of it, the situation was favorable. British and US troops in France and Belgium were preparing to celebrate Christmas. Officers and men were given leave and battle preparedness dropped. The Nazi plan was to repeat the breakthrough of May 1940. Again, after breaching the front, the German armies were to hinge rapidly toward the coast with the object of cutting off and wiping out the maritime group of the Allied troops in the area. But unlike 1940, the route to the coast was to be somewhat shorter. The breach was to be in the Ardennes between Mons Chau and Echternach, at the junction of British and US armies. It would then develop towards Dinant na Morlige, and to Antwerp, by then the main US and British supply center. The huge depots in that part would, if Antwerp were captured, greatly ease the situation of the German army. The depletion in strength on the Eastern Front prevented the Nazis from deploying a strong enough force for the operation. Numbers were to be compensated by quality. 3 German armies, the 7th, 5th Panzer and 6th SS, including brigades of Hitler's bodyguards, were placed under the command of General Field Marshal Rundstedt, but instead of the 3,000 warplanes envisaged in the plan, he was given only 700 to 900. The Germans struck at dawn on December 16 with the advantage of surprise. The attack was unexpected for the Allied command, not only due to poor intelligence and reconnaissance, but chiefly to its confidence that the main German effort would continue against the Soviet Union. Lack of integrity, of the US and British governments, proved the chief reason for the German success in the Ardennes. The front was breached 80 kilometers in width and 110 kilometers in depth. German forward units crossed the Maas at Dinant and then reached the river west of Liege. The Anglo-American armies retreated in disorder, leaving behind vast quantities of arms, ammunition, and fuel. Before dawn on January 1945, the Nazis mounted another offensive, this time in Alsace, advancing 30 kilometers in 3 days. The Ardennes and Alsace offensives aggravated controversies between the US, British and French governments and the respective military commands, this adding to the difficulty of eliminating the consequences of the German breakthrough. Quite obviously, the Nazis would try to deploy fresh strength to develop their initial success. The US and British governments turned to the Soviet Union, requesting a new Red Army offensive to draw off German troops and compel them to abandon their enterprise in the West. The first to suggest this was Eisenhower in his letter to the Chiefs of Staff. If, he wrote, it is the Russian intention to launch a major offensive in the course of this or next month, knowledge of the fact would be of the utmost importance to me and I would condition my plans accordingly. Can anything be done to effect this coordination? Churchill sent a personal message to Stalin on January 6, laying stress on the dangers when a very broad front has to be defended after temporary loss of the initiative. He asked whether we can count on a major Russian offensive on the Vistula front, or elsewhere, during January. Although the Soviet troops had only just completed a major autumn-winter offensive and the weather forecasts were extremely unfavorable, Stalin sent Churchill an affirmative reply the next day. It contained the opinion of the Soviet generals. Marshal of the Soviet Union Ivan Konev, then in command of the East Ukrainian front, recalls in his memoirs that altering the Soviet schedule created difficulties, involving an immense organizational effort. However, the Soviet generals, officers, and men realized that the change had been dictated by general strategic considerations and, hence, had to be accepted. Less than a week after Churchill's message, the Red Army launched an offensive all along the front from the Baltic to the Carpathians. This was a striking example of faithful observance of Allied responsibility and of how coordinated actions pay off. The Nazi plan in the West was thwarted, with German troops hastily pulled back to the Soviet-German front. Soviet fidelity to the duty of ally was of fundamental significance. It shored up the coalition. And the last of Hitler's trumps was beaten. Yet he clung on with the desperation of a maniac. He still hoped for a split among the Allies. 8. The Crimea Conference. The second top-level conference of the Soviet, US and British leaders was called in the Crimea, with the Soviet delegation housed in Yusupov Palace, the British in Vorontsov Palace and the American in Livadia. Although the Crimea had been liberated only shortly, the delegates were assured the maximum possible comfort, despite the fact that negotiators and staff from abroad totaled 2,500. 1. The conference opened at the time of a powerful Soviet offensive all along the front. The appearance of the Red Army at the gates to Berlin, Max Walter Klaus, a West German historian, notes, was a factor that dominated the conference. At the opening session, Churchill thanked the USSR for the winter offensive that had helped the Allies squash the German Ardennes adventure. Stalin replied that he had appreciated the implications of Churchill's message and saw that such an offensive had been necessary for the Allies. The Soviet command had started its offensive even before the planned date. The Soviet government had considered that to be its duty, the duty of an ally, although it was under no formal obligations on this score. He, Stalin, would like the leaders of the Allied powers to take into account that Soviet leaders did not merely fulfill their obligations, but were also prepared to fulfill their moral duty as far as possible. The conference agreed Allied plans for completing Hitler's defeat. The decisive significance of the Soviet-German front was acknowledged. In recognition, capturing Berlin was assigned to the Red Army. The Crimea Conference endorsed the European Consultative Commission proposals on occupation zones in Germany and the administration of Berlin. The question of inviting France to participate in the evacuation of Germany was settled in the affirmative on the initiative of the Soviet government. When discussing the German occupation zones, the US and British spokesmen went back again to their partition plans. Roosevelt remarked that occupation zones might prove to be the first step in the dismemberment of Germany. Churchill added that he agreed in principle to the dismemberment of Germany. The question remained of how it should be partitioned, he amplified. Stalin expressed strong doubts and insisted that no mention of dismemberment should be made in the surrender terms. Churchill and Roosevelt dragged through a decision that the matter be put before the foreign ministers for further study. Subsequently, on Soviet insistence, it was struck off the agenda. The Soviet point of view triumphed also in relation to the political tasks of the occupation. The delegations accepted a document on this score drafted beforehand. It envisaged measures ruling out any new German aggression and securing the country's peaceful democratic development. The Big Three declared their determination to disarm and dissolve all German armed forces, to abolish forever the German General Staff, which had repeatedly helped German imperialism to revive, to punish all war criminals and wipe out the Nazi Party, Nazi legislation, Nazi organizations, and Nazi institutions. A sharp discussion broke out over reparations. Acting on the principle of justice, the Soviet government declared that Germany should repay her victims at least part of the damage they suffered from her aggression. Total reparations were estimated by the Soviet delegation at $20,000 million, of which half was due to the Soviet Union. Churchill objected that reparations would cause starvation in Germany. If one wanted to ride a horse, Churchill said, one had to feed it with oats and hay. Stalin replied, the horse should not charge at one. Adding instantly, however, that comparisons of this kind were unacceptable. Ivan Maysky, assigned by the Soviet government to work out a reparations plan, retorted to Churchill that $10,000 million only slightly exceeded Germany's annual arms expenditure before the war and comprised a mere 10% of the US 1944-45 budget or equaled half of British wartime expenditure. He also pointed out that the problem would create no special political difficulties if the United States and Britain would not again finance Germany after the end of the war, as they had done after the First World War? The discussion culminated in a protocol which envisaged an Allied Reparation Commission which should take in its initial studies as a basis for discussion the suggestion of the Soviet government that the total sum of the reparation should be $1 billion and that 50% of it should go to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. It was noted, too, that the sum was agreed only between the Soviet and American delegations, while the British maintained their particular point of view. The Declaration on Liberated Europe was high up on the list of decisions taken by the Crimea Conference. The declaration said that the Allied powers considered it a common principle of policy towards the countries of liberated Europe to adopt an order that would enable the peoples to destroy the last vestiges of Nazism and fascism, and to create democratic institutions of their own choice. Point 4. By its treatment of Poland and Yugoslavia, the Crimea Conference showed how the matter could be properly settled in practice. The Soviet attitude to Poland was defined by Stalin. The Soviet Union, he said, had a stake in creating a powerful, free, and independent Poland. That was why the Soviet Union could not agree with the British and US representatives, who wished to ignore the will of the Polish people and impose upon it the mercenary émigré government. The USA and Britain could not prevail. All they managed was to obtain a decision recommending Poland and Yugoslavia to broaden their already existing governments. Spurning the balance of class forces in those countries, the British and US governments thought representatives of the reactionary side would, once they had seats in the government, succeed in ultimately seizing power. The Soviet Union, on the other hand, trusted the intrinsic strength of the Polish and Yugoslav peoples and their ability to win, even if imperialist agents held a few government portfolios. Subsequent events proved this judgment correct. The conference recognized Poland's eastern frontier along the Curzon Line, adopted in 1919 at the Paris Peace Conference. With regard to the western frontier, the conference declared, Poland must receive substantial accessions of territory in the north and west. The size of these would be determined in due course. The Crimea Conference also continued discussion of the idea of an international organization for the maintenance of peace and security, later named the United Nations Organization. The preparatory work begun at the Moscow Foreign Ministers' Conference in the autumn of 1943 was continued by the USSR, USA, and Britain in Dumbarton Oaks, August 21 to September 29, 1944. On Soviet insistence, the UN structure and activity was based on the principle of the sovereignty and equality of all members. The organization would not interfere in their internal affairs. Maintaining peace and security was defined as its main purpose, with chief responsibility for this placed on the Security Council. The Soviet Union advanced the unanimity principle for the five great powers, USSR, USA, Britain, France, and China, all permanent members of the Security Council. Countering the wish of the imperialist powers to dominate the organization, this principle is expressive of the equality and unanimity of the five great powers, obliging them to seek acceptable joint solutions. The US and British governments opposed the unanimity principle. The matter was even referred to the Crimea Conference, where the Soviet attitude was formulated by Stalin in the following words: the unity of the three powers was the most important requisite for the preservation of a lasting peace. If such unity was preserved, there was no need to fear the German danger. Thought should, therefore, be given to how best to ensure a united front between the three powers, to which France and China should be added. President Roosevelt advanced a compromise solution, which was finally adopted. The work of the Security Council was based on the unanimity principle, but procedural matters were to be governed by a majority vote, while in matters related to peaceful settlement of disputes, the party involved in the conflict should abstain from voting. On the last day of the conference, an agreement was signed that the Soviet Union would enter the war against Japan 2 or 3 months after the war in Europe ended. The Crimea Conference showed that governments with different social systems were able to hammer out joint and effective solutions. Some participants, however, accepted international cooperation tongue-in-cheek. Churchill later betrayed his insincerity. He said he had accepted some of the agreements in the Crimea only to encourage the Soviet Union to make the fullest use of its giant military power against Germany and Japan. What would have happened, he wrote, if we have quarreled with Russia while the Germans still had 200 or 300 divisions on the fighting front? However, the perfidy of a few cannot detract from the positive significance of the Crimea Conference, the results of which appear even more important in retrospect. The conference spelled the doom of Hitler's hope of a conflict between the members of the anti-fascist coalition, producing a program for post-war democratic arrangements. The people of the Soviet Union and all progressives regard the Crimea Conference as an important milestone along the way to the Nazi defeat and the materialization of the legitimate liberative aims of the Second World War. Chapter 7. The Soviet Partisans. One invader constantly harassed. Long before the Second World War, the German General Staff bandied the bellicose slogan, "Attention, Panzers." This epitomized its reckless strategy of aggression. Nazi generals expected the Wehrmacht armor to strike fear and consternation into the peoples of all countries, forcing them to their knees. What they did not reckon with was that panzers could be fought with superior armor. Neither did they reckon with the fact that panzers would not intimidate the Soviet people. A few months after the Soviet-German War began, the old slogan gave place to a panicky cry, "Attention, partisans." Victory chants gave place to hysterics. Many foreign historians ascribe the appearance and growth of the Soviet partisan movement to the Nazi atrocities. Quite true that the atrocities fanned the flames of resistance. But there was one reason only for the movement to spring and grow: the enemy was about to overrun the homeland, to eradicate the gains of socialism, cherished by the Soviet Eopol. If the iron fist were in a silk glove and German occupation policy were reversed, this would alter nothing. Goebbels, the Nazi propaganda chief, was wrong when he said, "We could reduce danger from the partisans considerably if we succeeded in at least winning some of these people's confidence." It might also be useful to set up sham governments in the various sectors which would then have to be responsible for unpleasant and unpopular measures. Indeed, Goebbels's advice was partly followed. A committee of trust was set up in Belarusia, a self-administration committee in Estonia and a variety of committees in the Ukraine. But all these auxiliary bodies, consisting of traitors and collaborationists, aroused bitter hatred and contempt. The Nazis committed savage outrages. They shot, hung, poisoned, or buried alive hundreds of thousands of guiltless civilians, to say nothing of Red Army soldiers and officers. Forcible transportation to German labor camps was widely practiced. Soviet citizens shipped to Germany were placed in concentration camps or on farms, performing hard labor, constantly insulted, ill-fed, and in most cases finally dying from exhaustion or hunger, or as a result of brutal treatment by guards. But nothing could break the will of Soviet people. Men and women in Nazi-captured towns or villages rose against them. The patriotic struggle in enemy-occupied territory unfolded in many ways: political, economic, ideological, and armed. Political resistance took the form of distinct hostility to measures of the Nazi governors, the system of plunder, coercion, and abuse. The population ignored regulations of the occupation authorities, refused to believe their reports, rejected their slander of Soviet power and Soviet government bodies. All Nazi attempts to subvert the people's trust in the Communist Party were in vain. That trust only increased. Underground party bodies were stoutly supported, this serving as a dependable basis for successful action. The most striking thing was that the collective farm system continued in the countryside despite the fascist occupation, with the Nazis even trying to adapt it to their needs and interests. Attempts to kindle distrust between workers and peasants, and between the different nationalities on occupied territory, failed dismally. What is more, as elsewhere in the country, the unity of the working class and the collective farmers only became more solid, while people of different nationalities helped each other as best they could. Many Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian families risked their lives hiding Jews, who were being exterminated by the Nazis. The Soviet socialist system showed its viability and endurance even in enemy-occupied territory. This struck fear into the German imperialists. They vented their fury against 197 members of the Communist Party, government officials, and shock workers who fell into their hands, and against Soviet science and culture workers. Like many other enemies of the Soviet state, the German imperialists pretended to liberate the Soviet people from communism. But the moment they stepped on Soviet soil, which they bathed in the blood of guiltless victims, they discovered that communism and the life of the Soviet people were indivisible. Economic resistance in enemy-occupied territory was centered on preventing Hitlerites from exploiting the available production capacity and resources. Workers, technicians, and engineers working under duress for the occupation authorities sabotaged production on their own initiative or by assignment of underground party bodies. As a result, the economic policy of the German invaders collapsed and, as they confessed, they gained much less from production in occupied territory than they had expected. Probably the best showing was that of the Soviet workers, technicians, and engineers in the Donets Basin, which had a strong underground party organization. The Germans were unable to organize coal extraction and iron and steel production there, and were compelled to ship in coal to the Ukraine, and even to the Donets Basin, from Western Europe. Soviet railwaymen put up a tough fight. Water towers, switches and other railway accessories kept breaking down, trains were derailed and locomotives went out of order. A small group of railwaymen led by K.S. Zaslanov in Orsha performed heroic exploits, organizing manufacture of special mines methodically placed in locomotives and railway cars, thus disorganizing railway traffic in the rear of Nazi Army Group Center. The Nazis encountered active resistance also in the villages. Collective farmers avoided handing in food to the occupation authorities, sabotaging their orders, while supplying food to partisans and the underground. Nor did the partisans forget their loyal friends, wherever possible delivering them from the more brutal and ferocious administrators. Many an agricultural functionary, a German newspaper admitted, paid for his activity with his life. War is impossible without a well-ordered and organized rear. For the Wehrmacht, Germany was a distant rear. Occupied Soviet land, however, though operationally the rear of the Nazi armies, was nothing of the sort in the economic sense. It worked not for, but against Germany. Ideological Soviet resistance, guided by the Communists, made a strong impact too. The Soviet people wrathfully rejected the fascists' man-hating anti-communist ideas. Only a wretched handful of traitors and collaborators, isolated and hated, agreed to serve the occupation authorities. The people as a whole proved faithful to Marxism-Leninism and the socialist ideal. Assassination of Nazis, arson, damage to enemy communications and spreading rumors and panic among the invaders and their menials all were part of a massive operation. Soviet people acted selflessly to preserve the nation's property, buried machinery, tools and tractors, equipment and material, to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. This was HI's bite of a deep faith in final victory and of loyalty to socialism. Young men and women were hidden away to escape transportation for forced labor in Germany. On instructions of underground party bodies, Soviet patriots agreed to be officials of labor exchanges and fascist municipalities, passport control officers, prisoners' reshipment centers, even of the police, while physicians and nurses worked in polyclinics and labor selection centers. Huge numbers of fictitious documents were issued to partisans and underground party bodies, and certificates of disablement to young people down for transportation to Germany. Millions took part in sabotage. This, coupled with ceaseless acts of diversion and armed partisan operations, all heroic national resistance, created an untenable situation, eroding fascist morale. Many citizens risked arrest or death, engaging Germans in conversation, proving that their aim of conquering the Soviet Union would fail. No matter how they tried, the invaders could not gain a firm foothold on Soviet soil. They were an alien body, and hostile, and were bound to be expelled. But this required military victory over the German Armada. Underscore Soviet people remained fearless revolutionary fighters even in the frightful Gestapo prison cells and in the hell of the concentration camps. Neither torture nor execution could. 199. Break them. As a symbol of unbending tenacity and will, we may cite General D.M. Karbyshev, whom the Nazis turned into a block of ice, the poet Musa Jalil, executed in a Nazi prison, and many others. In the bleak prison cells, in inhuman and terrifying conditions, Jalil wrote poetry filled with love of his country and life, with a bitter hatred and proud contempt of the fascist hangman. Here are some of his lines: I sang, sensing the freshness of spring, I sang, going to battle for my country. Now, I write my last song with the axe raised over my head. Song taught me to cherish freedom, song orders me to die fighting. May MP life be a song for my people, may my death be a song of struggle. 14 million were transported to do forced labor in Germany. This includes all foreign workers and prisoners of war. Soviet people stood out by reason of their unbending willpower, fighting spirit, morale. Weakened by hunger and excessive labor, strictly guarded, stripped of all rights, they resisted with unexampled courage and tenacity, forming underground committees and preparing armed risings, while comforting and supporting those who proved weak in body or spirit. Aided by the mass of prisoners, the committees established ties with foreign workers and German anti-fascists. A Soviet war prisoners' fraternity, an underground organization of Soviet patriots, was formed in southern Germany, establishing lasting relations with the communist German anti-fascist organization, the German Anti-Nazi Popular Front. Czechoslovak and Polish patriots doing forced labor cooperated actively with the Soviet underground. This was one of the most powerful anti-fascist organizations on German soil. Several thousand men of different nationalities, organized along military lines and partly armed, prepared for a rising against the Hitler dictatorship. They failed to accomplish their plan, but the memory of their courageous bid will live forever. 200. The movements among Soviet people imprisoned or doing forced labor in Germany, had a strong bearing on the general situation. From 1943 onward, the Nazis lived in fear of a possible insurrection of foreign workers and prisoners throughout Germany, so they kept part of their troops on German soil. Moreover, they went to the length of drafting a special operational plan under the code name, Valkyrie, for this eventuality. Soviet resistance reached out to the den of the Nazi brutes. Soviet security agents performed feats that roused the admiration of the Soviet people. Supported by their countrymen, they sealed off the Soviet rear from enemy infiltration. The fact that only 2 out of the 150 spy and sabotage groups smuggled in by Abwehr Commando 104, a Nazi intelligence unit, fulfilled their mission, shows how effectively Soviet security bodies operated. Archives captured by Soviet troops at the end of the war disclosed that % of the agents sent into Soviet battle areas had been captured. Several thousand enemy agents were exposed and rendered harmless during the war. Parachuted Nazi agents caught, alone totaled 1,854. Hundreds of the captured fascist agents were subsequently used to transmit false reports to the Germans. In December 1942, when an offensive was being prepared in the Folkhof direction, spurious information was dispatched to the Nazis from Tikhvin, Bologoye, Vologda, Yaroslavl, Rybinsk, Bijitsk, Kalinin, Moscow, and Gorky. On the eve of the Battle of Kursk, the Nazi command was misled by reports from 9 captured German agents operating under the control of Soviet counterintelligence. Soviet intelligence supplied invaluable information about the dislocation and deployment of Nazi troops and about Hitler's operational plans. A group of intelligence officers headed by MS Prudnikov obtained and sent to Moscow 23 top-secret German situation maps in June 1942. In spring 1943, a group known as Victors, operating behind the enemy lines, obtained early information about the move of several Nazi infantry and panzer divisions to the Kursk battle area. From France, Africa, and the Leningrad front. 1 Va Molodtsov organized a wide intelligence network from the enemy blockaded Odessa catacombs. When captured and sentenced to death, in reply to a Nazi offer of pleading for mercy, he said, "We are in our own country and do not beg enemies for mercy." Foreign intelligence experts had a high opinion of what the Soviet patriots accomplished during the war. Alan Dulles, head of U.S. intelligence, for one thing, noted that information obtained by Soviet officers was of a kind intelligence agencies in other countries could only dream of. For all the impact of political, economic, and ideological resistance in enemy-occupied areas, more decisive was partisan warfare. It betokened a stirring patriotism and boundless loyalty to socialism, and that the war against the invader was a people's war, testifying to the unbending will of Soviet patriots to defend the freedom and independence of their country. Naturally, in the armed struggle the main part belonged to the Soviet armed forces, whereas the partisan movement was the comrade in arms of Army, Navy, and Air Force. It contributed to the victory and made a strong politico-military and international mark. It struck fear into the invaders, who could never feel safe, wherever they may have been. To use an expression of that time, the partisan movement made Soviet soil burn under the solace of the invaders, so that soon they exclaimed in panic, "Attention, partisans!" The country had a rich tradition of partisan warfare, going back to ancient Rus and the partisan exploits in the Patriotic War of 1812 against the Napoleonic invasion. Partisans played a major role also in the fight against the interventionists and White Guards in 1918 to 1922, when they helped defeat many an enemy of Soviet power in the Ukraine, Siberia, and the Far East. But never before in Russian history was the partisan movement as sweeping as it was in the Great Patriotic War against Hitler Germany. It had many distinctive features, rooted in the thick of the masses. It was the response to the call of the Communist Party, which rallied the population in enemy-occupied territory. That is why the partisan flames spread so quickly. 1I.V.0.V.S.S, Volume 6, p. 138. 2 Communist, Number 18, 1967, p. 73. 202. Yet partisan warfare would have been inconceivable without extensive popular support. Partisans were fed, clothed, provided concealment and oriented by the people. The other important feature was the movement's massiveness. Hundreds of thousands, with reserves reaching into the millions, took part in the partisan operations, including all segments of Soviet society: workers, farmers, office workers, intellectuals, old people, young men and women, communists, komsomols and non-party people. By becoming partisans all of them displayed an high sense of patriotic duty, courage, heroism, and dedication. The movement was monolithic. Its members pursued the same aim. There could be no thought of differences and quarrels. Unlike many capitalist countries, the partisan movement in the Soviet Union was unaffected either by class or national differences. The wretched efforts of a handful of nationalist-minded traitors, who sold out to the Nazi occupation authorities, were unable to disrupt the unity of the partisan ranks. Many women were active in the partisan movement, staunch partisans, undergrounders, couriers, medical nurses, dynamiters and scouts coming from their midst. There are names that for Soviet people symbolize tenacity, courage, and loyalty: those of A.V. Petrova, a partisan scout, Maria Milentayeva and Anna Lysitsina, message carriers, Vera Koranzaya, head of the party underground in Vitebsk, Y.S. Zenkova, head of the Komsomol underground in Obel, Lya Yubayevovk, undergrounder in Poltava, Marit Melnikite, a patriotic Lithuanian girl, and many others. Rising from the thick of the nation, led and guided by the Communist Party and Soviet government, the partisan movement swept across enemy-occupied territory and grew into an important political and military strategic factor in the defeat of fascist Germany and her allies in Europe. Partisan units were formed in different ways, some by local organizations of the party, Komsomol, the Soviets, or the trade unions, some by factory, collective farm, or state farm groups, some on the initiative of the local population, servicemen separated from their units or escaped POWs, and some on the basis of groups specially sent into the enemy rear. Gradually, the units grew into larger detachments, establishing contact with each other and maintaining communications with the Red Army Command. They served 203 as a dependable base, facilitating the work of the underground and clandestine party organizations in the enemy rear. The earliest units sprang up in areas first overrun by the enemy: the Baltic republics, Belarusia, the Ukraine, and Moldavia. Most prominent in Belarusia were the units of TP Bumyskov and FI Pavlovsky, VZ Korj, MI Zhukovsky, MF Shmiriov and TYet Yermakovich. Many units consisted of the population of entire villages. This was the case in the villages of Zagali and Dromanovichi, where partisan detachments were headed by the chairman of the village soviet and the chairman of the collective farm respectively. Units in the Baltic republics and the Ukraine were formed in a similar way. Asakov Pak, 55 years of age, formed a unit in the Ukrainian town of Putiful, growing into one of the most renowned partisan generals. Different people became partisans. Komsomol member Vaz Belov, a Moscow Law Institute student, who had lost both hands in an accident, asked to be sent behind the enemy lines. Told by Komsomol officials that no one in his condition had ever jumped with a parachute, Zebelov replied, "Nowhere except in our country is there Soviet power." His request was granted and he proved an excellent partisan scout. Zoya Kozmodomyanskaya, a Moscow schoolgirl, went on a partisan mission, and was apprehended and brutally killed by the Nazis. As many as 231 partisan groups were active in Belarusia by August 1, 1941, with another 437 forming before autumn was over. At the end of June 1941, the partisans mounted active operations. In July-August they became a mighty force threatening the enemy. MF Shmiriov's unit alone performed 27 successful combat missions in August-September, forcing the Nazis to put up signs "Partisan Zone" in its area of operations. Gradually, the partisan movement gained experience and developed specific forms of combat. Partisans raided enemy garrisons and ambushed Nazi troops on the march, attacked personnel and destroyed weapons, cut highways, and blew up bridges and troop trains, conducting an eminently SUC 204 successful rail war. Clinging for months to cleared territory, the partisans wiped out fascist occupation administrations, paralyzed the enemy rear and frustrated many an economic and political undertaking of the Nazi authorities. Scouts were trained, who supplied valuable information to the Red Army Command. To be sure, mistakes were made, too, in the early months of the partisan war due to inexperience and ignorance of the specifics of guerrilla warfare. Some units were overcautious, slow to unfold combat operations, while others rushed headlong against superior forces. Gradually the commanders learned that skillful, well-timed moves were the key to success in their kind of war. One after the other, the groups performed daring long-distance raids across enemy-occupied territory, keeping constantly on the move. A fortnight's raid was made in Pekans 1941 by SP Oskin's Ukrainian detachment, and another unit, under IF Borovik, operated successfully near Kiev, then left the Malin forest in October 1941 and, after a 600-kilometer trek, established itself in the Bryansk forests. II Kopikin's detachment drove deep into the enemy rear, raiding town and village garrisons. Asakov Pak's operations were extraordinarily audacious. Joining forces with A.N. Saburov, he conducted a 700-kilometer raid from the Bryansk forests to the Ukraine west of the Dnieper in October and November 1942. Facts and figures show the scale on which the partisans operated. In the first 5 months of the war, Belarusian partisans derailed as many as 597 troop trains, blew up or set fire to 473 railway and road bridges, destroyed 855 motor vehicles, 24 panzers and armored cars, killing more than 2,220 German soldiers, officers and policemen. In the cities, too, partisans performed spectacular operations. City combat techniques were developed. In Minsk, for example, through the period of its occupation, partisans killed more than 1,600 military and civil officials, two among whom was Wilhelm Kuba, Hitler's Gauleiter in Belarusia. He was executed by a girl partisan, Y.G. Mazanik, who was helped in the bold operation by other girl heroes M.B. Osipova, N.V. Troyan and N.N. Drozd. Partisan cooperation with the Red Army was close. While General P. A. Belov's troops penetrated behind enemy lines towards the town of Vyazma at the end of January 1942, partisans captured Daugavpils, and throughout the Soviet counteroffensive at Moscow, partisans hit the enemy from the rear, cutting his communications and supplying invaluable intelligence. The Red Army reciprocated, staging attacks to take the heat off the partisans and compelling the Nazi command to fold up punitive operations. Measuring the magnitude of the partisan operations, we should bear in mind the enemy strength this drew off from the battle lines. In the summer and autumn of 1942, for example, as many as 22 to 24 Nazi divisions were kept in the rear as protection. And immediately behind the front line troops, 2 special units were held ready to repulse partisan attacks. The mushrooming movement needed unified control to be more effective. That is why on May 30, 1942, a central partisan headquarters was set up under the Supreme Command. Regional headquarters were also formed for the Ukraine, the Bryansk area, the Western area, Kalinin region, Leningrad region, and the Kurilo-Finnish sector. These helped the movement grow and coordinated its operations with the Red Army. Through them, too, the nation extended every possible aid to the armed struggle behind the enemy lines. The German command was frantic. On July 25, 1941, a little over a month after the outbreak of the war, the Nazis issued a special order, following up with a more specific directive on October 25, 1941. German troops were instructed to unleash wholesale terrorism against partisans and the civilian population. The later directive qualified the entire population as responsible for every act of resistance. The inhuman system of hostages was introduced, and all suspects were executed out of hand. On November 2, 1942, General Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel endorsed the instructions on combating partisans in the East, drawn up by General Alfred Jodl. Voicing alarm over the possible effects of partisan activity on army morale, the instructions called for high-powered punitive measures. But the more brutally the occupation forces behaved, the more rapidly the partisan movement grew. The People's Avengers, as Soviet people began to call the partisans, were a terror for the invaders. General Guderian deplored that the guerrilla war became a veritable plague, which also affected the morale of the men at the front. Werner Picht, a West German militarist ideologist, amplified, the greater the space that the soldiers seized, the more of a hell that space became for them. Tens of thousands of more people joined in. In the first 4 months of 1943, partisan numbers in the Ukraine increased more than 2.5 times. 3 as many as 512 units totaling 57,700 men were active in Belarusia in January 1943, and by November the number went up to 720 with 122,600 men. Partisan strength in Leningrad region increased more than tenfold in 1943. 5 ties with the local population grew stronger and civilian support expanded. Partisans were conscious of their internationalist duty and accepted people of other nationalities. In late autumn 1941, Fritz Schmenkel, corporal in the Nazi army, left his unit and joined the Soviet partisan detachment, Death to Fascism, operating in Smolensk region. He fought for the Soviet Union and his own homeland. In the spring of 1943, a Polish partisan unit was formed in Zhytomyr and Rovno regions, later growing into a large formation. In September 1943, a Polish partisan unit known as Wanda Wasilewska Brigade was activated as part of the Chernigov-Volyn partisan force. Slovak soldiers and officers going over to the partisans formed a large unit under Jan Nalepka in May 1943. In November it participated in the fighting for the town of Overuch, attacked jointly by Soviet troops and the partisan force. Nalepka died a hero's death in that battle and was bestowed the title of Hero of the Soviet Union posthumously. Powerful partisan forces grew out of the earlier detachments. Some Ukrainian groups, for example, consisted of 3,000 men each by the spring of 1943, the Zhytomyr force under A.N. Saburov and Z.A. Bogatyr, the Kolmy force under N.N. Popodrenko and S.M. Novikov, the Motherland force in Chernigov region, and another under N.N. Taranishchenko and K.A. Taranyuk. With war production expanding steadily, the flow of supplies to the partisans, chiefly armaments, ammunition, explosives, and communications facilities, increased. Regular radio and air communications, even with transport planes landing in partisan areas, were maintained in many places. The nature of the operations behind enemy lines changed too. Raids featured more prominently. A partisan cavalry detachment in the Ukraine under M.I. Naumov and I.E. Anisimenko roamed across enemy-occupied territory a distance of 2,000 kilometers in the winter of 1943 and was the first to cross into the southern Ukraine. The Sumy partisan force drove farther still all the way to the Carpathian foothills, its route totaling nearly 2,000 kilometers. And a long-distance raid by the Bialystok partisan force was also highly successful. As before, the partisans avoided full-scale battles with large enemy forces. They repulsed the attacks of punitive troops, then disengaged themselves. In December 1942 and January 1943 the German command mounted a large punitive operation in Smolensk region. Its effort proved futile. Inflicting heavy losses, the partisans moved out of reach, pitching new camps and retaining control of the Kletna woods. In January-March 1943 the Nazis went out against partisans in Kalinin region and various parts of Belarusia. The partisans were compelled to fight a large-scale action against superior enemy forces. The Central Partisan Headquarters concerted the operation of all partisan forces in the area, defeating the Nazis. Another large-scale Nazi operation, mounted from Osvaya district in Belarusia against local and Latvian partisans, was also abortive. Kalinin, Belarusian and Latvian partisans operated jointly on orders from central headquarters under a unified local command. While the main force took up defensive positions, the Latvian detachment under VP Sampson struck against the rear of the punitive troops, and at the junction of the three Soviet republics a mound of friendship was erected after the war in tribute to the comradeship and unity of the Russian, Belarusian, and Latvian partisans. One of the biggest of Hitler's operations against partisans was mounted in western Belarusia in the beginning of July 1943 by 50,000 men under Police Major General von Gottberg. After 35 days of heavy fighting the punitive force was compelled to withdraw from the Ivanets-Nalibaki forest, the main partisan base. In the second stage of the partisan movement actions against enemy communication lines, especially the railways, assumed even greater proportions. The rail war developed into simultaneous attacks on railways over large areas in the enemy rear. The first concentrated blow was struck in July-August 1943. In a few days tracks at more than 133,000 points were demolished, totaling some 800 kilometers in length. The second similar operation, under the code name Concert, was performed in the latter half of September 1943. Attacks on communication lines were timed to coincide with Soviet Army operations. Besides, partisan units helped the regular troops in river crossings. During the battle for the Dnieper, the partisans built 25 pontoon bridges for the Red Army and participated in liberating towns and fortified enemy zones. In some cases, the partisans liberated and held towns, district centers, and villages on their own, clearing the path for the Red Army. When regular troops came to large partisan zones, the coordination became closer and still more effective. Partisans accumulated valuable combat experience, producing knowledgeable and capable commanders and fearless guerrillas. They mounted complicated operations, growing into a factor of strategic magnitude, which the Soviet Supreme Command included in its operational planning. Unable to wipe out the partisan movement, the Nazis vented their fury on captured partisans. They brutally killed the heavily wounded M. Igor Yanov, Komsomol's Shurachek Allen, Liza Chaikina, and thousands of others. Yet nothing could break the will of the people's avengers or their faith in final victory. When the last of the invaders were being driven out of Soviet territory, the partisans hit out against them effectively. The large army of Belarusian partisans took a most active part in the final battles in Belorussia. 3 days before the Red Army began its Belarusian operation, the partisans accomplished one of the most powerful actions of the rail war, blowing up the tracks at more than 40,000 points in one night, thus paralyzing enemy communications. The German command was in distress, unable swiftly to regroup forces and bring up reserves. The partisans ruled large areas and controlled the roads, showing Soviet troops the way to the enemy rear and helping them surround large Nazi formations. Fraternal Soviet partisan aid to friends in the occupied countries expanded. Many thousands of Soviet people whom the war had displaced, participated in the armed struggle of the peoples in the overrun countries. Most of them were soldiers and officers escaped from German concentration camps. Far away from their homeland, they saw their duty in fighting the common enemy. Their courage won them affection and respect in Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, France, Belgium, Italy, Norway, and other countries. The first Soviet partisan detachments on Polish soil comprised men and women who had escaped from Nazi captivity. One unit was named Chopov Detachment, and others bore the names Victory, Shchors, For Freedom, Kotovsky. They cooperated closely with Polish partisans and the Gwardia Ludowa, their help to the latter in repulsing German punitive forces in the Parchu woods being a model of cooperation. With superior numbers and armed to the teeth, the invaders were forced to flee. In due course, partisan units, earlier active in Nazi-occupied Soviet territory, extended their operations to the neighboring East and Southeast European countries. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with Polish, Czechoslovak, and other patriots, they participated in liberating those countries. More than 80 Soviet partisan units fought jointly with the Polish partisans in Poland, the joint actions increasing in scale since the spring of 1944, when the 1st Ukrainian Partisan Division under PP Vershigora and the partisan detachments and units of IN Banov, VP Shepiga, VA Karagiov, GV Kovalyov, M. Yat, Nedalin, VP Polik, N.A. Prokopyuk, S.A. Sankov, B.G. Shangin and I.P. Yakovlev crossed the border into Polish territory along a wide frontage. In July-August 1944, some Soviet partisan units crossed from eastern and southern Poland into Slovakia, including the brigade of V.A. Karagiov, the detachments of M.M. Shukayev and V.A. Kvitanski and the units of S.V. Mansafe and Kurov, and the Pozersky unit. Besides, 24 organizer groups were parachuted into Slovakia by Soviet planes. These grew into large Slovak partisan formations. Captain A.S. Yegorov's group, for example, comprising but 22 men when it landed, was 850 strong a week later and then swelled into a force of 5,000 men of 22 nationalities. The Soviet partisans actively participated in the Slovak Popular Uprising, one of the most heroic and glorious chapters of the patriotic struggle in Czechoslovakia. By mid-1944, as many as 32 Soviet partisan units totaling 1,440 men operated in France. Besides, according to incomplete estimates, another GU Soviet citizens were members of French partisan units. The blood of the Soviet partisans that fell on French soil, wrote G. Laroche, a leader of the French resistance, is the purest and most enduring cement that has joined the French and Russian peoples in friendship for all time. For several partisan units consisting of Soviet citizens operated in Belgium. The biggest of these was known as the Homeland Brigade. Soviet people were also active in the Italian partisan movement. According to Italian historian Roberto Battaglia, former Soviet POWs, from the unknown soldiers who gave the signal for the rising in Santa Maria Capua Vetera and fell in battle, to the better-known men who will be well remembered, joined the partisan movement without hesitation. According to a modest estimate, at least 2,000 Soviet citizens fought along with the Italian partisans, the number increasing steeply during the April 1945 rising. The Russian battalion covered itself with glory in the Emilia fighting. Fyodor Poletayev, a collective farm blacksmith from Ryazan region, became Italy's national hero. An official partisan document described him thus: he was as huge 2I1 as an oak, kind and brave, like a true Hercules. He was the best among us. The inscription on the tombstone of Nikolai Bayanov, another partisan hero, erected by the Italian people on the place where he was killed, says, "Freedom knows no borders." Among the mass graves in the Arditov caves, sarcophagus number 329 bears the name, Kolishkin Alexei. But the Russian sailor, who had served on the destroyer SI/New York, and who took part in the Italian partisan movement, his name was really Alexei Afanasyevich Kubyshkin, had not been shot by the Hitlerites as his Italian friends thought, and now resides in Beryozovsk near Sverdlovsk. The heroism of the Soviet army and partisans was an example for the entire resistance movement. In the Great Patriotic War, Soviet partisans killed, wounded, or captured 1,500,000 Nazi soldiers, occupation officials and collaborationists, and derailed more than 18,000 troop trains. 4 Not measurable in figures was the moral damage to the Nazi army and the uplift and encouragement to people in enemy-occupied territory. 2 Soviet system in the enemy rear. If anyone had warned the Nazi chiefs that they would never be the real masters in captured territory, they would have scoffed. But that was just what happened. The Belarusians had a wartime saying: peasant lands, partisan forests, German roads, and Soviet government. It was very close to the truth. The Hitlerites found out that they were unable completely to destroy Soviet power in captured territories. Could anything be more convincing evidence of the stability and endurance of the system and its bonds with the people? Underground party branches were formed and were active in occupied territory from the beginning of the Great Patriotic War. They had close ties with the population and partisan units. A party center in Minsk guided the work of the underground in the Belarusian capital through 5 clandestine district committees, with the Underground Rural Party Committee cooperating closely, along with numerous other rural anti-fascist groups. The Minsk Underground was closely associated with the partisan movement. A new form of resistance evolved, building up large Nazi-free zones behind the enemy lines. Partisans in Orel and Bryansk regions and the Ukrainian partisans liberated more than 500 villages in the autumn of 1941, and an extensive partisan zone was established in the Bryansk area. It stretched 260 kilometers north to south and 40 to 50 kilometers east to west. The initiative was in the hands of the Orel Regional Party Committee. The number of such zones increased rapidly. Enemy garrisons and the occupation administrations were driven out, with party and government bodies taking over openly, representing the Soviet system in the enemy rear. Collective farms were put back into operation, newspapers and handbills were printed, and production of equipment and products for partisans was built up. The zones were also useful as a training ground for partisans. People in liberated areas joined the patriotic movement, aiding the front and bringing closer the final defeat of the enemy. On the 24th anniversary of the Red Army, partisans and collective farmers in the Leningrad zone sent 223 horse-drawn carts of food to the beleaguered city. Among the carters were 30 women. The carts were accompanied by a delegation carrying a message to the defenders of Leningrad. The carts crossed the front lines and reached their destination safely. The German command was aware of the danger of partisan zones. Numerous well-armed punitive expeditions were sent to wipe them out, and depending on the situation the partisans either defended their zones, with some surviving until the invader was driven out by the Red Army, or withdrew, setting up new zones elsewhere. A large-scale Nazi operation was mounted against the Bryansk partisan zone in July-August 1942. Battles raged for more than a month, with the enemy failing to accomplish his mission. In the Dorogobuz partisan zone, Smolensk region, however, things went differently because the terrain was hard to defend. The large partisan force moved out by decision of the underground Smolensk Regional Party Committee. 213. The punitive expedition did not find the partisans, whose relocation, far from reducing the scale of their activities, only facilitated more extensive operations. The number of underground party organizations in occupied territory increased considerably towards the end of 1942. An underground central committee was set up in the Ukraine to improve guidance of underground work and artisan warfare. Regional party committees were active in most of the Ukrainian regions, with some, like the Chernigov Committee, headed by A.F. Fyodorov, also active far outside the limits of the region. The Ukraine had 23 regional committees, 67 city committees, 564 district committees and 4,316 primary party organizations. 9 underground regional committees, 174 city and district committees, 184 territorial party branches and 1,113 primary party organizations in the partisan units operated in Belarusia. And it was much the same elsewhere in occupied territory. Erich Kuk, Nazi Reichskommissar of the Ukraine, had his residence in Rovno, thinking the small Ukrainian town would be safer than a large industrial center. But he did not reckon with the underground. One Rovno group, under T.F. Novak, had more than 170 members, and another, under P.M. Myryashchenko, nearly 200.3 also active. There was N.I. Kuznetsov, a courageous undergrounder disguised as a German officer. He shot and killed Alfred Funk, fascist head judge in the Ukraine, on the premises of a German court. Then, helped by a group of partisans and undergrounders, Kuznetsov kidnapped General von Ilgen, commander of Special Punitive Forces. Kuznetsov made an attempt on the life of Paul Dargel, Koch's political deputy, the actual head of the occupation administration in the Ukraine. Finally, he executed another of Koch's deputies, General Hermann Knut, and then General Hans Hell. Underground Komsomol organizations and branches were active under party leadership. The Ukraine had 9 regional underground Komsomol committees and 213 city and district committees. For the Young Guard, an underground youth organization in Krasnodon, made things uncomfortable for the fascists and their menials in a large section of the Donets Basin. Heading the group was a headquarters comprising YCL members IV Turkanik, V. I. Tretiakivik, Yuliana Grimova, Ivan Zemnikov, Oleg Koshevoy, Sergei Tyulinin, and Lyubashevtsova. The organization issued more than 30 leaflets, each in 5,000 copies. Its combat groups attacked and destroyed troop carriers, executed traitors, helped Soviet POWs to escape and committed subversive acts in enemy-run factories. Partisan zones multiplied towards the end of 1942, their area expanding. The biggest were in Belarusia, with more than half its territory under partisan control by the end of 1943. A large partisan belt, stretching from northwest to south, crossed Belarusia and the Ukraine, Kalinin, Smolensk, Orel and other regions of the Russian Federation. The zones served as operational bastions that the enemy dared not enter and from which actions were mounted. They were a dependable base for the popular struggle. An area of more than 200,000 square kilometers was under partisan control in the summer of 1943,7 equal to that of Britain, Belgium, and Denmark combined. Many millions of people lived there, resisting the enemy heroically. Soviet literature, including newspapers and leaflets, was brought in across the battle lines and widely circulated in the zones. Meetings, lectures, and concerts were held, and films shown. The people observed all Soviet holidays, while the partisans hit the enemy in force to mark them. Donations were collected for tanks and planes, the money being sent to Moscow, along with conscripts for the Red Army. But the most important fact of all was that the Soviet system existed in a large part of enemy-occupied territory either openly or clandestinely. Neither politically nor spiritually were occupied areas cut off from the rest of the Soviet land. Soviet people, even those in the occupied areas, defended Soviet power and the socialist system devotedly. Nothing the invaders did could shake the patriotism of the Soviet people and their faith in final victory over fascism. Chapter 8. Victory in the offing. One offensive down the line. Not all in Nazi Germany or in Britain and America were yet able to apprehend that the country was doomed. At the beginning of 1945, Germany proper was still almost entirely unaffected by direct military action. Her armies were still immense. Their combat capacity was still of a high order. And factories in Germany were still turning out arms. Yet total defeat was but 4 months away. Soviet military strength had grown so that it could wipe out fascism on its own. The Polish, Czechoslovak, Bulgarian, and Romanian armed forces participated actively in the concluding stages of the war, contributing greatly to the victory. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with Soviet soldiers, Polish, Czechoslovak, Bulgarian and Romanian patriots displayed courage, daring and military prowess. Their meritorious conduct in battle was frequently cited in Soviet military orders. In the meantime, the rapid succession of defeats on the Soviet-German front sapped the morale of fascist Germany in and behind the battle lines. A new Soviet offensive would make the situation very desperate. The Nazi Illniszeitung wrote on February 24, 1945. We can no longer rely on the time factor. We have neither reserves nor fortifications that could inspire the hope of the enemy losing wind. Can we find the line of defense the enemy will not breach in the next 24 hours? We are compelled to commit our last strength. The Nazis resorted to their favorite remedy, redoubling the terror and forcing the soldiers, of whom many were mere boys, to resist to the last. Many youngsters went into battle with tear-stained faces, working the trigger mechanically. 216. The German High Command issued a barbarous order to turn the eastern part of the country into a death zone. Special SS units forced people by the millions to evacuate. Hundreds of thousands of sick and old men, women, and children filled the country roads in the bitter winter's cold. For them the retreat was a horrible and agonizing trek. Villages were set afire and cattle was driven west. Roads were strewn with dead cows and horses, pigs, sheep, and goats, senselessly destroyed. The Soviet 1945 offensive was patterned differently than the one of the year before. No longer were the operations successive, but simultaneous, rolling to a start along a vast frontage. The first were the operations known as the Vistula Oder and the East Prussian. In the Vistula Oder operation in Polish territory, the Red Army tackled Army Group AGO divisions and 2 brigades, not counting a great number of separate battalions and the divisions that were still in the activation stage, with many divisions at full strength, that is, of 12,000 men. The 1st Belarusian and the RST Ukrainian front cooperating with the 4th Ukrainian, totaled 163 divisions. The numerical advantage in the main direction Warsaw and Berlin was huge, 5.5, 1 in men, 7.8, 1 in guns and mortars, 5.7, 1 in tanks and 17.6, 1 in planes. The sword of retribution was raised aloft. The Vistula Oder operation began on January 12 with the Soviet troops delivering a devastating blow breaching enemy defenses along a 500 km frontage to a depth of 100-160 km. Routing the main Army Group A forces and relieving a number of cities, including Warsaw, in the first 4 or 6 days. In the second stage, the rate of the advance increased. The liberation of Poland was being completed. German troops were invested group after group, and destroyed. On January 29, the East Belarusian front crossed into Germany and early in February reached the Oder, seizing important bridgeheads on its left bank. This crowned the operation. To advance farther required appropriate preparation in face of fresh, hastily brought up enemy troops. In the course of the operation the German command had shifted units from other sectors, the rear and the west, totaling some 40 divisions. In the operation 35 enemy divisions were completely wiped out and another 25 almost completely. Prisoners captured totaled 147,000.2. A huge wedge had been driven into the enemy lines, its tip crossing the Oder near Kiestryn. The first Belarusian front was a mere 60 kilometers from Berlin. No attack on Berlin was practicable, however, before the Nazi East Prussian Group, which imperiled the East Belarusian and First Ukrainian fronts, was put out of action. The East Prussian Nazi force, Army Group Center, comprised 41 divisions at almost full strength, deployed in powerfully fortified areas built up over decades and strongly supported by naval strength. To smash this force was the job of the 3rd and 2nd Belarusian fronts, which surpassed the enemy 2.8:1 in men, 3.4:1 in artillery, 4.7:1 in tanks and 5.8:1 in planes. The East Prussian operation went off to a start on January 13, 1945. Despite frantic resistance, the formidable fortifications were crushed and the front breached. Developing the operation according to a well-laid plan, the Soviet troops cut off East Prussia from the rest of the fascist army and slashed it into 3 isolated sections, the Baltic Fleet, especially its air strength and submarines, taking an active part in the fighting. As a result, the fortified city of Königsberg, heart of East Prussia, was blockaded. The first stage of the East Prussian operation ended early in February, with much of the country cleared of German troops. Nearly 52,000 were taken prisoner, and as many as 67,000 were liberated from concentration camps by the Second Belarusian Front alone. In the second stage, the invested Nazi troops were destroyed, Königsberg taken by storm on April G and the fortress of Pilo on April 25. Army Group Center virtually ceased to exist, East Prussia was captured and the way laid open to Berlin from the northeast. There was still a large German force in eastern Pomerania, to which Berlin attached specific importance. Himmler was in command. Clearly, the enemy meant to use the East Pomeranian area for a flanking move against the RST Belarusian front, which had reached the Oder. To avert this, the Soviet command ordered the 2nd Belarusian and part of the 1st Belarusian front to destroy it. The East Pomeranian operation began on February 10, 1945. The enemy had been reinforced, his strength increased to 42 divisions, with a well-fortified defense line and the Gdynia-Danzig fortified zone. The enemy front was breached, cutting Army Group Vistula in two, and isolating each section. But the fighting continued for nearly 3 months. The men and officers of the 1st Polish Heroes of Westerplatte Brigade helped liberate Gdynia and Danzig, displaying dedication and valor. The German prisoners ran to 64,000. Meanwhile, 115,000 men and women were freed from concentration camps. While part of the Soviet troops was engaged in the East Pomeranian operation, another part hid out in Silesia. The First Ukrainian Front freed nearly 114,000 people from concentration camps in that area. 2 In Upper and Lower Silesia, Soviet units drove through a powerful enemy belt along the Oder, annihilating 5 and routing 28 Nazi divisions, and taking up starting positions in the direction of Berlin, Dresden, and Prague. In the meantime, the RST Belarusian front captured an important operational area at the approaches to Berlin, near Kiestryn, poised to deliver the final blow. On the southern wing of the Soviet-German front, the enemy Budapest force was finally crushed and the Hungarian capital cleared of Germans in mid-February. The Red Army drove onto the Austrian border. Eager to retain Austria and at least a part of Hungary, the German command mounted a large-scale counter-offensive. This began on March 6 near Lake Balaton, the battles assuming huge proportions. In the first 10 days of the counter-offensive, a fascist strike force, comprising chiefly SS divisions, managed to advance 20 to 30 kilometers but fell short of its assignment. The enemy ONM-7 was frustrated by the joint action of Soviet, Bulgarian, and Yugoslav troops. Meanwhile, an offensive operation was mounted in Czechoslovakia, where the Tudor Vladimirescu 1st Romanian Volunteer Infantry Division distinguished itself alongside the Soviet troops. Having stemmed the Nazi counter-offensive at Lake Balaton, the Soviet 3rd and 2nd Ukrainian fronts, supported by the Danube Flotilla, began the Vienna operation on March 16, clearing the rest of Hungary and southeast Austria. On April 13, Soviet troops were in full possession of Vienna, capturing 130,000 men and officers. Prisoners of concentration camps, including Mauthausen, regained their freedom. At the height of the fighting for Vienna, the Soviet government issued a statement emphasizing that the USSR adhered to the standpoint of the Moscow Declaration of the Allies on the independence of Austria, and would follow it to the letter. 2 An Austrian provisional government was formed on April 27. The Soviet operations in Hungary and Austria facilitated the actions of the Yugoslav Liberation Army, supported by the Soviet Danube Flotilla, the ships of which were also prominent in the Vienna operation, giving fire support to the end Ukrainian front and landing forces on both banks of the Danube. The war in Europe was approaching its climax. The time of the decisive Berlin operation had come. 2 In beleaguered Berlin. In the spring of 1945, the war started by Hitler was sweeping into Germany proper. The German imperialists, who had dreaded a war on two fronts, were between the hammer and the anvil. British and US troops were some 400 kilometers away from Berlin. Soviet troops were nearer still, a mere 60 kilometers away. Bombs showered on Berlin, and obviously the city would be stormed at any moment. The political and military leaders of the Reich installed themselves deep underground in the subterranean vaults of the Imperial Chancellery. The imminence of retribution drove 220 them deep below the surface of the earth. Hitler was there, and Bormann, and Goebbels with his family. The group of generals was headed by Hitler's relative, SS General Hermann Fegelein, and Air General Robert Ritter von Grimm. The Führer's entourage was fairly numerous, his mistress Eva Braun, his photographer Heinrich Hoffmann, his physician Theodor Morell, who plied him with stimulants, his cook, his secretary and stenographer, his aide-de-camps Otto Giensk and Julius Schwab, the chief of his guard, his butler Heinz Ling, and Erich Kempka, head of the Führer's garage. In addition, there were bodyguards, and messengers, who hurried back and forth with countless orders and instructions, frantically issued to protract the resistance. Germany's true masters, the monopoly tycoons, had long since abandoned Berlin. Some went to Switzerland, others to Sweden, others still across the ocean, while some took up temporary residence in remote country retreats. Just one thing troubled them: what part of Germany would fall to the Soviet troops. They were least bothered by possible complications with British and US occupation authorities, certain that their colleagues in the United States and Britain would give them a helping hand. The atmosphere in the underground chancellery was electrified by the tense waiting for the inevitable end. Its denizens appeared less and less frequently in the light of day. The evil spirits that they were, they dictated their will to the remnants of the German army and the civilian elation from their subterranean hideout. The ritual REI owned by Hitler was pedantically observed. Each word he uttered was taken down conscientiously by his stenographer. And he uttered many words. He had become loquacious, irrepressibly talkative, and all he said went down in the records. Bormann saw to it, for it was part of his duties to assure that the maniac Führer's heritage should be recorded for posterity. Hitler's thinking in the last weeks of his life was totally unimaginative. He continued to prattle about his last trump, a possible falling out among the members of the anti-fascist coalition. Here, for example, is what he said to his entourage on February 6, 1945. After 54 months of titanic struggle, waged on both sides with unexampled fury, the German people now finds itself alone, facing a coalition sworn to destroy it. The situation is serious, very serious. It seems even to be desperate. We might very easily give way to fatigue, to exhaustion. We might allow ourselves to become discouraged to an extent that blinds us to the weaknesses of our enemies. But these weaknesses are there, for all that. We have facing us an incongruous coalition, drawn together by hatred and jealousy and cemented by the panic with which the National Socialist doctrine fills this Jew-ridden motley. While we keep fighting, there is always hope, and that, surely, should be enough to forbid us to think that all is already lost. This is an illustration of the foul methods of fascist propaganda that was straining to persuade all Germans that the anti-fascist coalition would wipe them out physically. To impute its own plans of genocide on others was a typical fascist dodge. and the neo-Nazis in present-day West Germany are employing it just as keenly. According to Tippelskirch, Hitler thought he had to hold out only until matters would reach the inevitable split among his enemies. Even after the Soviet assault on Berlin began and the distance between the fighting lines and the Imperial Chancellery shrank to mere dozens of yards, Hitler kept on hoping that an armed conflict would flare up for the possession of the German capital between the Soviet Union and its Western allies. And he did everything within his means to encourage a breach. The German government's refusal to surrender, even when Berlin was being stormed, caused immense and senseless losses. And this lunatic resistance was objectively encouraged by the governments of the United States and Britain, whose two-faced policies were for the Nazis a source of hope, prompting them to hang on to the last. 3. Victory flag over the Reichstag. After the German counter-offensive in the Ardennes was neutralized, US and British troops resumed their eastward advance in February 1945. By the middle of March they crossed the frontier into Germany and reached the Rhine, capturing 2 bridgeheads near Remagen and Oppenheim. The Allies were poised for a large-scale offensive with 80 divisions, including 23 tank and 5 paratroop, while the Germans had 60 divisions on the Western Front, numerically equivalent to a mere 26. The offensive began on March 23. After breaching the front near Remagen, the American First Army lunged east, then veered north, and on April 1 made contact with the GTH Army, which had performed a similar maneuver, near the city of Lippstadt. As a result, Nazi Army Group B was trapped in the Ruhr and cut in two in the subsequent fighting, with the surviving 325,000 men surrendering. In the meantime, the main American and British forces moved east. On April 11, forward armored units of the US GTH Army Force crossed the Elbe south of Magdeburg, capturing a bridgehead on its right bank. A second bridgehead was developed 2 days later southeast of Wittenberg, 100 kilometers from Berlin. But holding these bridgeheads proved difficult. German 12th Army counterattacks compelled the Americans to abandon the bridgehead south of Magdeburg and considerably reduce the one southeast of Wittenberg. Only some 150 to 200 kilometers lay between the Red Army and the Allies. Ever since the autumn of 1944, the Anglo-American command toyed with the idea of capturing Berlin before the Red Army. On September 15, 1944, Eisenhower wrote Field Marshal Montgomery, "Clearly, Berlin is the main prize. There is no doubt whatsoever, in my mind, that we should concentrate all our energies and resources on a rapid thrust to Berlin." It would appear that after the Crimea Conference, which recognized Berlin as part of the Red Army operational area, US and British plans of capturing the German capital should have been scrapped. Churchill, however, was still in favor of them. He sent urgent messages to President Roosevelt on this score, and telegraphed him on April 1. "From a political standpoint, we should march as far east into Germany as possible, and, should Berlin be in our grasp, we should certainly take it." On the following day, Churchill sent the same plea to Eisenhower: "We should shake hands with the Russians as far to the east as possible." And on April 5 he again appealed to Roosevelt in the same vein. Churchill's proposals were turned down by Eisenhower's headquarters. To begin with, it regarded caution as essential in relations with the Soviet Union and its Red Army, a realistic view, indeed, based on a clear-sighted appraisal of the situation. The second reason flowed from the first: the setbacks with the Elbe bridgeheads showed that the Allied armies were unprepared to storm Berlin, and no time was left for priming. "We would have taken Berlin had we been able to do so," Harry Hopkins, Roosevelt's top advisor, said later. This would have been a great feather in the Army's cap. Sir headquarters worked out an alternate plan: an assault on Dresden. That amounted to a deep Allied penetration into territory which in Yalta had been made part of the Soviet zone of occupation. However, when word of Eisenhower's plan reached the Soviet government, it did not object in the interest of joint action in consummating the defeat of Hitler's armed forces. A new test for the anti-fascist coalition came with President Roosevelt's death on April 12, 1945. The new president, the same Harry Truman who on June 24, 1941, discoursed in the U.S. press on the advantages that would accrue from a mutual extermination of Russians and Germans, lost no time in declaring a strong American attitude towards the Soviet Union. Joyous excitement reigned in the underground imperial chancellery when word reached it of Roosevelt's demise. Goebbels congratulated Hitler, who, in turn, let the news be known to the German generals. In his order on April 16, Hitler predicted a radical change in the war. But the anti-fascist coalition withstood the test. Soviet troops were then completing final preparations for the Berlin operation, to be carried out by the 1st and 2nd Belarusian and the 1st Ukrainian fronts, and the Baltic Fleet. The Polish army, too, was poised for the action. The offensive was to move into gear along a sector of more than 400 kilometers. Red Army power was represented in force. The three fronts had 2,500,000 men, with more than 42,000 guns and mortars, more than 6,200 tanks and self-propelled guns, and 8,300 warplanes. Superiority was considerable: 2.5, 1 in men, 4:1 in guns, 4.1, 1 in tanks and self-propelled artillery, and 2.3, 1 in air strength. The enemy scraped the bottom of the barrel to build up as powerful a force as he could. Around Berlin he deployed 2 armies of the Army Group Vistula and 2 of the Army Group Center, comprising 85 divisions and several dozen separate regiments and battalions. Besides, Berlin and the towns around it had strong garrisons, reinforced by the Volkssturm. A total of 200 Volkssturm battalions were hastily formed in the capital, the total strength of the garrison exceeding 200,000. A fortified zone of powerful defense lines ran from the Oder to Berlin, manned well in advance. Fascist propaganda whipped up a fanatical resolve among the men, threatening execution for disobedience and death for surrendering. It issued assurances that the Soviet offensive could be stemmed. The 1st Belarusian and 1st Ukrainian fronts mounted the offensive early in the morning on April 16. As many as 143 powerful floodlights were switched on in the assault area for the 1st Belarusian front strike force, sending the infantry and tanks over the top. The attack was irresistible. 2 hours later the first line of the enemy defenses was breached. Among the many stories of bravery, was one about Ludmila Kravets, medical nurse of a company of the 63rd Guards Infantry Regiment, who took her place at the head of the men when the commander had been killed and led them in the successful attack. But when the second line of defense on the steep Zelo heights, barely negotiable for tanks and infantry, was reached, the advance bogged down. Costly and bitter was the fighting. Not until the morning of April 18 was the line breached at last. The delay could have slowed down the operation, and the Soviet Supreme Command ordered the RST Ukrainian Front, advancing south of Berlin, to turn its tank armies northwest, and the 2nd Belarusian Front, advancing north of Berlin, to turn its main forces southwest. Thus, at the height of the operation, the frontal offensive of the 1st Belarusian Front was complemented by an enveloping move from north and south by the 1st Ukrainian and 2nd Belarusian Fronts, with part of the 1st Belarusian Front also used to invest Berlin from the north. The 47th Army and the GRD and 5th Shock Armies of the 1st Belarusian Front, and the Polish 1st Army, which flanked the city from northeast and southwest, were the first to come within firing distance of Berlin. On April 20 they began a methodical bombardment. On the following day, the Autobahn ringing Berlin was cut and the fighting carried into the northern and northeastern environs of the city. On April 21 troops of the 1st Belarusian Front approached Berlin from the east while those of the 1st Ukrainian Front closed in from the south. Investment of the Frankfurt-Goeben enemy group was completed southeast of Berlin on April 24. The Berlin group was enveloped the following day, while initial contact was made with American troops near the town of Riesa and Torgau on the Elbe. A few days later Soviet and British troops met near the towns of Schwerin and Rostock. Germany and her armed forces were thus cut into several isolated segments. The Soviet plan of encircling the enemy armies in Berlin was brilliantly carried out. The rapid advance, in complete accord with the Yalta decisions, frustrated the designs of the fascist leadership and those of certain groups in the United States and Britain. The Red Army Berlin operation was not only military, but also political. Among other things, for the fascist chiefs it closed the avenue of escape west from the German capital. Fresh Soviet troops were to capture the capital and destroy the German troops refusing to lay down their arms. The powerful enemy force had turned the city into a strongly fortified zone. Top guidance was still in Hitler's hands, though Artillery General Helmuth Weidling was put in command. General Walter Wenck's 12th Army operating. 15. 226. Against the Americans, was rapidly moved east to face the Soviet troops. The order for its deployment was published in newspapers and transmitted over the radio by Goebbels, who said, "The German troops on the Elbe have turned their back to the Americans." The battle for Berlin proper lasted 7 days, from April 26 to May 2, 1945. Soviet forces encountered numerous difficulties, chiefly because the German capital was, in a way, an aggregate of several fortified zones. Marshal Ivan Konev had this to say of the Berlin defenses. The massive stone buildings were adapted to a state of siege. The door and windows of many buildings were walled up and only firing ports were left. A few buildings thus fortified formed a center of resistance. The flanks were secured by strong barricades up to 4 meters thick, which were simultaneously strong anti-tank obstacles. In Berlin, especially in the center, there were many special reinforced concrete shelters. The largest of them were surface reinforced concrete bunkers capable of sheltering garrisons of 300 to 1,000 soldiers. Some of the bunkers were 6-storied and up to 36 meters high, their roofs were 1.5 to 3.5 meters thick and the walls 1 to 2.5 meters thick, which made them practically invulnerable to modern systems of field artillery. On the bunker platforms there were usually several anti-aircraft guns which were simultaneously used against aircraft, tanks, and infantry. These bunkers formed part of the defenses within the city limits. Berlin had about 400 of them. The Battle of Berlin was one more legendary Red Army feat. In the meantime, the US and British governments used a variety of channels to negotiate with the Nazi chiefs. One of these was the mission entrusted to Folke Bernadotte, a member of the Swedish royal family, closely connected with British monopoly tycoons. He visited Eisenhower's headquarters on November 2, 1944, after which he went to Berlin to meet Ribbentrop, Kaltenbrunner and other prominent Nazis on February 16, 1945. However, he devoted himself mainly to talks with Heinrich Himmler, whom he met on several occasions. Their last conversation took place on April 1. Kurt von Tippelskirch, OPCIT, S664. 2. Is Konev, Year of Victory, Moscow, 1969, pages 175 to 76. 227. 24. In the Swedish consulate in Lübeck, the premises sparingly lit by 2 wax candles. Already, the lunatic fascist world lay in darkness. Himmler said to Bernadotte, "It is quite possible that Hitler is already dead. And if he isn't, he is sure to die within the next few days. Berlin is surrounded and its fall is a question of a few days. I recognize that the Reich is vanquished. In the new situation I consider my hands free. I am determined to spare as much territory as possible from the Russian invasion. I am prepared to capitulate on the Western Front. The armies of the Western powers will thereby be enabled to advance rapidly as far as possible to the east. In contrast, I have no intention of surrendering on the Eastern Front." Hurrying back to Sweden, Bernadotte informed the British and American ministers of Himmler's proposals through the Swedish foreign minister. On April 25, the U.S. leaders, with President Truman at their head, gathered in the War Department to discuss Himmler's terms and then consulted Churchill by phone. The temptation to strike the deal was great, but the military and international situation ruled out a transaction with the most obnoxious of the Nazi chiefs after Hitler. The proposal was rejected and the Soviet government informed about Bernadotte's talks. 2 days later an account appeared in the British press. Learning of Himmler's initiative, Hitler ordered him expelled from the Nazi Party. On April 23, Goering, then in South Germany, sent Hitler a radiogram informing him of his intention to place himself at the head of Germany, inasmuch as Hitler's government in surrounded Berlin was incapable of functioning. Like Himmler, Goering intended to approach Eisenhower and come to terms on terminating hostilities in the West. He ordered General Karl Kohler, Luftwaffe Chief of Staff, to draft an appropriate manifesto. Goering said, "The Russians must believe the manifesto when they hear it. They must believe that we intend to continue resisting against West and East, while the British and the Americans must interpret it as a statement of our intention to terminate hostilities in the West and to continue fighting the Soviets. The soldiers must be given to understand that the war is continuing, but that, at the same time its end, a favorable one for us, is near." Learning of Goering's intentions, Hitler expelled him from his party and ordered his arrest, as well as that of Kohler and others. On April 27 the fighting had reached the center of the German capital. The enemy force was compressed in a narrow strip running 15 kilometers from east to west and 2 to 5 kilometers from north to south. On the following day, it was cut up into 3 pockets. On Hitler's orders, the SS flooded the underground Friedrichstrasse station of the city railway where thousands of women, children, and wounded German soldiers and officers had sought refuge on April 28. Early in the morning of April 30 Soviet troops stormed the Reichstag building. They had to fight for every room, every corridor, every landing, and the basement. In the morning of May 1 the Soviet victory banner was hoisted on the sculpture crowning the fronton, raised there by the scouts M.A. Yegorov and M.V. Kantaria of the 756th Regiment. While bitter fighting still raged for the Reichstag, other troops reached the proximity of the Imperial Chancellery. By midday on April Go, Hitler finally understood that there was no salvation, that the hour of retribution had come. After a ceremony in which he wedded Eva Braun, he made her a gift of an ampoule of calcium cyanide, then took his own life by shooting himself in the mouth. His entourage carried his corpse into the yard of the Imperial Chancellery under Soviet gunfire, poured gasoline over it and set it alight. "Hitler's funeral pyre," said Churchill, with the din of the Russian guns growing ever louder, made a lurid end to the Third Reich. Goebbels took the life of his children and wife, and committed suicide the following day. Bormann disappeared. On May 2 the resistance of the Berlin garrison was finally crushed. Its remnants, comprising 134,000 men and officers, surrendered. All in all, the Soviet troops and Polish units captured 480,000 prisoners in the Berlin operation. The fall of Berlin and the inglorious end of the Nazi chiefs was well deserved for crimes committed. It was also a serious warning to all new pretenders to world supremacy. The red banner over the Reichstag became the symbol of victory over fascism. Berlin, the heart of German imperialism and the seat of German aggression, lay prostrate. The war in Europe fast neared its end. 4 Soviet tanks raced to Prague. Soviet operations designed to liberate Czechoslovakia began in 1944 and gained in intensity at the beginning of 1945. Apart from the difficulties created by the terrain, the Red Army had to cope with a strong enemy force. At the beginning of May 2 enemy Army Group Center under General Field Marshal Franz Schoerner and Army Group Österreich under Colonel General Lothar Ronjulik, were still deployed in the country, comprising 62 divisions, including 16 panzer and motorized. After the Soviet troops took Berlin, the Schoerner-Ronjulik group was the strongest of the remaining German fascist forces and had no intention to lay down its arms until, at worst, it had fought its way to reach the US and British armies. Schoerner's plans were anything but unrealistic. In a telegram to Truman on April 30, Churchill said, "The liberation of Prague and as much as possible of the territory of western Czechoslovakia by your forces might make the whole difference to the post-war situation in Czechoslovakia." The US and British governments wanted their troops push ahead as far as Prague. General Patton, U.S. Third Army, entered Czechoslovak territory early in May 1945. Before taking Pilsen, the city was bombed by U.S. planes, demolishing or damaging as much as two-thirds of the housing. The U.S. command lost no time in dissolving the national committees in Pilsen and other Czech towns, replacing them with an occupation regime. On May 4, in a letter to the Soviet General Staff, Eisenhower revealed his intention to advance to the rivers Vltava and Elba, meaning to capture Prague. In its reply on the following day, the Soviet Supreme Command insisted on fidelity to the earlier agreed decision on the demarcation line between the Soviet and American troops along Czechoslovakia's western frontier. On May 6, spokesman of the U.S. command arrived in Skoerner's residence in Vilihovka, a health resort. They came to terms with the Nazi general about his suppressing the resistance movement in Czechoslovakia and continuing actions against the Red Army, with the subsequent surrender of his troops to the U.S. command. In the meantime, the people of Czechoslovakia were poised for a general armed uprising. The first to rise were the workers of Kladno, a large industrial center. On May 5 the rising flared in Prague, with the armed citizenry occupying strategic points. But the 40,000 Nazis stationed in the city mounted a counter-offensive. In the order of the day, Skoerner said the rising must be suppressed with all available means. The Czechoslovak capital was attacked by the SS Panzer Reich Division, SS Panzer Viking Division and a reinforced Reich Division regiment. But the ranks of the insurrectionists swelled. They were 30,000,4 but arms and combat experience were lacking. The Nazis pressed forward steadily to the center of the city. Unable to withstand the onslaught of the strong enemy force, the Prague patriots appealed urgently for help over the radio. And help arrived from the Soviet army. There was only one way to help Prague, while the months-long offensive of the East, 2nd and 4th Ukrainian fronts continued, a task force would strike from Berlin at the rear of the Skoerner group. On the way were the Krušnihary Mountains, a difficult natural barrier. To rout Skoerner's million-strong group which had established itself in Czechoslovakia as quickly as possible, to take Prague, save the city from destruction and save the inhabitants of Prague, and not only of Prague, from annihilation, we had no alternative but to break directly through the Krušnihary Mountains. S-10 Soviet Tank Corps of the East Ukrainian Front, a total of 1,600 tanks, were dispatched to Prague. Registered E-Prague operation opened on May 6 with the Soviet lunge to Dresden. On May 8, the Red Army and Polish troops captured the city. Near Dresden, across the Elbe, in the corridors of an old mine, Soviet soldiers found the priceless paintings of the famous Dresden Picture Gallery, hidden by the Hitlerites. On the night of May 8, the Tank Corps of the 1st Ukrainian Front traversed 80 kilometers to literally race across the Krušnihary Mountains and at 02:30 hours of May G reached the outskirts of Prague. The reception they received from the people was truly enthusiastic. On May 10, the Soviet troops closed the ring round the main Skoerner forces, preventing them from fleeing west. During May 2 and 11 most of the Nazi troops, comprising 780,000 men and officers and 35 generals, were taken prisoner. The swift maneuvers saved Prague from destruction and the insurgents from annihilation. The liberation of Czechoslovakia was complete. Furthermore, the Soviet Union frustrated the U.S. imperialist plan of capturing Prague and occupying the country. But for this resolute action, Czechoslovak independence would not have been regained and the country's historical territory, the Sudeten region and other areas handed to Germany under the disgraceful Munich terms, would not have been returned. As many as 140,000 Soviet men and officers paid with their lives for Czechoslovak freedom. The brilliant Soviet operation in which Prague was liberated and Skoerner's troops defeated, was legitimately the crowning event of the European war. Until the final shot, the Soviet Union was a true champion of legitimate liberative aims. It lived up to its lofty mission of liberator and discharged fully its internationalist obligations to the peoples of Europe. The military defeat of German fascism liberated the German people from the Nazi yoke. 5. Intolerance of fascism, humane treatment of the people. The entry of German territory by Soviet troops carried the war into the land where it had started. Red Army soldiers and officers were filled with hatred of fascism, German imperialism and the forces of war. The Communist Party taught them, however, to distinguish between war criminals and the people of Germany. When still only driving into East Prussia, the history of which, abounding in campaigns of conquest, incensed the Soviet troops, the Military Council of the Second Byelorussian Front issued an order prescribing humane treatment of the population. Unlike the Nazi invaders, who had sown death and destruction in territories they overran, the Red Army behaved with dignity, preserving the honor of the socialist state. At the beginning of the Berlin operation, General Headquarters published a directive on changing the attitude towards Germans, prescribing humane treatment of the SAE and rank-and-file members of the National Socialist Party who showed loyalty to the Red Army. Only the leaders were to be apprehended. German administrations would be set up in the districts and the town magistratures would be headed by German burgomasters. The Soviet attitude was a clear manifestation of the Red Army's mission of liberation. That the Soviet directives prescribing humane treatment of the German population were correct was borne out by subsequent developments. Although the democratic forces in Germany had failed to disarm the Nazis before it had been too late, patriots in towns and villages braved the Gestapo and SS terror, mounting active anti-fascist operations during the last days of the Third Reich. In many localities this had facilitated the Red Army advance, saving lives and preventing destruction of towns, villages and factories. Gestapo attempts to wipe out the German anti-fascists were frustrated in many places. In some German towns the people were happy to see the Soviet troops. This was the case in Eisleben, where a banner had been preserved which was presented before the war by Soviet miners from Krivoy Raj. More, its people put up a statue of V.I. Lenin brought by the Nazis from Soviet territory for smelting. The event was later described by a journal in the following terms: the marketplace was a sea of red flags. In the old town hall a democratic administration, a representative body of the working class was installed under the glorious banner of the Krivoy Raj miners which Otto Brosowski, the party veteran, would not relinquish despite torture and solitary confinement by the fascists. In the open, stood a statue of Lenin, material evidence that in this part of Germany the torch of proletarian internationalism had never gone out, that the banner of Ernst Thälmann's party had been held high, untainted, despite the fascist darkness. The Soviet government and military administration extended aid to the civilian population, particularly in Berlin. Soon after the fascist garrison of the capital had surrendered, Anastas Mikoyan arrived on a special mission to assure food supplies and other material aid. Nearly 6 million poods of flour and grain and considerable quantities of other products, including coffee beans, were set aside for this EYSE out of the army supplies. By the end of May, the Soviet command issued ration cards to the 3 million population of the city and organized the issue of food. The people were inoculated to prevent disease and life in the city began gradually returning to normal. The Berlin subway, the trams, and other city transport were restarted by the beginning of June, the bridges in the city were repaired, and the supply of water, gas, and electricity restored. Soviet servicemen rendered help to the German population, assisting it as energetically as they had but recently fought the fascist armies. Intolerance of Nazism blended with humane treatment of the people. That was the beginning of the Soviet occupation of East Germany, which lasted 4 years. The Soviet Union helped the people in the eastern part of Germany to survive the national disaster brought about by the monopoly tycoons, lifting them back to life, helping them clear the way for progress and lay the foundation of a sovereign, independent, democratic, and peace-loving state on German soil. A credit for the Soviet occupation authorities is their help to the Germans to cast off despondence, indifference, and political passiveness that gripped them after the crushing defeat. They wakened their political initiative, sense of national responsibility and democratic self-awareness. The local progressive forces cooperated. The Soviet military administration was consistently on the side of the people and the left parties, acting as a class ally. 6. Seen and unseen strength of the resistance movement. In April and May 1945, while the Red Army was mopping up the remnants of the battered Nazi war machine, armed risings swept Europe against the German occupation forces. The Prague Rising was but one of many. The resistance movement was gathering momentum in Italy. Speaking on its behalf, the Italian Communist Party issued a directive on April 10, 1945, saying in part, "Now is the time not only to intensify the partisan war, but to prepare and spark a real uprising." The following day a partisan offensive began, and 2 days later the partisans cut the roads along which German troops were retreating north out of Italy. On April 25 all northern Italy was up in arms. Action by the people of the three biggest working-class centers Genoa, Milan, and Turin was a signal for a general rising. The more than 30,000 German troops stationed in and around Genoa were attacked by the insurgents, and surrendered. Bitter fighting erupted in Turin, with the Hitlerites resisting desperately. By April 30, however, the city was fully cleared. Workers of Milan, too, wiped out a large fascist garrison. Thus, in the north town after town were cleared of the invader. After Genoa, Milan, and Turin, the Nazis were expelled from Bologna, Modena, Parma, Piacenza, Verona, Padua, and other cities. The partisans prevented destruction of factories and communication lines, captured depots of arms and ammunition, and took tens of thousands of prisoners. In the liberated towns and areas they established national liberation committees, exercising local authority. On behalf of the troops under his command in Liguria, General Meinhold surrendered in Genoa, to Remo Scapini, a worker and chairman of the local National Liberation Committee. As many as 256,000 Italian partisans organized in 1,090 brigades participated in the liberation war against fascism. As many as 575 were named Garibaldi brigades, activated and led by communists. Out of the 350,000 people taking part in the liberation struggle during the war, 210,000 were members of the Communist Party. And out of the 70,930 partisans killed in battle 42,558 were members of Garibaldi brigades. Luigi Longo observed that the popular resistance and national liberation war owe their scale, depth, and success primarily to the activity and policy of the Communist Party, its rank and file, and the mass of the people. The patriotic movement in Italy was against the German occupation forces, which committed the same atrocities in Italy as they did in other occupied countries. Also, it was against the Mussolini regime, reduced to a Nazi puppet and ensconced in a small northern resort, the name of which, Salo, was given to the Republic. Founded by the fascist leader under German protection. A rising in that part of the country soon put an end to La Repubblica di Salo. Mussolini knew the people would not spare him, and fled with the Germans. However, on April 27, 1945, a partisan detachment commanded by Pedro stopped near the border a German column consisting of an armored car, several motorcycles with mounted machine guns, a passenger car and 38 personnel carriers. The partisans were but 18 in all, but engaged the enemy fearlessly and finally compelled him to negotiate. In the ensuing negotiations the Germans were told they could continue on their way to the border after a thorough check. In the armored car was Mussolini and his entourage, many valuables, and the Duce's personal archive. The fascist dictator climbed unnoticed into one of the personnel carriers, tied a handkerchief round his cheek, feigning a toothache, put on dark glasses, and wrapped a German army greatcoat round his shoulders. Masquerading as a German soldier, he lay down on the bottom of the lorry. That is where he was spotted by partisan Giuseppe Negri. The latter gave no sign of recognition, quietly approached his commander and informed him of his find. Mussolini was arrested. So were his associates, who made a desperate bid to escape in the armored car. Sentenced by a military tribunal of the Northern Italy National Liberation Committee, Mussolini, his mistress, Claretta Petixi, the ideologue of extremist fascist terror Alessandro Pavolini, and a few other close associates of the Duce, were executed by a firing squad. Their corpses were put on display in Piazza Loreto in Milan. The workers of Trieste rose on April 28. Helped by the Yugoslav People's Liberation Army, which approached Trieste from southeast, they cleared the city of Germans in 2 days. The US and British rulers regarded Trieste as an important strategic point, for which reason British tanks swept into it on May 2. Churchill ordered Field Marshal Alexander to put down the insurrection. "It would be wise," he wrote, "to have a solid mass of troops in this area, with a great superiority of modern weapons and frequent demonstrations of the air force." He added, "have some strong naval forces there." His order was obeyed. Alexander set up a stiff occupation regime, based on Mussolini's fascist legislation. A new series of risings erupted in Nazi concentration camps. Headed by Soviet POWs, an uprising broke out in Buchenwald on April 11, culminating in victory. Thus, all through the war and especially in 1944 and 1945, significant risings occurred in many European countries: Albania, Belgium, Bulgaria, Greece, Italy, Poland, Romania, France, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, which grew into popular armed struggle. Nothing even approaching that scale had ever been seen in European history. Everywhere on the continent the risen people hit the invaders, contributing to the common anti-fascist cause. The strength of the resistance movement was incontestable. It was inspired by the example of the Soviet soldiers, and the Soviet offensives were a major contribution to the success of resistance fighters in all countries. The resistance and the stand of the Soviet people against the German fascists were evidence of the enhanced role of the masses in the process of history. Last but not least, the resistance demonstrated the people's craving for national independence and freedom, for deep-going social reconstruction. It was natural that the popular movements developed. In a number of countries there emerged a people's democratic power. But even where the people failed to overcome their class adversaries for one reason or another, external rather than internal, the resistance bore the features of a popular revolution and left an ineradicable mark on the mass consciousness. Battaglia says the following on this score: "No matter what the adversities the future may hold for Italy, it is beyond doubt that the way to the future lies through the resistance movement, and doubtless, too, that the popular forces have deep roots in the country. No attempt at establishing foreign or internal domination can ever rob the people of Italy of their homeland, retrieved despite all difficulties." 7. The enemy surrenders. The prehistory of the Doanets government is one of the unrevealed secrets of the Second World War. During the last days of the Fascist Reich, Admiral Karl Doanets was in command of the German Navy, with headquarters at the extreme northern tip of the country near the German-Danish border. Unexpectedly, he received a radiogram signed by Bormann from the Imperial Chancellery on April Go at 18:35 hours. In place of the former Reich Marshal Goering, it said, "The Führer appoints you, Herr Grand Admiral, as his successor. Written authority is on its way. You will immediately take all such measures as the situation requires." 2. The telegram was sent in Hitler's name when he was already dead, though this is not mentioned in it. Yet the man who was about to commit suicide was not likely to have thought of a successor. "If I am to perish," Hitler used to say, "the German nation, too, shall perish, for then it will not have been worthy of me." What alerts one, too, is the fact that even before the telegram was sent, the British government ordered its troops not to enter those towns in northern Germany, where Doanets had his headquarters. In any case, it was not Hitler who had tried to preserve the fascist regime in Germany after his death. Doanets, a faithful Nazi and Hitler's admirer, replied to Bormann's telegram, "My loyalty to you, my Führer, remains unshaken." A second radiogram from Bormann reached Doanets' headquarters on May at 10:53 hours. Curtly, it said, "Testament in force." After this, Doanets' radio stations broadcast a statement informing Germans that Hitler, who committed suicide on May 1, 1945, had appointed Admiral Dönitz as his successor. Lies that had surrounded Hitler all his life, accompanied him to his grave. On the same day, Dönitz proclaimed himself Führer of the German state and Commander-in-Chief of the armed forces. He quickly formed a fascist government. Some 500 Romanent Nazi leaders, including Himmler and General Veil, were gathered in Flensburg, where the government was constituted. They were not daunted by the fact that the territory under Dönitz's jurisdiction was, in effect, but a small part of Schleswig-Holstein. They banked on the new government's extending its authority. In fact, the Dönitz government was semi-officially recognized by the United States and Britain. Dönitz and Montgomery, the British commander-in-chief, came to terms that Flensburg and its environs would remain unoccupied, plus Dönitz defined his policy as follows: "We must go along with the Western powers and work with them in the occupied territories in the West, for only by working with them can we have hopes of later retrieving our land from the Russians, for there must certainly have been grounds for Dönitz's hope of a deal with Britain and the United States." Yet the secret behind it did not come to light until well after the war. An entry in the diary of Alan Brooke, Chief of the Imperial General Staff and Chairman of the Chiefs of Staff Committee, revealed that in May 1945 he had examined a report by the planners of Chiefs of Staff Committee on the possibility of taking on Russia. 5 Field Marshal Montgomery, 2, refers in his memoirs to the plan's existence degree, and Churchill admitted in 1954 that he had telegraphed Lord Montgomery, directing him to be careful in collecting the German arms, to stack them so that they could easily be issued again to the German soldiers whom we should have to work with if the Soviet advance continued. The reference to the Soviet advance was pure eyewash. American and British generals in direct command of the troops in the field, however, were opposed to a war against the Soviet Union. To begin with, they knew the USSR could not be defeated. Secondly, they knew the British soldiers would refuse to fight against the Soviet Union. Alan Brooke, for one, put down the following in his diary, referring to a war against the USSR: "The idea is, of course, fantastic and the chances of success quite impossible. There is no doubt that from now onwards Russia is all-powerful in Europe. The British people," wrote Montgomery, "would never have been persuaded to fight the Russians in 1945. And he amplified, the Russians had been built up as heroes during the German War, and any British government that wanted to fight them in 1945 would have been in for trouble at home." Although the plans of war against the Soviet Union, which the British and American imperialists had nourished in 1945, fell through, their governments and military commands did everything in their power to gain control of as large a part of the defeated German troops as they could. In secret negotiations between SS General Karl Wolff and Alan Dulles back in March 1945, the two drafted the plan for Operation Crossword. The idea was that German troops would withdraw from Italy to southwest Germany, where they would stay at the disposal of the US and British governments. Vigorous Soviet protests and eruption of the armed uprising in Italy frustrated that operation. After the Dönitz government was formed, secret negotiations on placing the surviving German armies at the disposal of the US and British commands were continued and expanded. On Dönitz's instructions, Admiral Hans von Friedberg, placed in command of the German Navy, entered into negotiations with Montgomery. Culminating the talks, which were held behind the Soviet Union's back, an agreement was concluded in the afternoon of May 4 that all German armed forces in Holland, northwest Germany, Schleswig-Holstein, and Denmark, would surrender to the British. In the period of May 2 to 5, the Anglo-American command accepted the surrender of German troops in Italy, Croatia, and southern Austria, Bavaria and West Austria, Vorarlberg, and Tyrol. Encouraged, Dönitz dispatched Friedberg to Eisenhower's headquarters in Reims. Simultaneously, he issued the order ending the submarine war against the Western powers and prohibiting the underground fascist terrorist werewolf groups to operate against the United States and Britain. Friedberg arrived in Reims on May 5. That day, General Patton, representing the American command, assumed control of fascist Germany's military academy evacuated from Berlin. In talks with General Bedell Smith, Eisenhower's chief of staff, Friedberg suggested the Allies should accept the surrender of Skourner's and Ronjulik's troops. This was tantamount to their seizing a large section of Czechoslovakia. The proposal was received favorably by Eisenhower's headquarters, but proved impracticable. Skourner's surrender to the Allies was frustrated by the Soviet operation liberating Czechoslovakia and by the rising of the Prague Patriots. Meanwhile, Doenitz's government was preoccupied with a new plan, that of a separate surrender to the United States and Britain. Jodl was quickly bundled off to Reims to assist Friedberg. General Bedell Smith accepted the proposal brought by Jodl. Preparations were underway for a formal signing by Germany of an instrument of surrender to both the United States and Britain. However, aware of the firm Soviet position and the probable consequences of such unheard-of perfidy, Eisenhower turned his thumbs down. A protocol on Germany's unconditional surrender was signed in Reims on May 7, 1945, at 02:41 hours. In the early hours of May 7, General A.I. Antonov, Chief of the Red Army General Staff, addressed a message to the heads of the British and American military missions in Moscow, suggesting that the Reims instrument be regarded as temporary and that a general unconditional surrender instrument be signed in Berlin. The governments and military commands of the United States and Britain consented. The instrument of Germany's unconditional surrender was signed at midnight, May 8, 1945, in Karlhorst, a Berlin suburb, by representatives of Hitler's military command, Field Marshal Keitel, Admiral Friedberg, and Air Force Colonel Gen. Stumpf. The Soviet Supreme Command was represented by Marshal of the Soviet Union G.K. Zhukov, the Supreme Command of the Allied Expeditionary Force by British Chief Air Marshal Arthur Tedder, the U.S. Armed Forces by General Karl Spaatz, and the French Armed Forces by their Commander-in-Chief, General de Lettres de Tassigny. The surrender instrument formalized the conclusion of the war in Europe. But for the political conclusion it was essential to dissolve Doenitz's fascist government. That government enjoyed the increasing goodwill of the United States and Britain. On their insistence the Allied Control Commission, formed to assure fulfillment of the unconditional surrender terms, began its functions on May 13 in Flensburg, something that the Doenitz government responded to with enthusiasm. From May 13 to 16, in the absence of the Soviet representatives, the British and American members of the ACC settled many a point with Doenitz. They came to terms with him on cooperation, and on Jodl's appointment as Chief of Staff of the German High Command, with whom many military and organizational issues were settled. Finally, the American and British representatives paid an official call on Doenitz, the latter assuring them of this Western orientation and urging joint action against the Soviet Union. This, a German historian wrote later, made an obviously strong impression on the two generals. On May 16, in contravention of the Crimea decisions, Churchill officially declared that the United States and Britain had no intention of undertaking the burden of administering Germany, meaning that it would be shifted onto the Doenitz government. The Daily Herald, the British Labour Party newspaper, styled this flirting with Doenitz as monstrous, adding, "In Germany, desperate adventurers continue to pose as a government." The situation changed when the Soviet representatives on the Allied Control Commission arrived in Flensburg on May 17. They insisted on shutting down Doenitz's establishment. The Grand Admiral's fate was sealed. The Soviet government took a firm stand. There was public outcry in the United States and Britain, and a total absence of support for Doenitz in Germany, whose people aptly named him and his entourage a government of ghosts. On May 23, 1945, the Doenitz government was dissolved and its members arrested as war criminals. On June 5 the Soviet Union, the United States, Britain, and France signed in Berlin the declaration regarding the defeat of Germany and the assumption of supreme authority with respect to Germany, saying that the four powers assumed supreme authority in Germany, including all the powers possessed by the German government, the High Command, and any state, municipal, or local government or authority. The German armed forces would be disarmed and all arms and war facilities turned over to representatives of the four powers. The declaration provided for the immediate release and repatriation of POWs and civilian nationals of the United Nations in Germany, and for the immediate arrest of all top fascist leaders and other war criminals. Concurrently, agreements were signed on the control machinery and zones of occupation. The former envisaged that in the period when Germany is carrying out the basic requirements of unconditional surrender, supreme authority in Germany will be exercised, on instructions from their governments, by the British, United States, Soviet, and French commanders-in-chief, each in his own zone of occupation, and also jointly, in matters affecting Germany as a whole. The four commanders-in-chief will together constitute the Control Council. The Control Council was to assure agreed measures by the four CNCS in their respective zones and adopt joint decisions on matters of principle relevant to Germany as a whole. Administration of Greater Berlin was delegated to the Inter-Allied Kommandatura, which functioned under the general supervision of the Control Council and consisted of four commandants. The statement on zones of occupation defined the border between the Soviet zone and those of the Western powers, still squabbling among themselves over the borders between their zones. The agreements, concluded in Berlin, provided for the immediate withdrawal of Anglo-American troops from the Soviet occupation zone and the partition of Berlin into four sectors. A month later, the four powers reached agreement on zones of occupation and the control machinery in Austria. Concluded thanks to Soviet diplomacy, the latter agreement recognized the right of the Austrian nation to independent national existence within an integral state. In the German question, too, the Soviet Union adhered firmly to the principle of Germany's integrity and national independence. The Soviet occupation of part of German and Austrian territory was an act of retribution against fascism, but at once selfless aid to the peoples in achieving a democratic arrangement and their national and social aspirations. Also, Soviet policy towards vanquished Germany was prompted by the long-term aim of a lasting European peace. 8. The Conference in Potsdam. The third and last war conference of the Soviet, US and British leaders took place in Potsdam Seligenhof, July 17 to August 2, 1945. The atmosphere there was quite different from that of the two preceding conferences. The war in Europe was over. The ruling elements in the United States and Britain were eager to assure themselves of the place of dominance in the post-war world, and, if matters went so far, were prepared to make use of defeated Germany in promoting their ends. With President Roosevelt's death and treat assumption of the presidency, the tendency to toughen the attitude to the Soviet Union gained ascendancy in the U.S. administration. Work on atomic weapons was stepped up on the president's orders. 16 * 244. On July 16, on the eve of the conference, the U.S. delegation, with the president at its head, received word of the first experimental bomb test in New Mexico. From then on it was preoccupied with the problem of how to demonstrate U.S. atomic power and what advantages this would bring to the United States. State Secretary James Burns said, **, the bomb might well put us in a position to dictate our own terms at the end of the war. The War Secretary, Henry Stimson, expressed the same opinion. He suggested using the bomb to win concessions from the Russian leaders as to their cherished state. It was in Potsdam, on July 24, that Truman signed his fateful order to deliver the first special bomb, after about August 3, 1945 on one of the targets, Hiroshima, Kokura, Niigata, and Nagasaki. As seen by PMS. Blackett, a British historian, the dropping of the atomic bombs was not so much the last military act of the Second World War, as one of the first major operations of the cold diplomatic war with Russia. The political speculation 6f The U.S. delegation, by virtue of the monopoly possession of atomic arms, began at the Potsdam Conference. President Truman told Stalin elatedly that the United States had these superbombs. While he did so, Churchill intently watched Stalin's face. But the game proved abortive. The Soviet delegation comported itself in Potsdam with calm assurance and dignity. and its behavior secured the success of the Potsdam talks, although some points of interest to the Soviet Union, such as that of the procedure in occupying Japan, could not be settled due to the posture of the U.S. representatives. The Potsdam Conference set up the Council of the Foreign Ministers of the USSR, USA, Britain, France, and China, authorizing it to prepare peace treaties with countries of the fascist bloc. It stipulated, too, that in discussing the details of particular treaties, the Foreign Ministers' Council would include representatives of the great powers that had concluded the armistice with the enemy state in question. Only one exception was made. It was ruled that France be regarded as a country that had signed the Italian surrender. The German question was the main one discussed in Potsdam. The view that German dismemberment was impermissible, consistently advocated by the Soviet Union, won the day. Stalin said, "There has been a change of view on this question. Germany remains a united state." The conference decided to preserve and develop Germany as a single democratic, peace-loving state. It proclaimed the inalienable right of the German people to independent national existence and reconstruction on a democratic and peace-loving basis. An agreement was concluded on the political and economic principles to govern the treatment of Germany in the initial control period. This set out the guidelines for denazification, democratization, and demilitarization. The aims of the occupation were laid down as follows: total disarmament and demilitarization, removal of all industry capable of war production, measures to convince the German people that they had suffered a total military defeat, destruction of the Nazi Party and Nazi institutions, prevention of all Nazi and military activity or propaganda, and reconstruction of German life along democratic lines, with subsequent peaceful cooperation of Germany on the international scene. The agreement also envisaged measures facilitating revival of German agriculture and peace industries. A decision was passed to liquidate the German monopolies and amalgamations. Measures were laid down to assure Germany's integrity despite her division into zones of occupation. The Potsdam negotiators coped with the difficult question of reparations, drawing up a just plan acceptable to all concerned. The fundamental proposition was that reparations be exacted from the respective occupation zones, with a specified share to be placed at the Soviet Union's disposal by the western part of the country. The Potsdam Conference re-examined the question of the major war criminals and reaffirmed the principle of swift and just trials. A decision was passed to constitute the International Military Tribunal. The Potsdam decisions on the German question were prompted by concern for peace and the security of nations. That was why they were concentrated against militarism and revanchism, and consequently resented by advocates of aggression in West Germany. The savage fury of the German militarists is illustrated by the following passage: Stalin and Truman met and sanctioned hasty and violent solutions, forcible partition and artificial restriction of the greatest European nation and the subjugation of all East European peoples to foreign domination. The style betrays its auto hashtag as a follower of Hitlerism. The conference drew the border between Germany and Poland in compliance with historical justice along the rivers Oder and Western Neisse. The decision said the frontier would be reaffirmed by the peace conference, this being regarded as a pure formality. A decision was also passed in Potsdam on evicting the German population not only from Czechoslovakia and Hungary, but also from Poland in her new frontiers. Prominence was given to the fulfillment of the Yalta Conference Declaration on Liberated Europe. The U.S. President suggested that in pursuance of that declaration the democratic governments of Romania and Bulgaria should be reorganized without delay. "We cannot resume diplomatic relations with these governments," he said, "until they are reorganized as we consider necessary." The Soviet delegation objected, countering with its own proposal: in Romania and Bulgaria, just as in Finland and Hungary, due order exists and lawful authority is exercised, enjoying prestige and trust among the populations of these states in the time since the signing of the armistice by their governments. It stressed the absence of any grounds for interference in the internal affairs of Romania and Bulgaria. The Soviet delegation favored resumption of diplomatic relations in the earliest future, because further delay was unjustified. The conference decided that each of the three Allied governments would examine the question of establishing diplomatic relations with Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Finland. The Potsdam Conference examined a number of other issues and found acceptable solutions. Speaking at the closing session, British Prime Minister Clement Attlee voiced the hope that this conference will be an important milestone on the road which our three nations are taking together towards a stable peace, and that the friendship between the three of us who have met here will be strong and enduring. Stalin and Truman joined in this wish. The results of the conference, wrote Pravda on this score, are evidence of a further consolidation and growth of cooperation among the three great powers, the war alliance of which secured military victory against the common enemy. Chapter 9. The victory over Japan. 1. Secret plans of the Japanese militarists. Conquest of the Soviet Far East, the maritime territory, East and West Siberia was high up on the list of the war aims of the Japanese imperialists. Hitler Germany wanted Soviet territory west of the Urals. Japan wanted all the land to the east. That had been the raison d'etre of their anti-Soviet military bloc. Yet, for all their recklessness, Japan's rulers were somewhat more realistic than their German allies, in their estimate of Soviet strength, due probably to the object lessons at Lake Kazan and Khalkhin Gol. They were in no hurry to attack the Soviet Union, waiting until it would weaken under the German onslaught. However, preparations for the attack, the plan for which had been nursed for many years, were continuously extended. The Kwantung Army built up its strength to 1,100,000 by the beginning of 1942. By which time the Japanese General Staff completed a new war plan. Like the Nazi plan, it contained full specifications for violence in occupied territories alongside the usual strategic and operational guidelines. Though Japan postponed the attack, her rulers extended the maximum aid to Hitler Germany in her war on the USSR, aid of every kind, and, most important of all, compelled the Soviet command to keep a considerable force in the Far East against the Japanese troop build-up in the proximity of the Soviet frontier. The hostile attitude of Japan and action by her naval forces impeded Soviet shipping in the Pacific, particularly that bound from the United States. From the summer of 1941 to the end of 1944, the Japanese detained 178 Soviet merchant vessels, including 3 with resort to arms, while the ships Angarstroy, Kola, and Ilmen were sunk by Japanese submarines. Her German ally profited from Japan's economic, political, and military intelligence data relating to the Soviet Union gathered in many countries in various ways, including the use of diplomatic machinery. Early in Germany's war against the Soviet Union, Nazi Foreign Minister Ribbentrop thanked Tokyo for providing valuable information and said he hoped Germany could count on more intelligence in the future. In the autumn of 1941, Japanese diplomats tried directing Nazi raiders over Moscow. In the summer of 1942, the Japanese General Staff supplied Germans with information about the Red Army build-up near Tambov and east of Stalingrad. They also gave figures on Soviet average monthly tank production type by Japan issued straight strategic materials, tin, rubber, and the like to Germany either by submarine or in neutral bottoms. These and many other acts were a gross violation of the Soviet-Japanese Neutrality Treaty, which either signatory was entitled to denounce a year before its expiration. Hitler's crushing defeat, achieved mainly by the USSR, was a cardinal premise for victory in the Far East. The moment Germany surrendered, Japan's position became all but untenable. Yet the Japanese government opted for continuing the war, and even protested formally to Germany for capitulating, whereupon it demonstratively tore up its treaties with the already non-existent Nazi government. The decision to carry on was based mainly on the assumption that the real intents of the United States and Britain would present 1,000 opportunities for maneuver and double-dealing. Even if the Soviet Union were to enter the war, the Japanese thought, they had capacity for long resistance, which would give them time to sound out the chances of an anti-Soviet deal with their capitalist adversaries. In that sense, Tokyo's policy in the concluding months of the war resembled that of the Nazi chiefs, who continued senseless resistance even in beleaguered Berlin. It was true that the perfidious policy of the ruling element in the United States and Britain was drawing out the war, regardless of the unjustified losses. The Japanese, meanwhile, dragged on, relying on the fact that by the summer of 1945 their war economic potential was still fairly high. Nor did the Japanese government sit on its hands and wait for the expected rifts in the anti-fascist coalition. Japanese agents in neutral countries sought contacts with British and American diplomats and secret agents since April 1945, trying to inveigle them in secret negotiations of a compromise peace. The most serious were the talks in Switzerland between Iyashiro Fujimura, a Japanese naval attaché, and an operative of Allen Dulles' agency, lasting 2 months. Japan's rulers also tried to initiate negotiations with the Soviet Union. The first attempt was made on March 4, 1945, when Tokyo approached the USSR semi-officially through Nakamura, a fishing fleet owner, requesting Moscow to mediate an armistice between Japan and the United States. Nakamura saw Yakov Malik, the Soviet ambassador to Japan. Neither America nor Japan can work up the courage to start talking peace, the Japanese said. Some divine teach should help them, should recommend that they stop fighting. Through Nakamura, the Japanese government thus invoked flattery to gain its purpose, styling the Soviet Union a divine power. The Japanese worked doggedly to pull off the projected intricate diplomatic maneuver. In the USSR to mediate an armistice, the Japanese did not mean peace. All they wanted was to win time and drive a wedge between their enemies. So the matter was raised once more, but at a much higher level. In June 1945 the Soviet ambassador in Tokyo was visited several times by ex-Premier Hirota on instructions of the Togo government. And in mid-July the Japanese embassy in Moscow put in a formal plea with the Soviet government, asking it to mediate and announcing that Emperor Hirohito had appointed Prince Kono as chief negotiator. The Japanese assumed that their high-ranking spokesman would be invited to Moscow. The USSR turned down the Japanese request and briefed US and British representatives on all details at the conference in Potsdam. Soviet sincerity and honesty in all inter-allied relations spelled the doom of Japan's hopes of a split in the anti-fascist coalition. The conduct of the US and British governments in relation to the USSR was, in that respect, entirely different. This we know also from the proceedings in Potsdam. Though they wanted the Soviet Union to enter the war against Japan, the United States and Britain intended to deny it a say in post-war Far East solutions. That the two powers were eager for the Soviet Union to become involved against Japan is borne out by the fact that at Yalta they recognized the status of the Mongolian People's Republic, consented to the restoration of the legitimate Soviet right to South Sakhalin and the Kurils and to the lease of Port Arthur, also accepting Soviet preeminence in Daren and joint Sino-Soviet exploitation of the Chinese Eastern and South Manchurian railways. Their wish to deny the Soviet Union a say in post-war Far East arrangements, meanwhile, was betrayed by the fact that one of the most important Potsdam documents, the Declaration on Japan, was framed by them separately, without Soviet participation. The USSR was confronted with a fait accompli after its appearance in print. However, the public outcry at home and the prestige of the Soviet Union, champion of the just liberative aims of the Second World War, blocked the US and British governments from laying down the terms of an imperialist peace. By and large, the program set out in the declaration was consistent with the idea of a democratic peace. It called for Japan's immediate and unconditional surrender and outlined in the form of an ultimatum the general political principles to be applied to defeated Japan: removal from power and influence of the culprits of the Japanese aggression, punishment of war criminals, democratic guidelines in Japan's national development, economic and military disarmament, and constitution of a peace-loving government doing the will of the people. Once this was achieved, the declaration said, Allied occupation troops would withdraw. However, the matter of Japan's frontiers was so worded as to leave unclear the fate of some Japanese islands, seizure of which was contemplated by the U.S. government. This applies to the Ryukyu Islands, Okinawa included, Iwo Jima, the Bonin and Volcano Islands, and others. Nor did the content of the other items in the declaration accord with the true U.S. intentions. The declaration referred to Japan's occupation by Allied troops, whereas the U.S. government was resolved not to let any troops but its own discharge that mission. The declaration referred to Japan's democratization and removal from power of the war culprits, while Secretary of War Henry Stimson explained that in the U.S. opinion a monarchy under her present dynasty should be preserved in Japan. The Japanese government rejected the Potsdam Declaration and refused to surrender, set firmly on the course of drawing out the war. A unique political situation arose in Southeast Asia and the Pacific. There was a distinct parting of the roads between the exponents of a temporising policy, including the ruling clique in Japan and quarters in the United States and Britain, and the protagonists of a swift victorious conclusion of the war, including the Soviet Union and the Mongolian People's Republic, the resistance fighters in Southeast Asia and Pacific, and people throughout the world. The Soviet entry into the war against Japan was of extraordinary international importance. None but the Soviet Union could secure for the peoples of Asia genuine liberation from the Japanese imperialist yoke and the right of forging their own future. 2. The atomic crime. The Soviet victory over Germany had a decisive bearing on the strategic situation in the Pacific. Germany had massed all her resources against the USSR, especially after Stalingrad, which enabled the US and British commands, who were not involved in any active engagement in Europe, to concentrate part of their forces in the Pacific and, from November 1943 onward, to assume the offensive. Throughout 1942 and 1943. 253. The United States had a mere 13 divisions in that theater, complemented by 6 Australian divisions and an insignificant British force. That speaks of the scale of the operations, listless and half-hearted, amounting, in effect, to but the one Guadalcanal operation. Not until September 1943 did U.S. troops mount an action in New Guinea, dragging it out to September 1944. Simultaneously, engagements were fought to oust the Japanese from the Gilbert and Marshall Islands. The lull on the Burma front lasted until January 1944, when the British took the offensive with extremely limited resources. In autumn 1944 operations began on a grander scale, when the Americans landed in the Philippines. The Japanese Navy attempted an attack on U.S. naval forces covering the operation, but was badly defeated, losing 4 battleships, 3 aircraft carriers, 3 light carriers, 1 carrier escort, 14 cruisers, 32 destroyers, and 11 submarines. U.S. losses amounted to 1 light aircraft carrier, 3 carrier escorts, 6 destroyers, 3 destroyer escorts, 1 transport, and 7 submarines. The naval victory enabled the United States to complete the Philippines operation at the end of April 1945, whereupon an Anglo-American operation was launched in Indonesia. There, as in the Philippines, the Allied action was distinctly colonialist in complexion. An offensive by American, British and Chinese troops, supported by local guerrillas, unfolded in Burma, with the Japanese accepting defeat in May-August 1945. The last of the operations in the Pacific War theater was the U.S. landing on Okinawa in the morning of April 1, 1945, under covering fire from 10 battleships, 13 cruisers, and 23 destroyers. 2 The Japanese garrison of 72,000 resisted the 450,000-strong landing force until June 21.3. On capturing the island, the United States virtually ceased hostilities against Japan, excluding air assaults on Japanese cities. In autumn 1944 the bombing of Japan became methodical. Out of Japan's 206 large cities, as many as 81 were substantially damaged. 49% of the buildings in Tokyo, Kawasaki, and Yokohama were destroyed, 32.6% in Kobe and Osaka, and 31% in Nagoya. Nearly 3/4 of the damage was to dwellings, schools, and hospitals. Meanwhile, factories, transport facilities and railways suffered insignificantly. More than 4 million homeless in the bombed Japanese capital and nearly 22 million in the rest of the country camped among the rubble or migrated to the country. Nothing the Allies did affected Japan's military backbone, her land army, which at the beginning of 1945 was an effective force of 4,100,000 men, with another 1,265,000 in the Navy. So long as the Japanese government had this force, it would obviously not surrender. The decisive battles were still ahead. The Allied Combined Chiefs of Staff drew up Plan Olympic, scheduling the seaborne invasion of Kyushu for November 1945, with action developing under Plan Coronet in February of the following year. The war was not expected to end before 1947. Military and political leaders in the United States and Britain were not certain, however, that their troops would grind down the Japanese will to resist even within those liberal terms. Churchill said as much quite frankly. These operations, he said, involved an effort not surpassed in Europe, and no one could measure the cost in British and American life and treasure they would require. Still less could it be known how long the stamping out of the resistance of Japan in many territories she had conquered, and especially in her homeland, would last, for so much the greater was the importance the US and British ruling element attached to the Soviet Union's entering the war in the Pacific. At Big Three summit conferences the subject was raised with much insistence. There was, of course, another side to it. Reactionary groups in the USA and Britain did not expect a quick Soviet victory and hoped a war of attrition would sap the strength of the USSR, enabling them to re-establish their influence in Asia, as well as in Euro 8. That was what lay behind the strange US leisureliness, capturing Okinawa, while the bombing of residential quarters in the Japanese cities from air and sea was redoubled in order. As the US military thought, to hammer into the Japanese and other Asian nations a healthy respect for US superiority and convince them of the US predestination of dominating other lands. Not content, the US imperialists weighed various schemes to reduce the impact of the impending Soviet entry into the war against Japan so as to prevent the relation of world forces tipping in favor of the national and social emancipation of the peoples. That was what prompted them to use the newly developed atomic bomb, which, they figured, would face the nations with the dilemma of either being reduced to atomic dust or accepting US diktat. The US president ordered the atomic bombs dropped not on military targets, but peaceful citizens. In the epic entree of the bomb released over Hiroshima on August 6 were hostels for children evacuated from Tokyo. This was no pilot's error. The target, picked in advance, was a large concrete bridge in the immediate proximity of the hostels. The bomb exploded at an altitude of less than 600 meters, destroying 60,000 houses in an area of 14 square kilometers. The same fate befell Nagasaki. On August G. Casualties in Hiroshima totaled over 306,000 out of a population of 430,000, and in Nagasaki nearly 137,000 out of 200,000. And a quarter of a century later the radiation disease is still reaping a harvest among the survivors. The act was a blatant crime against humanity, the guilt for which falls squarely on the US imperialists, who showed a callous disregard for elementary, universally accepted standards of international law and for the customs of war and humane principles. The bombings amounted to a deliberate extermination of civilians. Hair-raising pictures arise in the memory of staggering devastation, Japanese authors recall. Few escaped, people perished in explosions and fires, and from atomic radiation. On March 10, 1945, as many as 100,000 people died in the big US night raid on the eastern section of Tokyo. Those who saw the streets piled high with bodies, who saw Sumida River filled with corpses, will never forget that night. The anger that swept the world betokened a moral and political defeat for the US imperialists. Hanson Baldwin, the New York Times military observer, wrote, "The use of the atomic bomb cost us dearly, we are now branded with the mark of the beast." An advocate of aggression and a prominent participant in the US government's fateful atomic bomb decision, Admiral William D. Leahy, the president's advisor, said, "In being the first to use it, we have adopted an ethical standard common to the barbarians of the Dark Ages. These new and terrible instruments of uncivilized warfare represent a modern type of barbarism not worthy of Christian man." The U.S. ruling element, however, was anything but conscience-stricken. It was thrown into wild jubilation by the lowering clouds of the atomic explosions. The sycophant press averred euphorically the new weapon would bend the world to the will of the United States. It devised elaborate arguments to prove that in the new atomic age the concept of national sovereignty was outdated and the nations were preordained to submit to a world government dominated by the United States. The atomic bombs made no immediate military impact on the course of the war. U.S. war historian Morton, for one, holds that neither the Hiroshima nor the Nagasaki tragedies had inclined the Japanese to surrender. Churchill, too, says in his war memoirs, it would be a mistake to suppose that the fate of Japan was settled by the atomic bomb, for these and other anteceding developments added importance and weight to the entry of the Soviet Union into the war against Japan. 3 Asian peoples fight for liberation. Under the impression of Red Army victories and the collapse of Hitler's Reich, Japan's #1 war ally, the national liberation struggle expanded swiftly in Southeast Asia and the Pacific. In Vietnam, guerrilla units merged into armies of liberation and national salvation, which mounted extensive operations against the Japanese occupation forces in the end of 1944 and the early months of 1945. A Provisional People's Committee, the nominal government of the rapidly expanding liberated areas, was formed on June 4, 1945, with control over 6 of the country's provinces with a population of more than 1 million. In Burma, the prominent liberation fighter, Aung San, became chairman of the Anti-Fascist People's Freedom League in August 1944. On March 27, 1945, the League headed a popular armed uprising, a decisive factor that aided the British troops, jointly with the insurgents, to clear the country of the Japanese. In the Philippines, the Guerrilla Liberation Army, Hukbalahap, fought with eminent success, easing the U.S. landing and defeat of the Japanese occupation forces. Major General Decker, U.S. 6th Army Chief of Staff, heaped praise on the Hukbalahap for being one of the best fighting units he had ever known. Extensive guerrilla fighting erupted in Malaya in 1944, led by the Anti-Japanese Union, which formed an anti-Japanese army of Malaya. The 3 nationalities Malayans, Chinese, and Indians fought shoulder to shoulder in its ranks. The 3 stars on the flag of that army of peasants, workers, and men of the national bourgeoisie, symbolized the wartime unity of these nationalities. People in Indonesia and Korea also rose up against the occupation forces. The Chinese people fought on heroically against the imperialist invader. The 8th and new 4th armies, and the partisans, were highly active. Regular troops operated in the first half of 1945 chiefly in the Shanxi Shahar Hopi area, but the main form of combat was guerrilla warfare, which spread to most parts of the country. In 1944 and 1945 the Kuomintang armies were still suffering heavy losses, conceding to the enemy much territory and many important strategic points. A large-scale Japanese offensive in the summer of 1944 in Hunan and along the Canton-Hankow Railway rolled across all Hunan province and extended Japan's control over central China. From Peking to Canton the Japanese were in control, with the seaboard and its at least 100 million population totally in their hands. The Kuomintang government was denied a considerable portion of the nation's food sources, raw materials, the manufacturing industry, railways and motor roads, and inland waterways. By the summer of 1945, out of the country's 11,000 kilometers of railway track the Kuomintang was in control of but 1,100.1 casualties climbed to over 1,100,000 dead, wounded and captured, with the heavy loss in lives traceable to mass desertions of the demoralized Kuomintang troops in face of the Japanese. Many Kuomintang generals went over to serve the invaders. Yet, despite the sweeping Japanese advances, Kuomintang China was deterred from surrendering by the Red Army victories in Europe, which had pushed the fascist bloc to the brink. Besides, the US and British governments objected strongly to Chiang Kai-shek's toying with the idea of surrender. The US imperialists made the most of the Kuomintang's difficulties. American monopolies became highly active in China in 1944. U.S. Vice President Henry Wallace, who visited China that year, and a special mission headed by Donald Nelson, chairman of the War Production Board, which came in the autumn, studied opportunities for U.S. capital. Washington asked the Kuomintang regime to grant U.S. monopolies the key heights in the economy. A series of agreements was drafted in 1944, and soon signed, granting U.S. interests extensive room for colonial-style exploitation. The turning of the scales in the Second World War, effected by the Red Army, was, however, utilized by the Chinese People's Liberation Army. While Chiang Kai-shek's troops conceded the country's most important regions to the enemy, suffering ignoble defeats and heavy losses, the People's Army made significant advances, although Japan's main forces in China were massed against it. Much territory was cleared in the course of 1944. At the beginning of the following year there were 1G liberated areas, stretching from Inner Mongolia in the north to Hainan in the south, with a population of some 95,500,000. Against them operated 56% of the enemy troops and 95% of the Nanking puppet. Government's armies, totaling over 800,000, of which a large portion consisted of former Kuomintang troops who had gone over to the enemy with their generals. Nothing but Soviet aid could save China from colonial enslavement, if not by Japan, then by some other imperialist power. For the victorious end. The Soviet entry into the war against Japan was prompted by a vital and objective necessity. A swift, powerful, and active operation in the Far East could cut the knot, crush the Japanese invader and eliminate the seat of war and aggression in the East, deliver the Asian peoples from the Japanese imperialist yoke and help them attain political independence and freedom, secure the sovereign interests of the USSR in the Far East, prevent any dragging out of the Second World War and bring closer the day of peace. With the US imperialists trying their hand at atomic blackmail, it was of the utmost importance to show the world there was a force uncowed by the intimidation. Besides, the action was in complete accord with the responsibility of the USSR as an ally meeting commitments. The Japanese command received advance information of the imminent Soviet campaign due to the loquaciousness of US and British military and political leaders. But it did not think the term of 2 or 3 months sufficient for the Soviet Union to move troops and arms and deploy for combat in the East. At best, it held, this would take 10 to 12 months, and planned to strike first. But under Communist Party guidance, the Soviet people accomplished what all foreign military experts, not just the Japanese, thought impossible. In a matter of 3 months the railwaymen of the world's longest, Trans-Siberian track shuttled 136,000 troop and freight cars to the Far East and Trans-Baikal. The railwaymen and soldiers displayed unexampled endurance. Despite the heat, desert sand and water shortage, infantry units marched 40 kilometers daily, and tanks and motorized troops as much as 150. Hostilities were to be unfolded mainly in northwest China, where the main Kwantung Army forces were deployed. The Japanese militarists had been preparing methodically in Manchuria for aggression against the Soviet Union since 1931, had strongly fortified zones in the most important sectors, especially along the border with the Soviet maritime territory. The terrain, too, was favorable for defense, with powerful mountain ranges, partly covered by dense forests, many large and lesser rivers, and large stretches of swampland. The battlefront would be over 5,000 kilometers long and more than 800 kilometers in depth. Considering the strength of the Kwantung Army and characteristics of the war theater, British and American military observers held the Soviet Union could not count on a rapid success. Hanson Baldwin, the New York Times Observer, wrote that any swift advance was out of the question in face of the overwhelming odds. The British Daily Telegraph commentator, Light Gen. Henry Martin, maintained there was little hope of serious progress in less than 6 months. These and other articles to the same effect, obviously written in advance, appeared on the first day of the operation, reflecting the secret hopes of the US and British ruling element, as well as the opinion of their writers. On August 8, 1945, the Soviet government addressed a statement to Japan, saying that after the crushing defeat and surrender of Hitler Germany, Japan is the only great power still desiring to continue the war. The USSR, therefore, the statement said, was bent on bringing closer the day of peace, delivering the peoples from further sacrifice and suffering, and enabling the people of Japan to escape the danger and destruction suffered by Germany after she had rejected unconditional surrender. Acting on these considerations, and thereby fulfilling its duty as ally, the Soviet Union declared war on Japan as of August G. The lofty Soviet war aims were reflected in the strategic plan, based on the conviction that a rapid and crushing stroke against the Kwantung Army would compel the Japanese government to accept the unconditional surrender, saving the Japanese islands from direct involvement in the hostilities. The Soviet action was aimed exclusively against Japan's armed forces, unlike that of the British and, especially, American commands. No intention existed of making war on civilians. 3 fronts were formed under Marshal A. M. Vasilevsky, the Transbaikal and the 1st and 2nd Far Eastern, to destroy the Kwantung Army. A prominent part was assigned to the Soviet Pacific Fleet. The main blow, by the Transbaikal Front, was delivered from the Mongolian People's Republic in a straight line at Changchun and Mukden across desert terrain and the Great Khingan Mountains. In the meantime, the 2 Far Eastern fronts thrust forward from north and southeast towards Harbin, which was also to be sidewiped by the left flank of the Transbaikal Front. The lacerating drives from 3 directions converged towards the heart of northeast China. This was a mammoth strategic operation, also involving the Amur naval flotilla. Apart from cooperating with the ground forces, the Navy was ordered to capture Japanese ports and naval bases in North Korea, South Sakhalin, and the Kurils. The Soviet armed forces were amply primed for their assignment. Their superiority in numbers was 1.3-1, tanks 4.8-1 and planes 1.9-1. 1.1 The Soviet force consisted of 80 divisions, 4 tank and motorized corps and 64 brigades. But superior ordnance was not enough to overcome enemy fortifications in the perplexingly difficult terrain. Superior morale was also essential. The Soviet soldiers had been properly prepared for their mission of liberation. Once more, just as in the war against Hitler Germany, they displayed fervent patriotism, a deep sense of their internationalist duty and a high degree of morale. Hence their tenacity and willingness to contend with all but insuperable difficulties, their wholesale heroism. The superior quality of the Soviet system over the capitalist was the decisive factor. The soldiers were inspired by the justice of their cause and mission. The internationalist duty of the Soviet Union and its national interests required that the Far Eastern aggressor should be crushed and hundreds of millions of people delivered from Japanese oppression. The armed forces of the Mongolian People's Republic, which declared war on Japan on August 10, fought shoulder to shoulder with the Soviet troops. The people's armies and partisans of other Asian countries, China, Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaya, etc., also assumed the offensive, and the population of Manchuria, too, extended aid and comfort to the Soviet army. The offensive began in the early hours of August 9, 1945, despite heavy rains which made the roads all but impassable, especially in the Great Khingan area. The Japanese resisted desperately. But the courage and stamina of the Soviet troops, their high morale, guaranteed success. Many soldiers, I. Badarov, A. Fursov, G. Popov and V. Kolesnik, to mention a few, displayed courage beyond compare. Pilot M. Yankov, whose plane was hit, steered his flaming aircraft into military installations in the North Korean port of Rashin, causing an explosion that demolished the installations. Examples of this kind were many. In the first 6 days the Soviet troops made major strategic advances. The Transbaikal front crossed the Great Khingan Mountains and drove forward 250 to 400 kilometers, thrusting deep into the enemy's rear and moving towards the large industrial centers of Kalgan, Jahal, Mukden, Changchun, and Tsitsihar. The First Far Eastern Front suppressed enemy resistance in the east of Manchuria, progressed 170 kilometers, and cut off the Kwantung Army from Korea. The Second Far Eastern Front, meanwhile, breached Japanese long-term defenses and crossed the Amur and Ushiri rivers with the cooperation of the Amur flotilla, advancing 120 kilometers and nearing Harbin and Tsitsikhar. Part of its troops were diverted for an operation liberating South Sakhalin. On August 14 the Japanese government became conscious of the disastrous plight of the Kwantung Army. The Supreme War Council, the government, and the Emperor decided to proclaim surrender, while continuing armed resistance. And since no real capitulation ensued, the Red Army carried on with the offensive. The U.S. government, meanwhile, chose to betray its 263 duty as ally, proclaiming August 14 as Victory Day. Addressing a press conference, President Harry Truman declared he was satisfied with the Japanese government's decision and that ceasefire orders were being issued to the Allied armed forces. On the following day, General Douglas MacArthur, nominally Allied Supreme Commander in the Far East, issued a directive terminating the hostilities. The U.S. military mission in Moscow forwarded it to the Supreme Soviet Command for execution. This U.S. attempt to prevent the final elimination of the Kwantung Army, to prevent the Soviet Army from moving ahead, was another bit of evidence of the expansionist designs of the U.S. monopolists. And it was clumsy in the extreme, because neither operationally nor in any other respect could the Soviet armed forces be subject to MacArthur's commands. The directive was rejected, whereupon the military mission said a mistake had occurred and the directive had been forwarded not for execution, but for information. However, there were additional facts testifying to the intents of the U.S. rulers. Acting unilaterally, in defiance of the principles of international cooperation, President Truman announced on August 16 that Japan would be placed under the control of the U.S. command. He ordered Admiral Chester Nimitz to capture Daren. But the order was abortive, because Soviet troops came there first. For an American paratroop unit landed northwest of Mukden, but also missed the bus. 4 Soviet troops were there before it on August 18. In a message to the Soviet government, Truman insisted on U.S. air bases on the Kurils. 2 days later the matter was raised in U.S. Congress, which declared its desire to have U.S. bases in the area. Also, negotiations began between MacArthur's headquarters and Chiang Kai-shek, on the one hand, and the Japanese command, on the other, for Japanese troops to help combat the national liberation movements in China and other Asian countries. Meanwhile, the Soviet offensive continued, repulsing frantic Japanese counterattacks. From different directions the Soviet troops converged on central Manchuria, to which the remnants of the Kwantung Army were fast retreating. Although the Japanese were still in command of extensive territory, their plight deteriorated rapidly. No longer did they have their fortifications. Moreover, they were cut off from Japan and from the Japanese troops in China. Red Army operations grew in scale and, cooperating with the Pacific Fleet, moves were made to clear Korea and the Kurils. The Kwantung Army Command had no choice but to order its troops to lay down arms on August 17. In Japan proper, an extremist fascist group, meanwhile, attempted a coup d'état to prevent the surrender. It was poised to capture the Imperial Palace, but was denied army support, and failed. The surrender order was disobeyed by many Kwantung Army units, and the Soviet command redoubled the pressure. The offensive was speeded by paratroop landings in the biggest Manchurian cities, one of them in Changchun, seat of Kwantung Army headquarters. A Soviet officer suddenly appeared on the threshold of General Otosu Yamada's quarters, handing him a demand to effect the surrender without further delays. The commander and his staff were taken prisoner. As of August 19 the remnants of the Kwantung Army began surrendering en masse, but some seats of resistance were not wiped out until early September. Liberation of South Sakhalin was completed on August 25, and that of the Kurils on September 1. Japanese prisoners taken in the Soviet campaign totaled nearly 600,000. 3 The Kwantung Army defeat was a decisive factor in Japan's capitulation. General Claire Chennault, commander of U.S. Air Forces in China, told the New York Times correspondent that Russia's entry into the Japanese war was the decisive factor in speeding its end and would have been so even if no atomic bombs had been dropped. Their swift stroke completed the circle round Japan that brought the nation to its knees. The instrument of unconditional surrender was signed by representatives of the Allied powers and of vanquished Japan on board the battleship Missouri in Tokyo Bay on September 2, 1945. The Second World War was over. The anti-Hitler coalition had won. US and British armed forces contributed substantially to the victory over Japan. However, their success in the Pacific rested upon the Soviet victories in the main war theater, the Soviet German. Germany was the most powerful of the fascist allies, and Japan's condition depended on Hitler's. Regardless, it was the defeat of the Kwantung Army by the Soviet armed forces that was the immediate factor that compelled Japan to lay down her arms. Swift and determined action covering Soviet arms with fresh glory, considerably reduced the duration of the Second World War, preventing more casualties. Also important was the fact that the Japanese aggressors were crushed before the pretenders to their role of Far Eastern imperialist gendarmes succeeded in taking over. The Red Army victory over Japan was an effective aid to the peoples of Korea, China, Vietnam, and many other Asian countries, those under Japanese occupation and those, which, though they had escaped its horrors, had by their own experience known the horrors of foreign imperialist oppression. The victory of the Soviet Union and all other freedom-loving nations over the Japanese militarists opened a new chapter in world history, highlighted by liberation from colonialism of the peoples of Asia and then of Africa. Conclusion. It is a quarter of a century since the victorious end of the war against fascism. Many Second World War secrets have come to light. But no less necessary than before is it to weigh its lessons and results. Though the war years are receding farther into the past and fewer people are left who had participated in World War II, the magnificence of the exploit of the freedom-loving peoples has not faded. On the contrary, it is better known today, and its historic significance better understood. The victory over fascism is past history, one of the most important and decisive of its chapters. And the lessons derived are of immense value. The most consequential outcome of the war is that socialism, represented by the Soviet Union, wrested the victory from the most aggressive and most reactionary force of world imperialism, represented by the fascist bloc, in mammoth battles of unseen dimensions. Socialism's victory over fascism is the decisive and natural outcome of the war. It proved that socialism cannot be defeated, that it is vastly superior to imperialism. The crushing defeat of the fascist aggressors, the shock force of world imperialism, has weakened capitalism, deepened its general crisis, giving impetus to the socialist, democratic, and national liberation movements. The Soviet Union safeguarded its socialist gains, its advanced social and political system, its freedom and independence. It delivered the peoples of Europe and Asia from the fascist plague, from enslavement and extinction. The countries of 267. East and Southeast Europe and Southeast Asia were liberated by the Red Army. Other countries, though it never set foot on their soil as a result of its martial success. The Soviet victory created favorable conditions in many of the liberated countries for popular democratic revolutions, which in due course, in the post-war, developed into socialist revolutions. Socialism emerged beyond the confines of one country and grew into a world system. And on this, too, the victories of the freedom-loving nations, most prominently those of Soviet arms, had a bearing. The Soviet victory gave impetus to national liberation movements in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The crisis of the imperialist colonial system sparked by the October Socialist Revolution became more acute. Colonialism crumbled in the post-war years. Independent national states arose in place of most of the former colonies and semi-colonies. The heroic Soviet war effort was an inspiring example for the champions of freedom, democracy, and socialism in other lands. The communist and workers' parties that stood in the van of the anti-fascist movement in their respective countries, proved to be the staunchest fighters for the national independence and freedom of their peoples. The influence of communists increased visibly. Communist parties in many countries emerged from the war as a leading influential political force. Their ranks multiplied. Pre-war, the communist parties of the world counted in their ranks 4 million members, and post-war, in 1945, many as 20 million. And this despite the fact that communists had suffered the heaviest casualties in the fight against fascism. At the time the war broke out, the situation was highly unfavorable for the freedom-loving nations. Many European countries collapsed under the war's impact in a matter of days or, at most, weeks. Looking back today, one may say with assurance that no other country could have survived the plight of the Soviet Union at the beginning of the war. None but the Soviet people, a people that had coped with the difficulties of building socialism in a capitalist encirclement, could have performed the feat, rockadantal in magnitude, of turning the tide of a war that had begun so adversely. None but the Soviet people could have surmounted the incredible hardships and trials of the war, stemmed the invasion and turned the tables on the Nazis. It is farthest from our mind to belittle thereby the exploit of other nations. During and after the war the Soviet people paid due tribute to the exploit of the Englishmen, who did not bend under the impact of the air blitz, admired the exploit of the resistance fighters and the courage of the men who had fought shoulder to shoulder with the Red Army, the French airmen, the men and officers of the People's Armies of Poland, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria and Romania. The Soviet people PFKOKA the opening of the Second Front in Western Europe. But we should remember that the Second Front against Hitler Germany came into being when the outcome of the war had become a foregone conclusion thanks to the victories of Soviet arms, that Hitler's armored armadas had been stemmed by Soviet armies equipped with Soviet-made weapons. The grandeur of the exploit performed by the Soviet people will never fade. The Soviet people stood like an insuperable barrier in the way of the Nazis' drive for world supremacy. It displayed courage and tenacity beyond compare. Its heroism was the heroism of all, the day-to-day business not of individuals, not even of thousands of individuals, but of many millions of men who had but the day before been teachers, bookkeepers, factory hands, or miners, farmers or timbermen. This mass heroism was the most striking feature of the great patriotic war of the Soviet Union. Never in man's history had any nation been as closely united and as firmly determined in its dedication to the war effort. Before the war was over, 5,300,000 Soviet soldiers were decorated with orders and more than 7,500,000 with medals. And as many as 11,525 were honored with the highest title of all, that of Hero of the Soviet Union. Among the decorated were over 100,000 women, with 86 awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. The Soviet war effort had been decisive. The Nazi war machine was smashed, suffering crippling defeats in battles. On the Soviet-German front, the armed forces of the USSR destroyed 507 of Hitler's best divisions and nearly 100 divisions of his allies. And this compared to the 176 divisions that the Nazi Reich lost on all the other Second World War fronts combined. 3 out of every 4 Luftwaffe planes were destroyed on the Soviet-German front. So was the bulk of Hitler's artillery and panzers, and out of the total of 13,600,000 killed, wounded, or captured German soldiers and officers, Germany lost 10 million in the east. Destruction of the main Nazi strength on the Soviet-German front brought about the collapse of Hitler's military and political machine. The fact remains, wrote British historians Ernest J. Napton and Thomas K. Derry, that it was Soviet manpower that stemmed the tide of German conquest while Europe was still helpless in the German grip. Incontestable, too, is the decisive contribution of the Soviet armed forces to the defeat of imperialist Japan. It was the swift drive that crushed the Kwantung Army which compelled the Japanese government to surrender. Victory was wrested from the enemy by the concerted effort of the Soviet people, of its armed forces. A galaxy of outstanding generals appeared from its midst, brought up and trained by the Communist Party. The outstanding Soviet role in forging the victory was noted by many top Allied statesmen. On behalf of the Pete of the United States, wrote President Franklin Roosevelt on February 23, 1943, I want to express to the Red Army on its 25th anniversary our profound admiration for its magnificent achievements unsurpassed in all history. Such achievements can only be accomplished by an army that has skillful leadership, sound organization, adequate training, and above all determination to defeat the enemy no matter what the cost in self-sacrifice. The Red Army and the Russian people have surely started the Hitler forces on the road to ultimate defeat and have earned the lasting admiration of the people of the United States. And Winston Churchill wrote in a message 2 years later, "The Red Army celebrates its 27th anniversary amid triumphs which have won the unstinted applause of their allies and have sealed the doom of German militarists." The Second World War was an imperialist war when it began, a war unjust whichever way you looked at it, a war of two capitalist coalitions, Germany and her allies, on the one hand, and Britain and France, on the other. But with millions of people becoming involved in the struggle, it grew gradually into a just war of liberation. This process was culminated by the Soviet Union's entry into the war. It defended the gains of socialism, championed just liberative aims, progressive ideas, and the most advanced social and political system of the times. Not only did its involvement in the war change the war's complexion, it was also the earnest of victory against fascism. The Soviet example rallied the peoples of all countries to the fight against fascism, consolidating the anti-fascist coalition. It was the socialist system that defeated fascism in the mammoth collision with imperialism and fascism, its most monstrous progeny. The socialist economic system, the socio-political and ideological unity of the people, Soviet patriotism, and the friendship of the peoples of the USSR, the unity of the people and the Communist Party, the stamina and incomparable heroism of the Soviet soldier, those were the sources of Soviet strength. The victory was a natural result of the economic and political advantages implicit in the socialist system. It was a victory for the Communist Party, which had concentrated the pre-war effort of the Soviet people on socialist industrialization, on collectivizing agriculture, on the Cultural Revolution, on firming up the socialist brotherhood of all nationalities inhabiting the country. By doing so, it acted on V.I. Lenin's behests, building up the powerful material and politico-moral foundation that enabled the Soviet people to stand up to the enemy and finally crush him. This superiority of the Soviet system, coupled with the politico-ideological unity of Soviet society, exercised a direct and decisive influence on the outcome of the war. The might and endurance of the socialist state, based on the fraternal friendship of workers, farmers, and intellectuals, on the friendship of the peoples of the USSR, enabled the nation to foot its economy swiftly and effectively on a wartime footing. The Soviet war industry, though plunged into highly unfavorable circumstances at the beginning of the war, excelled the German towards the end of the war in quality and quantity of production. Soviet agriculture, too, coped with its basic task, supplying the nation with the essential foods and industry with raw material. US and British deliveries to the Soviet Union doubtless played a certain role, but amounted to but a fraction of the stream of supplies flowing from the Soviet rear during the years of war. The deliveries were miserably small also in relation to the magnitude of what the US and British war industries produced. For example, the United States manufactured 297,000 planes and 86,000 tanks in wartime alone, out of which only 14,500 planes and 7,000 tanks were sent to the Soviet Union. Besides, the US and British governments would not reveal important scientific and technical information to the USSR, although it was supplied to American corporations with close cartel links with German trusts. It will be only proper to say, therefore, that the Soviet economy went it alone in scoring its historic victory over the economies of fascist Germany and Nazi-occupied Europe. Soviet strength was built up month by month in the war. The Second World War proved that the Soviet social and political system is genuinely democratic, originating from the people, responding to the people's will and resting on popular support. During the war, the entire nation participated actively in discharging tasks set by the state in forging the victory, tasks often suggested and organized by the people themselves. Directives and orders would never have elicited the initiative, dedication, and heroism of the masses. The working class, the farmers, and the intelligentsia were undeterred by difficulties and the sacrifice. They suffered the war's hardships and deprivations stoutly, fought heroically, and worked no less heroically in defense of their socialist land. The socialist ideology proved its superiority over the bourgeois fascist ideology. The communist cause and Soviet patriotism, combining with internationalist ideas and the friendship of peoples, inspired the Soviet soldier in the battle. Against the fascist ideology, an ideology of stark nationalism, of higher races dominating the lower, denying the right of existence to the bulk of the world's population, of extremism reduced to sadism, cruelty, barbarity, and vandalism. In its daily ideological and educational work, the Communist Party imparted to the people awareness of the great socialist cause, in the name of which victory over the enemy was imperative. The lofty morale and energy of Soviet people, their mass heroism in battle and in the rear, were wrought by the tireless work of the Communist Party, and so its leadership was the chief factor in the Soviet victory. The Communist Party led the people of Russia to victory in the Great October Socialist Revolution and rallied them for the defeat of the foreign intervention and of the White Guards. The workers, peasants, and the intelligentsia built socialist society under the guidance of the party, producing the essential material and moral resources for the country's defense. In the Great Patriotic War, the party inspired and organized the struggle against the fascist invaders. Its organizational effort concerted and directed the work and strength of Soviet people in assuring the enemy's defeat. The party rallied the entire nation for the sacred patriotic war. The best men of the party were sent to the most dangerous and most responsible sectors. 1 in every 3 members of the party's Central Committee was in the battle lines. By the end of 1941 the Red Army counted as many as 1,300,000 communists. During the war 3 million communists laid down their lives for the freedom and independence of the socialist land. 5 million Soviet people at the front and in the rear joined the party's ranks in wartime. Army communists cemented the fighting forces, firmed up the fighting spirit of the troops. Their courage and bravery, their readiness to fight to the last breath, won them the respect and affection of their mates in Army, Navy, and Air Force. Being the guiding and leading force of Soviet society, the Communist Party also secured the fulfillment of the tasks behind the battle lines. It mobilized workers, peasants, and the intelligentsia in overcoming the difficulties. It organized them in a mighty upsurge of labor. It put the economy on a wartime footing and saw to it that the country became a smithy of victory. While resolving the military and economic problems, the Communist Party also conducted extensive politico-educational work among the masses. It helped the people understand the just character of the Great Patriotic War, better to understand the advantages of the Soviet social and political system, the importance of the worker-peasant alliance, of the friendship of the peoples of the USSR, of Soviet patriotism. The party cultivated love of country and burning hatred of the enemy who impinged on the honor, freedom, and independence of the socialist fatherland. It worked tirelessly to elevate the morale and warcraft of the Soviet soldier. It directed the political and military training of personnel in Army, Navy, and Air Force. It elucidated the origins and aims of the war, tempered the soldiers' fighting spirit and cultivated fearlessness and discipline. The effect of this immense ideological effort was that every Soviet soldier was aware of the war aims and of the imperative of defeating the enemy. The organizational, political, and educational work of the party among the troops, coupled with the model of heroism and fearlessness displayed by its members, were largely instrumental in mobilizing the men of the armed forces in defeating the enemy and achieving victory. The collective experience and collective wisdom of the party's Central Committee, resting on the scientific basis of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine and the creative initiative of the people, assured correct leadership in the war. The Soviet victory over Hitler Germany was a triumph for the Communist Party, for its policy. The international situation in wartime was highlighted by the emergence and vigorous action of the anti-fascist coalition which, starting in the summer of 1944, went over to coordinated military operations. The emergence and action of the anti-fascist coalition had an extremely beneficial effect. To begin with, it stood for cooperation among states with different social systems, showing that the ideas of peaceful coexistence were viable and correct. The anti-fascist coalition defeated Hitler's policy of destroying opponents one by one. The coalition confronted Germany with the prospect of a war on two fronts, finally compelling 275 it to fight such a war. Allied deliveries to the Soviet Union helped it to some extent in the selfless struggle. Last but not least, the existence of the anti-fascist coalition created a favorable setting for the resistance movement in the Nazi-occupied countries. Among the war objectives pursued by the ruling element in the United States and Britain was that of maintaining and consolidating class rule. Its true aims and intents had nothing in common with the actual nature of the war, deriving from the involvement in it of the Soviet Union and the masses in other countries. This contradiction between the nature of the war and the war aims of the US and British rulers left a mark on the home affairs, foreign policy, and war strategy of the Western members of the anti-fascist coalition. Hence the delays of the Second Front by the US and British governments. In a certain sense this policy was a continuation of the Munich policy and the phony war because its basic aim was to weaken and exhaust the USSR in the hope of establishing Anglo-American supremacy in the post-war world. In the final count, however, it boomeranged against its makers. By the beginning of 1944 it was obvious that the Soviet Union could complete the defeat of Hitler Germany on its own. That was what prompted the US and British governments to open the Second Front. When the war was over, its veterans in the United States and Britain became involved in a discussion still in train as to who was guilty of the long delays in opening the Second Front. With facts in hand, American political leaders, generals, and many of the historians blame their British friends, but overlook the role played by the Second Front opponents in the United States. Here, for example, is how General Albert C. Wedemeyer described British behavior at Second Front negotiations. The British were masters in negotiations, particularly were they adept in the use of phrases or words which were capable of more than one meaning or interpretation. Here was the setting, with all the trappings of a classical Machiavellian scene. I am not suggesting that the will to deceive was a personal characteristic of any of the participants. But when matters of the state were involved, our British opposite numbers had elastic scruples. What I witnessed was the British power of diplomatic finesse in its finest hour, a power that had been developed over centuries of successful interna. 276. Rational intrigue, cajolery, and tacit compulsions. Might we add that what Wedemeyer describes as elastic scruples and intrigue, cajolery and tacit compulsions was all that and much more when directed against the socialist state. The anti-fascist coalition moved quite distinctly towards a democratic post-war arrangement. This was an area where it could have displayed its positive side to the fullest. But US and British ruling element preferred to end the cooperation as soon as the war ended. More, they went back on the decisions adopted in Yalta and Potsdam. In place of cooperation came the Cold War. The resistance movement in the Nazi-occupied European countries acquired great importance in the Second World War. Its eruption and powerful growth was an unexpected and highly undesirable impediment for Hitler. The movement drew inspiration from the resistance and successes of the Red Army and from the partisan movement of Soviet patriots. Underscoring this, L. M. Hassan, the French war historian, wrote, "This magnificent resistance of the Russians, which shrank from no sacrifice, was the signal for the immense wave of revolt that swept across all the countries occupied by Germany." We might mention other important points. The freedom fighters of the resistance movement benefited greatly from the experience of the Soviet partisans and their methods. They displayed a deep sense of communion with the Soviet patriots and were eager, in the absence of the Second Front in Europe, to help the Soviet Union in every way they could. The support, moral, military and, in some cases, material extended to the resistance movement by the Soviet Union was of great importance for its growth. First and foremost, it was the crushing blows delivered to the Nazis on the Soviet-German front that helped the resistance movement grow. The exploit of the Soviet people wakened the national and internationalist feelings of millions of people all over the globe. It epitomized the unity of national and international war aims, prompting many people whose patriotism had been overlaid with self-interest and egoism to regain their integrity and join the resistance. The resistance movement contributed to smashing the fascist bloc and the various reactionary ruling cliques associated with it. The Second World War showed that all imperialist aspirations for world supremacy have no chance to succeed in the modern world. That Germany went down in defeat was no accident. And that was why her defeat was so crushing. The main outcome of the war was that the defeat was visited on fascism and imperialism in that most mammoth of all conflagrations, while democracy, progress, and socialism proved victorious. The history of the war against fascism is first and foremost the history of peoples fighting for liberation and achieving a conclusive victory. The lessons of the war showed once more that the masses play an immense and growing role in the process of history, and what growth of their political involvement and awareness is an incontestable law of the age. The victory over fascism was gained through the heroic efforts of tens of millions of Soviet people, blending with the efforts of resistance fighters and the struggle of the peoples of the United States and Britain on the front and in the rear. The price of victory was dearly paid in life and blood, and the victory belongs to all humanity, the supreme duty of which is to cherish it and to safeguard peace.